Alright, it's time for another update and forecast on all the various wildfires going on in California. First thing I'll say is I did already do a concise video this morning that just covered the Dixie Fire, the updates based on what happened yesterday, and then a very concise version on the fire weather forecast for the Dixie Fire, which basically explains what's happening throughout the day today with that red flag warning and the gusty winds and other critical fire weather conditions coming in, and the forecasted impact that we are expecting as that red flag warning came in over the Dixie Fire. But as I recorded that video, our conditions were still relatively minimal over all of the wildfires in Northern California. And then in the last hour or two, fire activity has really started to pick up. We've broken through the smoke inversion, and looking at the forecast, it looks like things are only going to get more difficult over the next 5 to 10 hours. So just wanted to log right back on, and I have a feeling this is going to be a very long live stream because, like I said, those critical winds are just going to be getting even stronger throughout the next few hours, most likely peaking around 5 or 6 o'clock like we saw yesterday. And because of that, we're going to have some major impacts to all of our various wildfires, including the Dixie Fire, the Monument Fire, and the new one that we haven't covered yet, but we are certainly going to be covering throughout this video, is the Caldor Fire down there. So what I want to do is just kind of give maybe a 5 to 10 minute brief introduction, kind of the concise summary of all the different fires going on in Northern California and what I think are the top priorities and the main places to watch throughout the day today. And then we're actually just going to start trying to find out exactly what's going on the ground. There's various resources that we always go to try to find the most current information. So we're most likely going to be looking at that kind of information for quite possibly the next 8 to 10 hours, because looking at the fire weather forecast and looking at how much activity we already have over these wildfires, it's looking like this could end up being the wildfire day of the year so far. So it's going to be very important to stay updated on all the events and especially all the new evacuation orders that are going to be put in place throughout the day today. So I see both of my moderators are on. We'll see if Lucy comes in a second. Looks like Trish was saying, "Hi Holt, so much happening, and watching Caldor Fire and people evacuating is so reminiscent of paradise. They are jammed on the back roads trying to get out." So that basically sums up why this video is going to be different than any videos that we've done in the past. This is one of those situations that is rapidly developing right now, so we're going to spend a lot of time, most of our time, trying to find out the most current information. And big difference that I'm making in this video versus past ones is I just purchased a fire scanner, so we're going to be able to actually listen to what's going on the ground, both on the Caldor Fire and the Dixie Fire. I figured that was going to be necessary for this live stream because there's only so much you can learn from Twitter or the updates that are put up on Facebook pages every 2 hours. This is one of those situations throughout the day today where we will need to have information immediately as it's happening. So let's just go through the top 3 fires that we're going to be covering throughout this video. Apologies in advance for ignoring the live chat for about 5 to 10 minutes here. But then once I give the updates on the most critical parts of Northern California, and actually kind of stretching into the Sierras as well now, then we're going to turn on the fire scanner, listen to what's happening, look at some live videos as well to see if we can figure out what is going on. So we'll start with the Dixie Fire because that's the one we were already looking at earlier this morning, and you can see that the Dixie Fire, as well as really all the other fires that we're going to be talking about, key story is that they're under that red flag warning that you can see with that pink color there. And basically what a red flag warning means is that it's going to be critical fire weather conditions, it's going to be hot, it's going to be dry, but more than anything else, there's going to be extreme wind gusts coming in at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And we're already seeing those winds picking up. As you can see on the satellite imagery, that fire behavior and those smoke plumes starting to pick up. And it's actually just going to be getting worse over the next 3 hours. So That red flag warning, as of right now, says it's going to last until 11 p.m. tonight. So this live stream quite possibly will end up just going until that red flag warning ends. So zooming in on the Dixie Fire, you can see where those hotspots were yesterday. I want to zoom in over here because I know in my first video people were asking to see those L1 and L2 spot fires better. Actually, not spot fires, lightning fires. Those got ignited when the thunderstorms came over us a number of days ago, and you can see how much activity we had on that area yesterday. We also have hotspots north of Lake Almanor, north of Westwood, and then the two spots that we were watching the closest yesterday was that northern finger stretching up kind of into the Susanville area, and then also this spot fire that happened yesterday where a spot dropped 5 miles away from the major Dixie Fire blaze, which is just unheard of for spotting distance, and then moved into the Janesville area. I know a number of structures were destroyed yesterday, so I think that's going to be the number one spot we're watching today to make sure that doesn't flare up. We're also going to be watching that northern finger to make sure it doesn't go into Susanville, and then there's going to be a big wind shift later in the day that is going to switch the winds to a more northerly direction, so we're going to have to watch these hotspots very closely. Over the last 2 days, we've had mostly southwest winds pushing that hotspot into the area that's already burned, but with that wind shift tonight, those hotspots are going to start to push farther back down to the south, so I imagine that's going to be one of the key areas we watch later tonight. Just looking at all that again on the hotspots from yesterday, you can see where we had those 4 very distinct pyrocumulus clouds yesterday. It was on that L1, L2 incident over here. Then we had a large pyrocumulus north of Lake Almanor. This northern finger here had a large pyrocumulus yesterday. And then that spot fire going into Janesville was, again, the big story yesterday, as it was actually going into the area of Janesville. We did have some structures destroyed. The exact number there is not out yet. Now, when it comes to the hotspots right now, as of right now, it doesn't look as bad as it was during the update and forecast last night, but the winds are only going to be picking up over the next few hours, so guaranteed we're going to see these heat signatures increase. And if this was any other day, this would already be one of the worst heat signature and smoke plume days that we've seen. But compared to what we're most likely going to be seeing in about 3 to 4 hours, we're really just getting started right now. And I don't like to say that. I usually like to be positive in these kind of videos, but I would say the conditions coming in this afternoon are about as challenging as we have seen on the Dixie Fire. We have had some challenging days when those thunderstorms come in, because that creates its own kind of troubles with the gusty, erratic winds and the lightning starts that happen with thunderstorms. But given how strong the winds are forecasted to be for the Dixie Fire today, and given the wind shift coming in later that will create some unpredictable situations, it's going to be a very challenging day when it comes to basically everything over the Dixie Fire. Now, I'll actually look at the fire weather forecast last, because the fire weather forecast is going to be affecting all of our fires. First, I want to go down to what is another one of our top priorities, which is, you can see the name if we go to just the fire perimeter. Oh, they don't have the name in there yet, but there it is. You can see Caldor right in there. This is the Caldor Fire. This seems to be growing at about 3 times every single time I look at this again. Over every operational period, it seems to just be doubling in size or tripling in size. And this is going to be one of the top spots that we're watching today. It's led to some new evacuation warnings, and this appears to be actually the most active fire going on as of right now. And in a minute, we will look at some of the live footage that's coming out from the Caldor Fire, because the smoke plume coming off of it right now is like nothing a very rare type of smoke plume. It's just absolutely massive. Lots of activity going on right there. And if we look at the structures in this area, you can see there are a large amount of structures, especially to the west of the Caldor Fire. So, number of new evacuation orders in place. If we look at the live hotspots, you can see just how much it's grown in the last 24 hours. That's what the perimeter looked like yesterday. The day before it was tiny, and then the live hotspots right now, you can see how much this is growing. So that's going to be one of the top spots that we're watching throughout the day today. And like I said, I just purchased a fire scanner, so we'll actually be able to listen to what's going on the ground, because this is a developing situation. You can see what a large number of structures are that are underneath that heat signature right now. So looks like it's already a pretty critical situation, and we aren't even to the most critical part of the fire weather forecast yet. So it's going to be very important to watch this one throughout the day today. Now, the other fire that we're going to be following closely throughout this video is, zoom out so it's easier to get up there, is the Monument Fire up here. You can see where the perimeter is. Most of those hotspots on the southeastern edge of the fire, if we look at where those hotspots are right now, you can see it's mostly the southern edge of the fire that's seeing the most activity. If we look at these structures, you can see over here we have Burnt Ranch. Over here we have Junction City. Hotspots came very close to Junction City yesterday. And then down here we have Hayfork. And I think that is actually my key concern for the Monument Fire throughout the day today. Over the next few hours, we're going to have that big wind shift that we've been talking about for about 2 days now, with those northerly winds coming in. And once those northerly winds come in, that's going to act to try to push this hotspot farther down to the south. So going to be watching the Hayfork area very closely throughout the entire course of this video. Now, with that being said, there are some other fires that we're going to be keeping our eye on. There's really just so much going on throughout California. We've got Dixie Fire, the Caldor Fire. Those, I think, are the 1 and 2 top priorities right now. Hard to say which one is number 1, because there's a very serious situation going on with both of those. Then we also have the Monument Fire, the McFarland Fire, the River Complex, and the Antelope Fire. So lots to talk about over the next 8 to 10 hours. And I say next 8 to 10 hours because that's how long these challenging fire weather conditions are going to last throughout the day today. Again, it's all because of this low pressure system and this trough working its way through the Pacific Northwest. As that comes through, you can see those lines of constant pressure. They're called isobars. Whenever you see those close together over a map, that means there's going to be some strong winds. And at first throughout the day today, you can see it's more westerly to southwesterly. And then as that low continues to fill in, that's where that big wind shift happens to more northerly winds tonight. That is going to be one of the big stories that we're covering as that low moves through and as it brings those gusty winds. So if we want to see those gusty winds for ourselves, I think this, if you listen to nothing else throughout this entire live stream, this basically explains why the situation is as critical as it is throughout the day today, and already starting as of right now. If we look up in this area, I'm not sure what happened on the map right there. So there's Lake Almanor right there. I'm not sure what's going on with the map, so I'll just keep it zoomed out. You can see right there is Chester, there's Susanville, there is, I believe it's called Honey Lake. That's where that spot fire happened yesterday. And you can see how strong our winds already are, about 35 to 40 miles per hour in the Dixie Fire area. And unfortunately, it's just going to be getting stronger throughout the next 3 hours. At 5 p.m., they're expecting the winds to be around 40 miles per hour, maybe even more than that, hence the red flag warning over our area. And then tonight, once we get into 8 p.m., that's where you see that wind shift come in. And that's where it could end up actually being good news for areas like Janesville, but bad news for areas north around Lake Almanor and Westwood, because we have those hot spots up there that these northerly winds will try to push into that area. Now that's also the reason I'm concerned about the Hayfork area around the Monument Fire. You can't see Hayfork on this map, but tonight we're going to be shifting to a more northerly wind direction, and the gusts are still going to be 35 to 40 miles per hour. So that's going to be a very critical situation there. And then if we try to look at where the Caldor Fire is, I want to get the exact latitude and longitude for the Caldor Fire, because I want to make sure we're looking at the exact correct spot on this map. We can put it in there. Delete and search. Alright, so that is right at the center of the Caldor Fire. You can see the challenging winds coming in throughout the day today. Right there you can see those gusts that are expected just picking up throughout the afternoon, up to 25 to 30 miles per hour, and coming from a southerly direction. So that will try to continue to push the Caldor Fire farther to the north. And then what's going to be interesting is if that wind shift happens all the way down in this area as we get into tonight. Looks like as of right now they're showing the winds coming down tonight over the Caldor Fire. Certainly hope that happens in that area because very critical situation going on there. But you can see how even at 2 a.m. those very strong northerly winds continue in northern California. That's a very typical map for extreme fire danger right there. So lots to talk about when it comes to the fire weather forecast and everything going on throughout all our different fires. Just looking at the satellite imagery, you can see that while we had some calmer conditions throughout the early morning because of all that smoke that was sitting over our fires, especially the Dixie Fire, as those stronger winds come in the afternoon, it clears that smoke out, and you're seeing the effect that it's having on all of our fires. Large smoke plume coming off of the Monument Fire, large smoke plumes coming off of the Dixie Fire, and really those same 4 spots we were seeing yesterday. And then what might be the biggest story right now is the Caldor Fire. And just based on the way that smoke is moving, it looks like the winds have almost shifted to a more westerly direction. So that would act to try to push the fire farther to the east. So that's something that we're going to have to watch closely. Again, the big thing you notice there between yesterday's perimeter and where those hot spots are right now is just how much that Caldor Fire has been growing over the last couple of hours. So that, I think, is the overall summary for the different fires that we're going to be talking about. Now let's try to transition to a more kind of looking for current information type mode, because that's going to be the key thing to do over the next 8 to 10 hours as these fires rapidly develop, most likely lead to some new evacuation orders, and we're just going to have to try to stay updated on everything that's happening, because there are going to be some rapid changes throughout the day today as that red flag warning comes in. So I'll just try to take a look at what I missed in the live chat while I was giving that brief introduction. Yeah, so I see somebody mentioned alert wildfire. That's the next thing we'll take a look at, because the videos coming out of the Caldor Fire area right now are ridiculous. So can you update the Caldor Fire as to where it is headed? So that's a great question. I would say if we had... Now, there's really no good news on the Caldor Fire right now just because of how critical that situation is. But if you look, the winds are mostly blowing towards the east. So if you think about that, that would act to push this hotspot farther to the east as well. What I was going to say is, it's at least good to see it's not easterly winds, because that would be blowing this into where you see just a massive amount of structures. So if we had to have it move one direction, we would choose for it to move away from the west. And that does look to be the way the winds are blowing right now. But again, with all these fires, that we've had some very erratic growth on them over this entire season. So it's going to be very important to stay updated on what happens there. So I see people are saying winds are picking up. Thank you, Trish, for putting in the most current evacuation map. I believe I have I put as many links as I could find in the description below. And the other thing that I will show before we get into the more current information is one of the best things to do if you're looking for information on any wildfire is you just go to Google, go to Hopefully it searches. Have quite a few tabs open. Alright, that's going too slow. So basically, if you go to incweb.com, you can go to the fire that you're interested in. Then you can go down to the bottom, or you can read all these updates, but sometimes those aren't updated for a large number of hours. So a good thing to do is you go to related links, and they have relevant Facebook pages, Twitter pages, evacuation maps, all kinds of information, structure status map, and then the links to the virtual meetings. So that's kind of the gold mine for wildfire information. Go to InstaWeb, scroll down to the bottom of whatever fire you're interested in, and just look through all of the related links right there. So can you show the Wharf S Fire map, the experimental model? I can show that. Now, so just to explain what this is the model that we run out of San Jose State. It is one of the top wildfire models in the world. It basically pairs the fire perimeter with the weather forecast for that day, with how dry the fuels are, what the topography is, and then also simulates how the wildfire is going to create its own weather throughout the day, and then gives a simulation and basically a model forecast for how that fire is going to grow. So good job reminding me to look at that, because that is always one of the best things to look at. Before I press play here, one thing I always say about this model is that it is an experimental forecast only. It doesn't take into account fire suppression tactics. So sometimes when we watch this, there will just be a massive amount of growth, like directly over a large number of structures. So that's where, again, I always remind you it is experimental, doesn't take into account fire suppression tactics. And we do have about 6,000 personnel on the Dixie Fire right now. So those tactics do play a role. And then the one other thing I'll mention is, so that's kind of the protection from if this model shows too much acreage burned. And then the protection from if the model doesn't show enough acreage burned is for me to remind you that the Dixie Fire throughout the last month has basically just been unprecedented. The spot fire distances, there was a Cal Fire representative who said in his 20 years in the service, he hadn't seen these spot fire distances like they were seeing on the Dixie Fire, up to 3 to 5 miles. And that's been playing a huge role with the Dixie Fire. The fuels are drier than the San Jose State Fire Weather Research Lab has ever recorded, so that's playing a huge role when it comes to fire spread as well. And this wind event coming in this afternoon is about as bad as we've seen throughout the course of the Dixie Fire. So many days we actually end up seeing more growth on the Dixie Fire than this model is actually showing. But without further ado, we will look at what the simulation is showing for the rest of the day today. So one thing I'll point out is you have a clock on the bottom here. It shows August 17th starting at 5 in the morning. So as I click this at first, that's going to be early morning hours. You're most likely going to see these winds blowing down canyon. And then right when this gets to about 12 o'clock, you're going to see those winds shift back up canyon. And then once those winds shift southwesterly, and it should be a very major shift throughout this afternoon, as we have those 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, we're most likely going to see a large amount of growth on this northern edge. So that's what you want to look out for over the next 24 hours. And then once it switches to the 18th, I actually haven't looked at that forecast much yesterday just because I've been so focused on what's going on today. So it will be interesting to see what this model predicts for that as well. So 7 in the morning, you can see that the winds were already blowing almost from the southwest early in the morning, which is surprising. And then as we get into the afternoon, this afternoon, shows those winds picking up from the southwest, and then you see that spot fire that's now in the simulation around Honey Lake. And then tonight, you can see that big wind shift that's happening. I'm glad that the model was predicting that, because that's, I think, one of the big stories for the forecast for the rest of today. If you missed it, it was easy to miss because it happened pretty quick there. You can see westerly, southwesterly winds throughout much of the afternoon, and then as that low comes through, the winds shift to the north, and then you can see, like right there, you start seeing much more fire spread on the southern edges of the fires because those winds shift around. That's going to be one of the key things that we watch throughout the day today, because that's going to pose some challenges to our firefighters, especially in that Lake Almanor area. And it looks like the model's predicting a lot of growth around that L1 and L2 lightning fires that started over here. But then again with those northerly winds, that'll take some of the hot spots around Lake Almanor and try to push them south. But it actually could end up being good news for the Susanville and Janesville areas, because once that wind shift happens, it'll actually act to take the most active parts of those fires and burn it back into itself, which would be a good thing. So there's going to be lots to talk about throughout the entire course of this live stream. Again, I'm planning on doing this for about 8 to 10 hours today. I cleared out the rest of my schedule for the rest of the day. Not going to check email or answer the phone. This is the top priority throughout the entire rest of the day, because looking at the fire weather forecast, it looks like this could be the largest wildfire growth and spread day so far for 2021. And I say so far because we're really just getting into the peak of wildfire season right now. Now, one thing that I noticed this morning is that the date today is August 17th. So it's almost fitting that we have this red flag warning over us and all of that fire activity that we're currently seeing right now, because I believe it was August 17th last year that all those lightning fires started to take off. The LNU lightning complex, the CZU lightning complex, the SCU lightning complex. I believe that was August 17th. So it seems like that seems to be the new day where wildfire activity really picks up, as we can see very challenging conditions with that red flag warning over the Dixie Fire, Monument Fire, McFarland Fire, and the Caldor Fire. So I think the best thing, how much has the Caldor Fire burned, and has it burned any structures? So way to answer that, if you look at where that hot spot is now, I'll turn the structures on and off so you can see them flashing there. I haven't confirmed that it's burned any structures yet. We can look for that information throughout the course of this video, but given how many of those structures appear to be under those hot spots, I would imagine that there have been some structures burned by the Caldor Fire. And I know there are a large number of new evacuation orders in place. You can see this is the Caldor Fire right here. It shows it's up to 6,500 acres, and one thing you notice is there's only 242 personnel on this fire right now, which is unfortunate, but it also makes sense because we have so many different fires going on, and the situation's pretty critical over the Dixie Fire right now and the Monument Fire, so it's hard to spare any of those resources, but I do imagine they are trying to get some new resources down to the Caldor Fire area right now because of the critical situation going on there. You can see where all those mandatory evacuation orders have been issued. Pollock Pines, Grizzly Flats, Happy Valley, all the way through here. So I believe I put the link for this in the description of this video, so you will be able to find out all of that information for the Caldor Fire. Now, I'll take another look at the live chat. Yeah, so somebody just mentioned some of the live cameras in Tahoe are showing unreal smoke behavior, and I think that's what we should transition to next, is actually looking at some of the activity that's happening over the Caldor Fire right now. And then I'm also going to turn on the Caldor Fire scanner, because again, this is something new that I'm going to be doing in this video that I haven't done in the past, so bear with me if it is a little glitchy at first or if the sound isn't right. I'll be counting on you guys to tell me how to adjust the volume on the fire scanner so that it sounds good for you. But that's going to be a big difference in this live stream compared to what we've done in the past, because I realized that relying on things like Twitter or the InstaWeb website that might not get updated for a number of hours is just not going to cut it throughout the day today because of how rapidly this situation is developing. So, like I said, I bought the fire scanner, and we're going to be able to listen to the Caldor Fire scanner and the Dixie Fire scanner throughout the next 8 to 10 hours to make sure we have the most recent information. And then I'll also try to find a feed for the Monument Fire as well, because later tonight, it does look like there could be a critical situation in the Hayfork area. So without further ado, I'm going to see if we can figure out this fire scanner. Bear with me over the next maybe 5 minutes while we figure this out. I think the first one to listen to is the Caldor Fire operations. You guys can just let me know how to adjust the volume. And then in the meantime, I'll also pull up Alert Wildfire, because it's going to be crucial to see what's going on over the Caldor Fire right now, because some of the smoke behavior we were seeing earlier today, just you could see that it was already blowing up, and unfortunately it's not even to the most critical part of the fire weather forecast yet. This afternoon, seeing much more activity. So I'm looking, there was one camera in particular. Oh, this is not the, we have to go to a different area for the Caldor Fire. So, I don't know if you could just hear that on the fire scanner, but it sounded like he just said evacuating the, sounded like he said evacuating the east side. Which makes sense, because you can see how that smoke is now traveling to the east. Looks like we've had a wind shift throughout the day today. That wind early on was going to the north. Now it looks like it's going to the east. And I see Trish just commented, Dixie radio traffic, fire impacting Janesville grade and road impassable. Fire encroaching on US 395 again. Near Thunder Mountain Road with a couple of spots outside the line. Requesting a closure of 395. And then again, I don't know if you could hear it on the fire scanner, but it sounded like there was some new evacuation orders on the east side of the Caldor Fire. I also want to see if we can see that hotspot in the Dixie Fire area.
Yeah, unable to get a hold of Division Zulu, but I just saw where it's up to uniform drop. I'll just kind of work with those guys. Work with the other two copters, and you'll see the road in the bottom of the drainage, and we want to keep it off that road. Okay, copy that. And then once I drop, you good if I use that dip site that's a little bit closer? Which one are you talking about? There's one on the south side of the drainage up on top. It's a little hover hole. We were using it earlier today before I got moved over to the west flank. Okay, if you used it today, I'm good with that. Just seeing avoid the other two copters coming out of ridge tip.
So it sounds like on the fire scanner they do have some helicopters coming in, which is actually kind of surprising considering how much smoke we have over the Caldor Fire. So it's
Extended forecast for the southern Sacramento Valley Thursday, sunny. Highs 89 to 95. Thursday night, clear. Lows 55 to 65. Friday, sunny. Highs 80 to 94. Friday night, clear. On the way out, you can be left. It'll be a hard left. 4,500 back to McClellan. Left, hard left, and 4,500 back to McClellan. Return past you. 1547. I'm on scene, Bolton site. I got you up there, and you're going to be that most prominent gap just before 2 drop. Fill that in.
So I just saw somebody in the live chat talked about grizzly flats, and it does look like that is that large number of structures that we have under the heat signature for the Caldor Fire. So I haven't actually seen any official reports of structures destroyed for the Caldor Fire, but it looks like there are a large number of structures underneath there. And somebody asked about the Monument Fire. as of right now on the Monument Fire, I would say things aren't looking as bad as in previous days, but the main concern there that we were talking about is as those winds shift around this evening, they're going to be coming from a more northerly direction, and that'll be dangerous for the Hayfork area because that's going to take where we do have that activity on the Monument Fire and it'll act to push it farther down to the south. So that wind shift doesn't happen for another couple of hours, but that is certainly my main concern on the Monument Fire. Once that wind shift comes in, it's going to be some 35-mile-per-hour northerly winds, and that will cause some challenges for the Hayfork area. And you can see how steep the terrain is in that region, so looks like it will be some challenging conditions there. But again, just looking at, I showed that live camera from the Caldor area. You can see how much activity we're having on that one right now. I think that's going to be, it's almost, it's hard to say which one's the top priority because there's so much going on when it comes to the Caldor Fire, the Dixie Fire. I saw in the live chat somebody said that it had jumped 395 and that it was flaring back up in the Janesville area. So we're just going to have to switch back and forth between the Caldor Fire, the Dixie Fire, and the Monument Fire throughout the entire course of this video. So that was basically what I wanted to say right there. Let's turn the fire scanner back on. Let me know, or somebody in the live chat, let me know if you can actually hear the fire scanner. If not, I can move it closer to the microphone. And then I also want to look at some of the live images coming out of the Caldor Fire because you could see that smoke plume earlier, how much activity was going on right there. And we have seen just a rapid growth with that one over the last 24 hours. So back to the Caldor Fire. How long do I think I'll be live streaming until? I cleared out my schedule for the rest of the day. So the red flag warning officially ends at 11 p.m. tonight. And we're most likely going to have some very critical conditions until that happens. So I'm hoping to honestly keep this stream going throughout the entire rest of the day because, like I said, this could end up being the wildfire day of the 2021 season as that red flag warning is over us, and we're already seeing a large amount of activity over the Caldor Fire, Dixie Fire, Monument Fire, and then not so much on McFarland yet, but that will most likely flare up as we get into this afternoon. So I do want to check out the Caldor Fire again with some of those images already coming out, and then the next thing I want to do is look at some of those cams that we were looking at north of Janesville yesterday that actually showed the fire coming over the ridge into Janesville. So I want to see what that camera looks like as well. And when we do that, we'll switch to the Janesville fire scanner to hear what kind of updates are happening there. And then also, if somebody could let me know how the volume is on the fire scanner whenever they talk next. If it's not good, I can turn it up or move it closer to the mic. So this...
Higher elevation, 79, 69 lower elevation, from feeling just winds up to 10 miles an hour. Turn it the other way. Now back up. 1.7. Go for map. Let's come on in.
So
Coming in at 55, and we just saw that drop quick.
So you can see how much activity is going on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. That's the 3-hour time lapse. I want to check out that other camera as well. It's a slightly different angle.
Branch 20, Caldor.
go double wide up here.
There we go. I just moved the fire scanners a little closer to the mic. That should be better.
Here for Shelby. Well, the fire's progressing to the north. It's slowed down a bit. I put the estimation at Highway 50 by dark. Might roll that back a little bit. It's currently holding just above the Mormon Immigrant Trail. The furthest progression would be on the northwest corner above Jenkins Lake. Have been able to get to the east side of the fire, but last time we went around it, it was progressing to the east really hard, and there's nothing out there as far as being able to support any ground crews if you went in there. The south side of the fire, back in branch 1, break is looking really good. We've got a corner working, couple rotorcraft down in that corner trying to keep it out of backing into the Olmo Ranch area.
Alright, so that's a perfect example of why we have this fire scanner. You could hear him say that it was somewhat slowing down in the north right here, but seeing rapid rate of spread on the east, and that actually makes perfect sense because earlier in the day we had all that smoke blowing up towards the north. You'll see it once this resets. We had southerly winds leading to rapid fire spread to the north earlier in the day, and then you can see how those winds have shifted around to the east.
Definitely put that up on the decision.
So it makes sense that most of our activity has shifted to the east and it's starting to slow down in the north.
An hour with gusts to around 40 miles an hour.
River 6 breakforce.
Hey, DOT is working on getting Olmo Ranch closed completely. And they're not going to be manned, but they're going to be signed. And we'll try to work on the rest.
So the other thing...
Just for information, I'm up on MEG and we keep getting a number of public stuck behind the gate having to let out.
So the other thing they were saying in that east zone is it was burning... Turn it down in a sec so I can say this. That'll be a good tip to be able to turn it down while I'm trying to say something. So one thing that they said on that fire scanner is that it's progressing so rapidly on the east that they can't have hand crews in there doing direct suppression. Most likely what they'll end up having to do is fall back and try to put in some containment lines farther away from the actual fire, because when you get that kind of extreme activity, the same kind of extreme activity that we're seeing on this live camera, you just can't put in hand crews directly on that. You basically have to pull back, create a contingency line or a containment line farther away from it, and then hope that holds by the time the fire gets there. But one of the big problems that we'll most likely have on the Caldor Fire and the Dixie Fire throughout the day today is the winds are so strong that if they do create some of those containment lines, it's most likely just going to spot some fires past those containment lines. So that's why today is going to be such a critical day, and we'll have to keep our eye on the wind direction to continue to forecast what direction this fire is going to be moving in.
Probably about 4 seconds after the road. That's pretty good. Pretty obvious. 4 seconds after.
And thank you to someone who recommended we pull up this video. That, again, is the Caldor Fire. This is honestly one of the craziest smoke plumes I think I've ever seen on the Alert Wildfire map.
Are you still having the comms issues with the 2 aircraft? I have had no problems with the single air-to-ground that we're using, which is 164.1375. No comm issues to report from mine. Other attack, man, that'd be 454. Other attack, give me a lat long because it's a spot fire taking up just in general.
So it's pretty amazing to hear that on that fire scanner they're saying that they actually are able to use some air attack on this, which is very surprising considering how much smoke we have over the Caldor Fire right now. And then the other thing you might have picked out on that fire scanner was they were talking about spot fires, and you can actually see one start in this video. So that's where a burning ember is picked up, then it's dropped into some of these dry fuels and starts its own little fire think you'll be able to see one of those spot fires later in this video, right about there where you see the smoke come up. That's where a burning ember is dropped down there. And then that's often where you start to see some of the most rapid rate of spread. When you're not just fighting the fire itself, then you have to keep fighting all of these new spot fires that keep popping up by those embers that are being carried by the wind. And looking again at the way those winds have shifted, you can see that earlier in the day we had those southerly winds leading to some northerly push on the Caldor Fire, but those winds have shifted to a more westerly direction. So now we're going to have to keep our eye on the east area of the Caldor Fire, because that looks to be the direction the fire is moving the fastest as of right now. And that is something they said on the fire scanner, was that northern section is slowed down, which makes sense because the winds are no longer pushing it directly in that direction, but on this eastern edge it's still a rapid rate of spread, and it's moving so fast that they can't have direct hand crews on that. They're just going to have to pull back and hopefully create some containment line back here.
Caldor, attack that lap on putting away off the fire. Give it to us again.
And it's 38.634036 by negative 120.373764.
It sounds like the fire scanner was a little too loud. I moved it a little farther away from the mic. Let me know if that is better.
Air tech. You got eyes on me? No, negative. In the middle of this line, we're working in and outside of it. Is that the order?
Wrong, I'll give you the lap on to Leak Springs workout.
So that, generally speaking, the southwest corner of the fire is going to be pretty much the origin. Okay, we're coming around now.
And yes, this is the Caldor Fire on the screen right here that we're looking at. Most of the progression right now is to the east, though they are able to use some aircraft.
Leak Springs lookout is 38 degrees decimal 629243 by negative 120.277787.
Let's see if we can see any other cameras coming out of the Caldor Fire. And then at some point we're also going to have to shift up to the Dixie Fire, because it sounds like there's a developing situation in Janesville right now as well. Alright, so far that has definitely been helpful, listening to the fire scanner and looking at these live videos coming out of the Caldor Fire. We did get a pretty good idea of what's going on the Caldor Fire right now just from tuning into that fire scanner. One, it does sound like there has been some structures destroyed underneath where you see this heat signature. And the other thing that we picked up throughout the listening to the fire scanner is they said that it seems to be slowing down on this northern edge, but it's rapidly moving to the eastern edge here, which makes sense when we look at the satellite imagery. You can see that earlier in the day that smoke was moving to the north. We had the mostly southerly winds pushing that fire to the north. Then the winds shift around, and that's why we're mostly seeing activity to the east as of right now. They also said that there have been some spot fires, and we were able to see that on the imagery itself. But now that we have a basic idea of what's going on with the Caldor Fire, again, there's some new evacuation orders in place, actually a large number of evacuation orders in place. You can see them all throughout the InstaWeb website, all the new evacuation orders that we have right there for the Caldor Fire. And we did get the good idea of which direction that fire is moving right now. They said it's a rapid rate of spread to the east. But now I do want to transition up to the Dixie Fire because this is another developing situation right now. I think the key spot that we're going to be looking at is that Janesville area. Last night we were looking at a camera that looked directly into this area. So I want to update that camera to see if we can see what's going on in Janesville, see if there's any fire on the ground. Then we'll also listen to the Dixie Fire radio to see if we can get an idea of what's actually going on the ground. And then we'll also take a look at Twitter because, believe it or not, that is sometimes the best place to get the most recent wildfire information. So I'm going to switch the fire scanner to the Dixie Fire now. And then we're going to look at some of the alert wildfire cameras, especially in the Janesville area, to see if we can see what's going on up there. Yeah, so I see somebody just commented, what is going on with the fire in Janesville? That is what we are going to try to figure out right now. As of right now, it does look like we have that hotspot on the west of Honey Lake. Same hotspot that got spotted yesterday about 4 to 5 miles from the major Dixie Fire blaze. Moved into Janesville. We did see some structures destroyed in that area last night. It calmed down somewhat overnight, but then as of right now, it looks like it is starting to flare back up again. You can see earlier in the morning there was so much smoke over the Dixie Fire, it actually moderated behavior, but then as the winds picked up, it's moved some of that smoke out, and in the last really 30 minutes to the last hour, you can see how those smoke plumes have picked up. Same 4 spots we had yesterday. So sometimes this is the best way to also see where those active hotspots are. We'll go to the natural color fire. Biggest one you see is the Caldor Fire area. We will go back to that one in a second, but I do want to figure out what's going on in the Janesville area. And you can see how the Dixie Fire did calm down early this morning with all that smoke, but as that smoke is cleared out, you'll see these 4 key areas start to flare up again. So right where my cursor is, you can see where that spot fire is in Janesville. Does look like it has started to pick back up again over the last 30 minutes. I think when I started this live stream, we didn't really see that hot spot yet, but it does look like that started to flare up. So I want to see if we can see some of the live cameras in that Janesville area to actually see if we can get eyes on what is happening in that area. And again, that's being fueled by those southwesterly winds that are continuing to push that fire to the northeast before that wind shift comes in later this afternoon. I believe it was Shaffer Mountain that we were looking at yesterday. So can't see much on that camera. Basically just looks like it's a very thick smoke plume over that area. I want to see if we can find that one camera that was looking directly over Janesville where we could actually see people evacuating last night and we could see that fire moving in. Yeah, so it was that camera. You can see how that looks over Janesville right now and to the west of Honey Lake. But looking at that camera itself, it looks like we can't really see anything there right now. Amazing to see the contrast to when we were looking at this video yesterday. Yesterday you could actually see people evacuating on Highway 395 and you could actually see some of that flame starting to come down the ridgeline. And thank you, Trish. We will check out the Antelope camera and the Hamilton Mountain and Shaffer Mountain. So we'll check out Antelope right now. That's usually a key one to look at.
How to get the drop point 20 because it's off of 36. Not sure what road to take.
So I see somebody just said there's cameras on Caltrans.
Thanks for the update.
Alright, so this is going to be a very interesting camera to look at. Looks like there's nobody on the road right there. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the Dixie Fire scanner for a second here. Seems like that one isn't as clear as the Caldor camera, so let's just try to figure out what's going on in that Dixie Fire Janesville area. Looks like, since the last time we looked at this hotspot, it looks like that has increased in activity. We can also see that on this map itself. If you look at where that hotspot is, right where my cursor is, we are certainly seeing early this morning looked like it wasn't very active because that smoke was so thick, and it has certainly started to flare up over the last hour. So good place to always find some recent information. We can check out Twitter to see what's going on here. I think good place to start is always CA Fire Scanner. is very up-to-date information. Caldor Fire, this is the camera we were looking at. The fire is making a hard push towards the east. That's also what we heard on the fire scanner. As well now with a visible spot fire on that side, we saw that spot fire popping up as well. And it was hard to hear what they were saying on the Dixie Fire, but it did sound like there was a spot fire as well on that Dixie Fire. If I will try to use the scanner again because that is the best place to get the most recent information, but giving it a break right now because it wasn't all that clear. So Caldor Fire radio traffic indicating they want mandatory evacs for that area of activity near Omo Ranch off Mill Road. That area is under warning. Stated it is approximately 50 to 60 houses. Caldor Fire radio traffic regarding near the origin. The fire is held up in the creek, but AA doesn't anticipate it to hold much longer before it will make a slope reversal and move into the Omo Ranch area. Resources prepping. So hard to figure out exactly what's going on in the Dixie Fire right now. So for that reason, let's go back to the Caldor Fire because I think that's actually the bigger story of what's going on. You can see how much activity we've seen throughout the day today. Wow, this is actually the first time we've really zoomed in on this one yet. You can see how small it was when it started the day, and then it was growing mostly to the north, and then throughout this video you can just see how rapidly it starts moving to the east there once those winds shift around. You can tell the winds shift around because the smoke starts going to the east, and that's going to be, I think, the key fire to watch over the next hour or two before we really start to see those southwesterly winds pick up on the Dixie Fire. Then we're going to have to keep our eyes mostly on the Janesville and Susanville areas to see if we get any flare-ups right there. But for the time being, we're going to go back to the Caldor operations fire scanner. Let me know how the volume is. I can turn it up or down. So in the meantime, I can't answer that question that just came in the chat. Somebody said, any good news for the upcoming weather forecast at all? So what's driving this critical fire weather right now is this trough that's moving through the Pacific Northwest. As that moves through, that's what's bringing those extreme wind gusts with it. And as is true with most troughs and low pressure systems like that, it's not going to be over us for all that long. It looks like it starts to shift away, and then we get back to more of that classic summer pattern over California where it will still be hot and dry, but at least we won't have those 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, looking at the winds right now, this is really the key factor that's driving a lot of the growth on really all our various wildfires going on across California. Not only the Dixie Fire, but the Monument Fire, certainly the Caldor Fire right now. You can see how these winds have picked up throughout the day today and exactly where we don't want them to be, especially on the Dixie Fire. Most of our activity on the Dixie Fire is in this northeastern section of the fire between Lake Almanor and Honey Lake. And you can see that if we zoom out there, that's exactly where the strongest winds appear to be. So those wind gusts coming in at about 35 to even 40 miles per hour. And what that's going to do throughout the next hour or two is take some of these hotspots and continue to move them farther towards the northeast. And once again, it seems like every time we update this map, it looks like that hotspot is growing just south of Janesville. So we are going to have to keep a very close eye on what is going down there. So I see somebody asked, how do I zoom in on the DuPage satellite page? So I am using a Mac. And what I do is you just put two fingers on kind of the, I don't know what you call it, the mouse pad. And then if you move your fingers apart, it zooms in. If you push them together, it zooms back out. And then I think you can also do, if you have a Mac, you can press Command plus. Maybe that doesn't work too well. I think the best way is you just pinch in and it goes directly to that fire area. So do want to go back to the Caldor Fire though, because that fire scanner seemed to be working a little bit better, and we do have some growth, a lot of growth happening right there. You can see how fast it is pushing to the east right now, and we do have a large number of structures around the Caldor Fire area. Most of those structures, no, not fire history, we want fire activity and structures. Most of those structures are on the western side of the Caldor Fire, so if we had to pick a direction for it to be moving, we would pick for it to move east, but again, we still have a large amount of structures to the east there as well, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on what's going on there. I'll turn the fire scanner back on. Let me know if you want me to turn it down or up.
Predominant spread into the east-northeast.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the update. I'm 1550.
And we'll also go back and try to look at some of those images coming out of the Caldor Fire. We'll start with the Armstrong ones, and then we'll move down to that Leak Springs one as well. Let's go 6 hours this time. I want to see how it changed throughout the entire day today.
Yeah, I was going to give it a shot again, once I find it. Copy. We'll go wide around here. Copy.
So you can see how much the activity has picked up on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. Once this loads to the end, I'll replay it because you can see that even though the strongest winds are still to come over the next 2 to 3 hours, we're already seeing very extreme fire behavior on the Caldor Fire. So I'll restart this. Say okay. It failed. So earlier in the day, you can see that it's relatively flat, hasn't punched through that smoke inversion yet, and then right there you can see the plumes start to punch through, and then the second that happens is when you start seeing more and more extreme fire behavior, because what happens is once it punches through, it's almost like a positive feedback loop on itself, because you get so much rising motion that then air has to replace that air that just got pulled up into the atmosphere. So then you get air rushing into the fire, and then that leads to some rapid fire spread on the ground. And in some cases, if that air is moving in at different directions, that's where you start to get some circulation and some of those fire whirls that you see in all those, in some of the videos that we actually were seeing coming out of the Dixie Fire area yesterday. And then you can just see how much it has picked up over the last 2 to 3 hours. Went from looking like some moderate smoke in the early morning to one of the biggest smoke plumes that we've seen this season. Now, this camera doesn't appear to want to stay useful, so I'm going to turn the fire scanner back on so we can keep an ear on what's happening on the ground. And then I want to load up this Leak Springs camera, because this is really the one to watch. Let's see if we can look at 6 hours to see how it has developed throughout the day. Can it punch through that inversion early? Usually we don't see it punch through until about 4 to 6 p.m., but it punched through at about what appeared to be maybe 10 or 11 this morning. We're already seeing a large amount of activity on the Caldor Fire. And then in a second here, you'll be able to see this spot fire start down here. So I'm going to turn the fire scanner off for a second so I can answer a very important question. Somebody said, are they evacuating Susanville or Janesville right now? We can go to the Dixie Fire page, look at the most recent evacuation warnings. I believe there was already an evacuation order for all of Janesville last night. And I think this is going to be a good evacuation map for the Dixie Fire. So it looks like it's still not directly over all of Susanville. Looks like maybe some parts of Susanville are in that evacuation warning. What I always say about evacuation warnings or orders is that once the order is put in place, guaranteed you should head out. And then also what I've personally done, I live in a very high fire danger area. If I even start to slightly feel it in my gut that the wildfire situation is getting worse, I don't even wait for that evacuation order to come in. I just pack up my stuff and get out of there, because you never know if the power is going to go out, if the emergency notification system is going to fail. And as of right now, it doesn't look like Susanville is in that evacuation order yet. But given those strong southwesterly winds we have coming in as of right now, where it's going to be about 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts coming in from the exact direction we don't want them to be coming in from, and then also the fact that we're starting to see that fire activity pick up. You can see that smoke is moving towards the east and northeast. So what that means for the Dixie Fire is that if the smoke is moving towards the east or northeast, that means the winds are blowing in that direction, and that means some of these hot spots you see here are going to move in that direction as well. So looks like the hot spots, at least on this map, are still a ways away from Susanville. Looks like about 6 miles. But key thing I'll point out is those hot spots aren't always accurate, and with how strong the winds are, like we saw yesterday, this spot fire jumped 5 miles just instantly. So burning ember dropped down here, started the spot fire, and then that was what grew into Janesville. So going to be very important if you do live in the Susanville area to stay updated on all those recent evacuation orders. And honestly, if I were you, I would probably just pack up right now and keep a very close ear on the fire scanner and that InsuWeb Dixie Fire page to see if that pops up as well. And you can also look on Facebook where they have updates on the Dixie Fire evacuations. I'll show you exactly what are the best pages to look at. So if we go to Facebook, there's 3 pages I follow for the Dixie Fire. We have CAL FIRE Butte County, Plumas County Sheriff's Office, and CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc Unit. Lassen Modoc Unit usually posts a good amount of content and very up-to-date evacuation orders. Looks like there was some new ones about 3 hours ago that we haven't looked at yet, but based on that map, you could somewhat see where those evacuation orders were in place. And thank you very much, Driving and Adventures, for the super chat. I'm just trying to keep up on the live chat here. And I do want to turn that fire scanner back on for the Caldor Fire area, because it does look like that's the key spot to think about as of right now. We're going to be jumping back and forth between the Caldor Fire, Dixie Fire, and then I'll try to throw in the Monument Fire when I can. So you can see in this imagery,
Fuel and return, and 3,500 exit entry.
this is again looking at the Caldor Fire throughout the day today.
You can see the severe coming up now. Just coming up for the ridge here. Copy, yes, gotcha.
So I see somebody's question, is there a site for the fire scanner? What I did was, there's actually an app that you can get for your phone. I believe it's Police Scanner. And then there's a lot of ads on just the free version. So if you get the paid version, it's only, I think, $3 a week or $3 a month or something. But definitely a good thing to have, and definitely a good thing to have if you live in the areas that may be evacuated throughout the day today. That's a good place to get all the information that's going actually going on the ground. And then the other places, again, to get that information, the InciWeb and the Cal Fire web pages.
Okay, have to get back.
And thank you very much, Darren, for the super chat. I believe my subscription to the fire scanner just officially got paid for.
Operations Center, Tahoe. Phone number for the picture. 530-708-2704. Apologies, you got walked on. 5307.
Alright, so one thing that we're seeing on the Twitter right here, Dixie Fire afternoon update. Not a lot of new intel, but an IR recon plane flew over the fire at 1 p.m. and captured this mapping of the fire south of Janesville. Not a lot of growth in the past 10 hours. White line shows fire is mapped at 3 a.m., red perimeter mapped at 1 p.m. So I believe that's Honey Lake right there. At least that looks like what we're seeing. Janesville looks to be towards the east right there. That's where we were seeing that fire activity coming in last night. So I want to see if we can look at that camera again, because we were looking at a camera yesterday that was directly over Janesville where we could actually see people evacuating on Highway 395. We could also see the power being shut off last night as there was the request to turn it off. I believe it was the Shaffer Mountain camera. So I want to see, it looks like it's still just complete smoke over that area. Most likely some of that smoke is going to clear later today. As those stronger winds come in, we got those wind gusts up to 35-40 miles per hour. So once that smoke clears, we'll get a better view of what's going on. You can see where that camera is pointing. It's almost directly to where that hotspot is on the western edge of Honey Lake. Thank you very much, Gina, for the super chat. I would say fire scanner is definitely paid for at this point. Apologies for all the static on it. I don't think there's really anything I could do, and I would just completely turn it off for the rest of the day because it is not the easiest thing to listen to, but it is a great source of the most recent information. For example, when we were looking at the Caldor Fire down here, when we were listening to the fire scanner, they were talking about how the fire has slowed down on the northern edge, but it's starting to pick up on the eastern edge, and there's such a rapid rate of spread on that eastern edge that they aren't able to bring in crews for direct line. They were also talking about a number of spot fires as well. So while the fire scanner can get a little annoying sometimes, it definitely is helpful, because just trying to get information from Twitter, which has its own challenges and distractions, and then these InciWeb pages, usually these are updated pretty actively, especially for any new evacuation warnings, but actually hearing about what the fire is doing on the ground, very hard to get an idea of the current situation just from looking at hotspot maps like this. So definitely is useful to listen to the fire scanner. I'm going to turn it on real quick, and then I want to see if we can find another camera pointed to the Dixie Fire area, because I really want to see if that fire activity appears to be picking up over the last couple of hours, because looking at the satellite imagery, it looks like it's starting to pick up in the Dixie Fire area. Once this restarts, you'll see that earlier this morning we had some thick smoke over us. That was keeping the behavior down. But as those strong winds have come in at about 30 to 35 miles per hour this afternoon, we're starting to see that fire activity pick up, especially on that northern edge. But then the key area we're concerned about is that hot spot that is moving into Janesville. And just looking at the hotspot map here, seems like every time we update it, this hotspot, the one that's just south of Janesville, appears to be growing. So I do want to try to continue to listen to the fire scanner to see if we can get an idea of what is going on the ground.
Fire's edge to Highway 50 is 2 miles.
And then I also want to see if we can find any other cameras. This one actually might point at what we're looking at. I want to see if we can see the hotspot here. This would be trying to look at the hotspot that is moving into Janesville, or at least appears like it's moving and continuing to move into Janesville as of right now. Again, we did have some structures destroyed yesterday, but the exact number is not out yet because right now they're mostly focused on fire suppression, and over the next few days we should actually start to get those numbers back from the destruction that happened as that hotspot moved into the Dixie Fire and Janesville area. So once again, not seeing much activity on these cams. It does look like there's still some very thick smoke over the Dixie Fire, and that could actually end up playing into our favor, all of that smoke, because we have seen on these fires in the past that when you have such thick smoke over your fire, it actually helps to keep your temperatures down, which keeps your winds down as well. So one thing I do want to look at, wow, you can see the Caldor Fire just taking off down here. We're going to have to continue to keep an eye on that one. But one thing I do want to look at is if we can actually see any of the current weather observations in these areas. I mainly want to see how strong the wind gusts are, especially around that Honey Lake, Janesville area, to see how strong those winds actually are in that area. So this, if you just saw that, I pulled up this weather station that is actually directly in Janesville right there. So you can imagine where that is. For reference sake, you can see Honey Lake is right to the east. Looking at the hotspot map, you can see where Honey Lake is. It doesn't look like a lake, but I believe somebody in the live chat yesterday said it is a dry lake. You can see where that heat signature is right there. So it looks like it's almost directly near where that station is that we just clicked on. So this will give us a good idea of the fire weather conditions that are acting to continue to spread that hotspot into the Janesville area. And you can see just how critical the fire weather conditions are. The temperature looks to be about 86 degrees. Relative humidity is in the teens. And we are getting some wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. So that's exactly what we did not want to see in the Janesville area. It does look like those strong winds are coming in, and wind direction seems to be mostly from, it seems to be shifting north and south in there, but the predominant figure that you see in there is from the west, which makes sense because looking at the satellite imagery, that smoke appears to mostly be blowing towards the east, which is the big thing that we're going to have to watch on both of that hotspot north or to the west of Susanville, as those westerly winds would try to push that hotspot this direction. And then we'll also have to keep an eye on the Janesville area because you can see that hotspot is actually back into Janesville. We'll also take a look at Twitter to see if we can see any of the recent videos coming out from the Janesville area, because like I said, there is some critical fire weather conditions there right now, and a large number of evacuation orders are in place. And then on. And I'm also going to switch the fire scanner to the Dixie Fire area. I really want to hear if there's anything going on in the Janesville area. This is a time lapse that was taken by one of my fellow team members at the San Jose State Fire Weather Research Laboratory. You can see how yesterday afternoon it was just some light smoke and moderate fire behavior, and then as those wind gusts picked up in the afternoon, where we got some gusts up to 35 miles per hour. We actually looked at that on that Janesville station. We had those strong wind gusts, and you can see how that fire activity picked up throughout the day. And our Cal Fire research team, or not Cal Fire, but San Jose State Fire Weather Research Team, you can see them in this video. Once it restarts, you'll actually be able to see them in their yellows. What we're doing is we have our radar truck pointed at the smoke plume, and we actually get data on how the wildfire is creating its own weather, and then we're able to plug that into our models to be able to predict how that fire is going to change in the future. So just want to pull back up the Dixie Fire scanner. Thank you very much for the super chat. And in this fire scanner, again, apologies for the static, but it is the best way to try to find out the most recent information about what is going on the ground. This is, again, listening back to the Dixie Fire scanner.
November, go for Cap 14. Tell Cook.
So you can see that shot of the Caldor Fire there. We can go back to that live imagery because I think that is the key camera to be looking at right now.
20 trainee lining up on command.
I believe that's the Leak Springs camera.
They should be there any minute.
So you can see that large amount of fire activity we've had on the Caldor Fire over the last 1 to 2 hours. You'll be able to see that little spot fire start on the southern edge here. That is one thing that we heard on the fire scanner. They're talking about spot fires. They're talking about the rapid rate of spread on the eastern edge of the Caldor Fire. And I did notice somebody said Grizzly Flats in the live chat. We were looking at that area earlier, and unfortunately it looks like around that Grizzly Flats area we do have a large amount of structures there, but as of right now it looks like that is underneath where that Caldor Fire hotspot area is. Now, one thing we did hear on the fire scanner though is that the Caldor Fire is mostly moving to the east here. So that's at least the one silver lining that we can possibly take, is that if those winds were blowing from the east, we would be seeing that rapid rate of spread into where we see a massive amount of structures. But looking at the satellite imagery and listening to the fire scanner, we did hear them say that the Caldor Fire is mostly moving towards the east there. You can see that because of that smoke right there. I'm actually interested to see how strong the winds are in that Caldor Fire area. I believe we already have the latitude and longitude for the Caldor Fire right here. I want to see how strong those winds are and if it predicted that shift to more easterly winds. Yeah, you can see those strong winds that we have right over the Caldor Fire area, around 30 miles per hour right now. I want to see if they pick up over the next couple of hours. Looks like by 8 p.m. we start to see the winds calm down at least a little bit over the Caldor Fire, which would be some great news, but still blowing at 25 miles per hour. And you notice also still mostly from a westerly southwesterly direction. So the fact that we've seen most of our growth on the eastern edge of the Caldor Fire is most likely going to continue as those winds come in. Now, I do want to see if that northerly wind shift that we're seeing in very northern California happens for the Caldor Fire. Looks like it doesn't. So, looks like we're a bit too far south for that wind shift to happen, but zooming out here, you can see that strong northerly wind event that's going to be happening in northern California later this afternoon. That's going to be the big story that we go over really for the next maybe 6 to 8 hours. We're going to have to continue to follow, especially the Dixie Fire, because you can see as of right now those critical conditions coming in where we have those wind gusts around 35 to 40 miles per hour. What that's doing is acting to spread some of those hot spots further into the Janesville area. It'll continue to try to spread that northeastern section closer to Susanville. Don't believe we have an evacuation order in place in Susanville yet, but that is one of the key spots that we're going to have to keep our eye on. And then one of the key factors for the Dixie Fire moving forward is as we get into tonight, you can see that wind shift. Just in case you missed it, we'll go back to 5 p.m. You can see it's mostly southwesterly and westerly winds directly over where the Dixie Fire is. And then you start to see some of those northerly winds in the farther northern parts of California, and then those northern winds find their way down into the Dixie Fire area. That's where I think the key spot that we're going to be watching tonight is that Lake Almanor area, as we get some 25 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts blowing down from the north. And the reason that's so important is because with northerly winds, that would act to take this hotspot and try to move it down to the south. And you can see, so this has actually updated since the last time we looked at it. As of right now, it shows that that hotspot is already moving south, so it'd be interesting to see if some of the smoke over the Dixie Fire is started moving south yet, because it appears that that hotspot is moving south, mostly northeast throughout the day, shifts to a more easterly direction right there. So not seeing that southern push yet, but we're going to have to keep a close eye on it, and it does look like that area is flaring up somewhat. So I'm going to try to listen into the Dixie Fire fire scanner to see if they talk about what's going on along the Lake Almanor area right there. One thing and that's going to pose some challenges because I know that they repositioned a large number of resources up towards the Janesville area, and you can see why that hotspot going into the Janesville area, we've already had some structures destroyed there, but it looks like we also have some challenging conditions on this area to the north of Lake Almanor, and that's without the wind shift even happening yet. So that's going to be an area that we have to follow very closely over the next 4 to 6 hours. So, yep, if you are looking at the west side, smoke's going south. So, let's try to zoom in there and see if we can see that, because it certainly looks like that hotspot is already moving south. You can actually start to see some of that smoke up there, especially up in the Antelope Fire, and then some of that smoke north of the Dixie Fire. You can actually see how it's starting to move south now. That's that big wind shift that's coming in as this low pressure system moves through the Pacific Northwest. You can think about the counterclockwise flow around that on this western edge. That's going to be bringing that northerly wind push over the next few hours. So that's going to be the key thing that we're watching. And it looks like a key area we'll have to keep our eye on is that Lake Almanor area. So I do want to tune into the fire scanner to hear if we can figure out what's going on in that Lake Almanor area. This is the Dixie Fire fire scanner. And apologies for the static, and it might be a little while before we actually get any very relevant information, but you never really know with the fire scanner. Sometimes they say just an absolute piece of gold, the exact thing that we're searching for. So I don't know if you guys could just hear that on the fire scanner, but it sounds like, I couldn't hear if it was a civilian or a firefighter, but it sounds like they had a smoke inhalation injury and they were requiring some medical assistance that is on the Dixie Fire. And then I saw a question in the live chat that I wanted to answer. Somebody said high or low pressure system. So that's the big shift that we've seen over the last couple of days. Up till Sunday, we had that high pressure system over us. And then what's caused the increase in our fire activity both yesterday and right now is this low pressure system that's moving through the Pacific Northwest. Key thing that you notice here is those isobars getting closer together. That's what's bringing those extreme wind gusts in, where we're seeing those gusts of about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And somebody also said, what does the yellow area on the map represent? I believe you're referring to this one. If you're wondering about those yellow areas, those yellow spots right there are the structures. I could turn those on and off to you. That's one of the big concerns about the Caldor fires. You can see large amount of structures to the west there, and somebody did ask about El Dorado Hills, which looks like it's one of those areas to the west of the Caldor fire. Now, the good news that I would say about all of these structures is, as of right now, looking at the satellite imagery, it looks like most of that smoke is blowing towards the east, which means that the fire is going to be mostly moving towards the east. So that, I would say, is the one good piece of news that we can take out of the Caldor fire right now. But overall, not much good news to get on this. As you can see, it's basically tripled in size since we were looking at it yesterday. So do want to continue listening to the Dixie Fire camera, and I also want to see if we can see any images of the smoke plumes coming off of the Dixie Fire right now, because it does look like the fire activity has been picking up over the last hour or two. And again, to repeat what we heard on the fire scanner the last time we were listening to the Dixie Fire, it does sound like there was some kind of either civilian or firefighter injury due to smoke inhalation. So now I want to see if we can find some live images. So that's actually a great question. Somebody asked, what are the chances that the smoke or the winds shift to the west? So that's a great question for the Caldor fire area, because you can see how many structures are to the west of that hotspot right there. Now the good news is, if we come back to this map, that low pressure system seems to be hanging out for all the way until it looks like Thursday. And around a low you have counterclockwise circulation, so we're most likely going to continue to see those northerly winds and those northwesterly winds throughout much of California as that low slowly moves its way out. So that would make me think that west or winds pushing the Caldor fire to the west are unlikely, because the low pressure system is literally the exact opposite of winds that would blow to the west. So I would say that that is some good news right there. And we can also actually look at the windy map to see if there's any shift in the wind direction down there. It seems like the winds were a bit more constant in that Caldor fire area. So go to the exact latitude and longitude for the Caldor fire area. One thing you can So it sounds like there was another injury on the Dixie Fire. That one sounded like a dog bite though, so nothing fire related there. Do want to answer that one question we had in the live chat about if the winds will be shifting to the west over the Caldor Fire, because that would certainly be the worst direction those winds could shift to, because you can see how many structures are to the west of the Caldor Fire. Now, looking at the windy map, we can zoom in there. That's directly at the center of the Caldor Fire. You can see how it's mostly southwesterly and westerly winds right now. That's why we're seeing most of our growth on the Caldor Fire to the east right now. Now, easy way to look at wind direction is down here. It does look like they're going to be shifting to pushing that fire to the west later tonight. But the good news, at that point, you can see how those arrows shift around at about maybe 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. You can see it's hard to actually see them right there. You can kind of see those 10 to 15 mile per hour winds that would be pushing over the Caldor Fire to the west. But the good news is that at that time you can see that our temperature drops down into the 60s and our relative humidity does come up some. We can actually look at what the relative humidity is at that time, up to 50%. So not a great humidity recovery, but it's at least not, we're at least not seeing those westerly winds in the middle of the day when that would be a bad time to see it, because you can see 87 degrees, mostly southwesterly and westerly winds throughout the day today, pushing the Caldor Fire farther to the east. Going back to the Dixie Fire radio. So one thing to see here is that there are a large amount of evacuation orders that keep being updated for the Caldor Fire area. Reason for that is because just looking at the hotspot imagery, it seems like it's basically tripled in size throughout the day today. And if we actually want to see what the Caldor Fires look like, throughout the day today, we can go back to the Alert Wildfire camera, where one of these cams, there was the Leak Springs. I would say this is one of the largest smoke plumes that we have seen throughout this entire 2021 season. When we were listening to the fire scanner, we'll actually go back to the Caldor Fire area, because I think that might be the key spot to listen to right now. And it did seem like that station had a little less static as well. One amazing thing that we did hear on the fire scanner is that somehow that they're actually able to be using some aircraft on the Caldor Fire right now, which once I play this imagery will absolutely amaze you, because you can see how much smoke is over the Caldor Fire right now. So I did just see somebody asked about Weaverville, and it has been a while since we looked at the Monument Fire, so we will jump over there real quick, because that is one of the other fires that I am certainly concerned about throughout the day today. Let's go. I don't think that's looking at the right place. I typed in Weaverville, but that does not look like Weaverville. Let's go. We'll try to find it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, that took us all the way to the East Coast. Guess there's two Weavervilles. Coming back in here, let's take a look at the Monument Fire. And again, there's big updates going on in the Dixie Fire, especially that hotspot that's going into Janesville. There's big updates on the Caldor Fire, mostly moving to the east right now. It's led to a large number of new evacuation orders. And then the other fire that we're following closely is the Monument Fire, because if we look at the active hotspots right now, you can see that most of the activity is on that southeastern side, and the big story coming in later today is that we're going to have a major wind shift, where the winds are mostly going to be coming from the north. This is what's causing that red flag warning right now. We're seeing some wind gusts later this afternoon up to 35, 40 miles per hour, and because it's coming from the north, that will try to push this hotspot farther down to the south. And the reason I'm so concerned about that is you can see the large amount of structures just to the south there. If we look at how far away it is right now, it looks like that's maybe only a mile away. One thing I will say is those hotspots aren't always completely accurate. It's heat signatures being picked up by a satellite in space, but it looks like those hotspots are already very close to the Hayfork area, and that's before the wind shift has even happened yet. So one thing we can do on the Monument Fire, wow, it's up to 120,000 acres. That was just updated 28 minutes ago. So that's up about, I think, 20,000 acres from yesterday. You could see how much activity we had on it yesterday. And I do want to look at that wind shift coming in this afternoon, because that's going to be the key factor for that Hayfork area. That, I believe the person in the live chat was asking about the Weaverville area, and that wind shift would actually be good news for the Weaverville area, because we can show the cities on that one as well, just in case you aren't familiar about the cities around the Monument Fire. We'll turn off the red flag warning. I guess that is a key thing to point out, though. There is a red flag warning over the Monument Fire and the McFarland Fire, and Antelope, Dixie, and Caldor as well. But for the time being, let's turn that off so you can see exactly what cities I'm talking about when it comes to the Monument Fire. We have Burnt Ranch over here. We have Junction City, Weaverville, and then Hayfork down there. So my main concern over the next maybe 8 hours is actually that Hayfork area, and you'll understand why when we take this latitude and longitude. We go to the Windy website. This is a trick that you can use yourself. You delete the word latitude, and then it will take you directly to the center of that fire. So then you can zoom in here, and the best thing to do for the day today is look at what the wind gusts are going to be doing. You can see they've already started to shift to a more northwesterly direction. Just zooming out, you can see how that northern wind event is already starting to push in. Earlier today and over the last few days, it was mostly to the southwest, but you can see as that northerly wind change comes in, the change that's happening because of this low pressure system, as that low moves through the Pacific Northwest due to its counterclockwise circulation, you can see how those northerly winds are pushing directly into Northern California. So throughout the next couple of hours, that's actually just going to be picking up over the Monument Fire area, and the reason that's such a concern is because you can see the large amount of structures just to the south of the Monument Fire. So once those northerly winds push in, that would act to try to push that area of the fire where we're already seeing the most activity farther down to the south. So definitely going to have to keep a close eye on that one. I do want to go back to the Caldor Fire area though, because we were hearing some interesting information on the fire scanner. So I'm going to turn that back on, and I'm going to actually, we haven't looked at the Dyer Mountain FLIR camera this entire video. I actually want to look at that before anything else. Dixie Fire. Where is that camera? Right there. Because I want to see if the Dyer Mountain area seems to be flaring up. The first thing I noticed is the fact that that camera is shaking so much. That tells you how strong the winds are. Whenever you see the camera shaking like that, that means there's strong winds. And we looked at some of the winds earlier. We were actually able to click into one of the weather stations in the Dixie Fire area, and we were already seeing some wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. And that wasn't even in the one of those wind corridors. So if we were to click into one of those stations where the winds are the strongest, most likely seeing some wind gusts up to 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to, since this is the Dixie Fire that we're looking at, I'll turn on the Dixie Fire fire scanner, see if we can figure out any new information, and then I'm going to refill my water glass, and I'll be back in about maybe 2 to 3 minutes.
Nick as well. Once you get full of water, down to 395, go to south, and then just park on the side of the road. I copy. What'd you try?
Alrighty, I am back. So next thing I want to do, I do want to check back in on, let's update all of our different pages to see if there's been any updates to our overall numbers. Looks like the Dixie Fire is up to 605,000 acres, containment staying at around 31%, and large number of evacuation orders in place. The key spot that we're following throughout the day today is that Janesville area, where we do see that hotspot. Every time we update this map, it looks like this hotspot is continuing to grow into the Janesville area. So key thing that we're going to be doing once I update all these pages and give you guys the most recent numbers is I want to see if we can find any footage coming out of the Janesville area to see what it actually looks like on the ground. So back to the Dixie Fire, we have a large number of evacuation orders in place. I am curious to see if Susanville has an official evacuation order yet. So this is actually a good time for me to show where you can find some of the most important links if we come into Dixie Fire evacuation map. Let's try this one. And that's not what we wanted to see. I think this one is, oh, this is exactly what we're looking for. So you can see that those evacuation orders cover the Janesville area where we have that hotspot to the west of Honey Lake. Doesn't look like Susanville's in that evacuation order yet. I'll refresh the page just in case. But that is going to be the area that we're going to be watching the closest over the next maybe 5 hours, because we do still have those very strong southwest winds picking up to about 35 miles per hour right now. That's continuing to push that edge of the Dixie Fire a little bit closer towards Janesville. Again, it looks like we have a bit more separation than we did last night, but we're just getting to the part of the fire weather forecast where those winds pick up the most. This is where the red flag warning was supposed to be peaking and where we were getting those 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. But the key spot that we're going to try to figure out what's going on the ground is that area around Janesville. We'll have to turn the fire scanner back on in a second, but first I want to look at how many resources. I just closed the Cal Fire Dixie Fire page, so I'll open it back up. I want to see if we've gotten more resources in the last 24 hours or if we've actually lost resources because they had to be deployed down to the Caldor Fire. It'd be interesting to see if the resources on the Caldor Fire increased throughout the day today, because last time we looked at it there was maybe like 240. Now it looks like we still only have 242 personnel on the Caldor Fire. Hopefully that number increases throughout the day today, but at the same time hopefully we don't lose any personnel from the Dixie Fire, because I would be surprised if they took any off the Dixie Fire, because it certainly is a critical situation there as well. One thing you'll notice for that structures destroyed number for the Dixie Fire is we haven't seen that come up in the last day. It's 1,180 structures. Just out of curiosity, I wonder where that ranks on the most destructive wildfires in California history, because that's a lot of structures going in here. Oh, that's the deadliest California wildfires. I guess that is the one silver lining on the Dixie Fire. Knock on wood, I don't believe we have had any deaths yet, although I do know we have had a number of injuries. So most destructive, that's what we're looking for. So it looks like Dixie Fire is up to number 14 on the most destructive California wildfires map. So that was something new that we hadn't seen before. And then again, it's also the number 2 largest wildfire in the history of California, the largest single fire in the history of California. That number 1 spot was the August Complex, but that's where multiple fires all came together. So very curious to see the personnel here, and it does look like some personnel have been pulled off of the Dixie Fire. It looks like we still have a large amount of helicopters, engines, dozers, and water tenders. But when we were looking at the personnel a number of days ago, we had about 6,500. Looks like we're down below 6,000 right now. Part of the reason for that, I can think of 2 things. One, it might be due to the fact that we have this new fire that has recently started flaring up so much in the Caldor Fire, seeing much more activity down there than we were seeing in previous days. It seems like it's tripled over the last 24 hours, so most likely bringing more and more personnel to fight that fire. And then the other fact that I heard, I don't exactly remember where I saw this, it might have been a tweet, but I believe some of the firefighters who are on the Dixie Fire live in the Caldor Fire area, where we do have all of those new evacuation warnings. So I believe that some of the firefighters were actually being pulled off of the Dixie Fire to go evacuate their homes that are now being affected by the Caldor Fire. And I believe, now I forget exactly who that was. I just followed him on Twitter, but I forget who it was that put out that fact. So that's what we heard on the fire scanner. 2 civilian injuries reported. I believe one of those, if that is the same injuries we were listening to on the fire scanner, it sounded like one of them was smoke inhalation. One of them was actually a dog bite. So that might have actually been the Dixie Fire where that dog bite happened. Not totally sure. But again, when it comes to the Dixie Fire, that one is up to 605,000 acres. I'm interested to see if the acres has updated on the Caldor Fire. Still at 6,500. Not really surprised they haven't had an update on those numbers yet, because they certainly have their hands full just trying to suppress it right now versus actually trying to count how many acres have been burned. To really drive that point home, we can look at that imagery over the Caldor Fire right now. You can see earlier in the day, it was already seeing a lot of activity. When I did my update this morning on the Dixie Fire, Caldor Fire was already taking off. But the reason I didn't do an update on the Caldor Fire this morning was I wanted to take some time to really look at a lot of the information, make sure I knew what was going on in that area. But you can see how much activity is going on the Caldor Fire right now. That little spot fire starting down there, that was something that we heard on the fire scanner. They were seeing a number of spot fires. The other thing we heard was that the winds had shifted, and you can actually see this on the satellite imagery earlier in the day. Once that resets, you can see that smoke was mostly blowing to the north on the Caldor Fire. So most of our fire growth early on was to the north, and then in the last couple of hours it has shifted to a more westerly direction. So we heard on that fire scanner that we're seeing more and more growth to the eastern edge of that Caldor Fire, which you can see there are some structures in that area, but I would say the one silver lining is that it's not winds blowing from the east, because you can see there are thousands of structures to the west of the Caldor Fire. It does look like there might be some wind shift coming in tonight, where we do get those easterly winds that would try to push the fire to the west. But the good thing is that when that wind shift comes in tonight, our temperatures will be in the 60s, our relative humidity goes up into the 50s, so there will be less extreme fire activity when that wind shift does happen. And I imagine if we see this coming, you can guarantee the firefighters see that coming as well. So I imagine they already have some dozers and some hand crews in this area working on some lines and structure protection just in case that wind shift does come in. But just want to see this view again of the Caldor Fire. And then I do also want to turn the fire scanner back on to see if we can hear what's going on the ground on the Caldor Fire, because the last time we listened we got that great update where they said that the northern edge of the fire had been calming down, and then the eastern edge was flaring up and had a very rapid rate of spread, seeing so much growth on the eastern edge of the fire that they actually had to pull back some resources, and basically there was too much fire activity to go to direct attack. So just turning that.
Elevate, air attack, go with your traffic.
So right there, you could hear him talking about air attack. So what I actually want to see is, I want to see if we do have some air attack on these fires, which honestly I'd be a little surprised about considering how much smoke we have over Northern California right now. But you can see that is, I guess, one benefit to those strong wind gusts is when you get wind gusts at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, you can see how it blows some of that surface smoke out. So then that does open up the opportunity to be using some aircraft. But key thing I notice here is how much activity we're seeing on the Caldor Fire right now. We haven't looked at this in a while, so I do want to see what the fire itself actually looks like. You can see large amount of growth, and most recently you can actually see it growing towards the east right there. Wow, that's one of the fastest fire growth animations I think I've ever seen looking at the satellite imagery, and we've been looking at this basically nonstop for 3 weeks now, following the Dixie Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire. You can see when that wind shift happens, it's blowing mostly to the north in the morning, you see that growth to the north, and then the winds shift so it's moving to the east, and then you start to see all that fire to the east. But again, you could take that as slightly good news because it's the western edge of the Caldor Fire where we have thousands of structures right there. So I do want to look and see if we can find some aircraft, because I believe on the Caldor Fire they did say that they are able to use some aircraft. So I believe this is one of the helicopters it seems like this is the Caldor Fire area right here. It's just southwest of Lake Tahoe. Let's make sure we're looking in the right place. Yeah, it looks like it's just southwest of Lake Tahoe. So it does look like we have some air attack on the Caldor Fire. We can check out one of the planes here. I gotta get the paid version of this website. All the ads are a bit annoying. It is cool how you can see the path though. It looks like it's going directly over the Caldor Fire. We can check out this one as well. That one appears to be going directly over the Caldor Fire. Number of helicopters in here. That one's definitely a firefighting helicopter. Another helicopter in here, and then another plane. So I'd say amazing to see that we are able to use some aircraft on the Caldor Fire. That's actually great news, because we did hear on the fire scanner earlier that they weren't able to do direct attack with hand crews on that eastern side. So great to hear that they are actually able to use aircraft, which honestly is surprising because you can see how much smoke we have coming off of the Caldor Fire right there. And you could also see that looking at the live imagery. Earlier in the morning, before the fire weather conditions really even picked up, we had a large amount of fire activity, and then the smoke has just increased throughout the day. So pretty amazing that we're actually able to use some aircraft on this, but crucial because as we heard on the fire scanner, the rate of spread has been so fast on that eastern edge that it'd be too dangerous to have any hand crews in there. I am curious to see if there's aircraft on the Dixie Fire. Last time I looked, I don't think I could see any aircraft, but let's go. So I wonder if this is a commercial plane over Janesville. Yeah, it looks like that's a commercial plane. Is this a...
We're going to be coming north behind, just maintain 3,500. We'll pass over the top.
Okay, we're dropping back down. In order for me to get up on top there, I gotta get up to 4,000.
Yeah, that's no problem. And that comes up whatsoever. I'm just letting you know we're coming north to south behind you.
All right, copy that. And we're off the drop.
Alright, so you could hear that was a conversation with one of the pilots that we were just looking at over the Caldor Fire. I'm not sure which pilot it was. It'd be interesting if we had clicked on his plane and looked at the path while we were actually hearing him talk. But it sounded like he was one of these planes in here over the Caldor Fire. You can see how they just go over the fire itself, and it did sound like he was doing a drop, which is some great news to see that we do have some air resources on this fire. Now there is helicopters, number of planes, and then it does look like we have some aircraft on the Dixie Fire as well, which is great news because when we had all that activity last night, especially in the Janesville area, most of that fire spread that we saw last night where the flames were actually going into Janesville, once the sun drops, you can't use those aircraft. So that's why that was such a difficult suppression. So I was just thinking about how I want to get the subscription plan for this website right now so that we don't have to look at all these ads as we look at this. But then I just remembered I can't be typing in my credit card number while 422 people are watching. But looking at I guess this will do throughout the day today, and then I'll try to get the subscription plan before tomorrow. Key point I'm trying to make though is that we do have some aircraft over the Dixie Fire, which is great news because you can see how much smoke we have. Because Dixie Fire not only has to deal with its own smoke, but you can also see a large amount of smoke coming from the Monument Fire that's finding its way over to Dixie. So pretty crucial that we're actually able to still use some aircraft on that fire, even given how much smoke we have in the area. And the key thing to look at there for how much smoke, I want to go back to that camera we were looking at yesterday where we were actually looking over Janesville. It was the Shaffer Mountain camera. Last night we could actually see people evacuating, and then we could see that fire coming down the ridgeline. And you can see on this map exactly where that camera is pointed. I'll turn on, no, not that. Turn on hybrid, so you can see exactly where that camera is pointed, directly at Janesville to the west of Honey Lake. So that's what we're looking at. Thank you very much, Kyle, for the super chat. But what you notice on this imagery is just how much smoke is in that area. So looking at it on the satellite map, there's that hotspot on the northeastern side of the Dixie Fire right there. So that camera is directly under that smoke plume right there. So it's no wonder that we can't really see much on that imagery anymore. I'd be surprised if they're using any of those aerial operations in that area, because it certainly looks like it would be absolutely impossible to fly a plane or a helicopter through that kind of smoke. So interesting. Oh, it sounds like we have some trolls in the live chat. That's a bummer. I haven't really been keeping up with the live chat, so apologies for the trolls. I can actually it is interesting to hear that somebody said the wind just shifted. Let's see if we can see that on the satellite imagery. That's usually the easiest way to see a wind shift, is you look at what direction the smoke is going. So as of right now, it looks like most of that wind is still blowing to the east. Dixie Fire almost more to the northeast, which again is my main concern on the Dixie Fire, because if we look up there, the northeast is the exact last place where we would want those winds to be coming in, and that's why I'm doing such a long live stream and forecast for the Dixie Fire and the Caldor Fire and the Monument Fire throughout the day today. It's because and great to hear that Lucy's back. It sounded like we had some trolls in the chat, so great to see we have our amazing moderator back. Lucy does a great job of keeping that chat informative and helpful. So with those southwesterly winds, we can look at them again, because that's I think the number one thing to think about when it comes to the Dixie Fire, and actually the Caldor Fire and the Monument Fire as well. This is the big story that's driving the extreme fire behavior that we're currently seeing throughout much of California right now. It's that as that low pressure system moves through the Pacific Northwest, it's bringing those strong wind gusts with it. That's why we have the red flag warning over basically all of California, or all of Northern California, which is the most important part when it comes to wildfires. One thing we haven't looked at yet is how many hotspots are outside of that previous fire perimeter for the McFarland Fire. So I imagine the acreage burned is up to about 70,000 right now. Lots of activity for the McFarland Fire yesterday. We did see a large smoke plume coming off of there. You notice also large amount of activity on the southern edge of the Monument Fire. That's going to be one of the key areas to watch later this afternoon. Once that wind shift happens and we have those northerly winds, we're going to have to keep a close eye on the Hayfork area to make sure that those northerly winds don't create any spot fires down here or just push the Monument Fire itself down into that area. What I did want to show though is where that weather watch is, because that's basically the big story that's going on across Northern California. It's that red flag warning that, I'll close this so we can see it a little better, that you can see is covering all of our major fires. We have the Caldor Fire down here, we have the Dixie Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, and the Antelope Fire, all in that red flag warning. And that is lasting until about 11 p.m. tonight. So this is the big reason that red flag warning is in place. And if you don't know, red flag warning basically just means there's going to be critical fire weather conditions. It's easier for fires to start, but then once you have fires, it's also easier for them to spread. And this is why we have that red flag warning in place. Looking in there, some wind gusts between Lake Almanor and Honey Lake, where we have the largest amount of hotspots on the Dixie Fire. We have those wind gusts coming in at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So that's the main concern for the Dixie Fire right now. But then down into the Caldor Fire area, you can also see we have some very strong wind gusts around 25 to 30 miles per hour. So not as strong as the winds on the Dixie Fire, but we do also have some critically dry fuels in that area, and just the confluence of lots of different fire weather variables that you don't want to all have at all of the same time. So right there, that's my top concern for the Dixie Fire moving forward over the next 3 hours are those wind gusts 35 to 40 miles per hour, because that will act to take these hotspots and continue to push them farther towards the northeast. So one thing I do want to do is I want to see if those wind gusts have picked up over the last couple of hours. I think the last time we looked at the actual observations in the Dixie Fire area was over an hour ago. So I want to see if those winds have picked up and if they're still mostly from that southwesterly direction. So right there, that could be a good one to look at. It looks like that station is directly between Lake Almanor and Honey Lake, so that would be probably the best indication we can get for what kind of weather conditions we have between these 3 major hotspots that we have right there. So let's click in here, see what kind of conditions we have as of right now, because that's going to tell you how oh wow, so I stopped talking right there because you can see we do have some gusts up to 31 miles per hour, and you can see how long we've had those gusts over 20 miles per hour. It started at about 12:15 this afternoon. We had some gusts up to 22, and then between 2:15 and 3:15, we're actually getting gusts up above 30 miles per hour. Now, temperature-wise, we're actually cooler than we were expected to be. Relative humidity, slightly more than we were expected to be. I think the main reason for that is if you look at how much smoke is over the Dixie Fire, not as much of that solar radiation and that sunlight's able to break through that smoke. So that's why you have cooler temperatures and an increase in humidity. But unfortunately, the key thing that leads to fire growth are those gusty winds, and you can see those gusts at about 30 to 31 miles per hour, and it's been consistent throughout this afternoon. So honestly, it's a little bit surprising that we don't even have more activity on the Dixie Fire. It looks like we have a large amount of activity. Those smoke plumes certainly look like they're picking up in the last hour or two, especially that one on the northern edge of the Dixie Fire, but I would imagine we start to see even more activity as we get into the next couple hours. And maybe it's just hard to see those smoke plumes because they're so shaded by all the smoke in the area. So this is sometimes the best way to see if the fires are flaring up. Certainly looks like that northwestern section of the Dixie Fire is flaring up. If we want to look at what that is, that's actually due to those 2 lightning starts. We have L1 Morgan and L2 Christie. That was a lightning start over here, and then you can also see large amount of activity on that northwestern section of the Dixie Fire itself. Those, if they haven't merged already, they will most likely merge pretty soon, because that's the part of the Dixie Fire where we're seeing the most activity right now. And then what's unfortunate to see is in the last hour or two, you can start to see the areas north of Lake Almanor, that northern finger stretching up to Susanville, and then that spot fire just south of Janesville starting to flare up more than they were earlier in the day. And those would be the key spots to watch over the next couple of hours, because as we just saw, there are some 35 mile per hour winds there. So also want to look directly in Janesville to see what kind of conditions we have in Janesville. Look like our temperatures today got up to 86 degrees. We do have relative humidity in the teens, and you can see those gusty winds up to 15 to 21 miles per hour. Not the 35 to 40 miles per hour that we see between Lake Almanor and Honey Lake, but certainly still on the gusty side right there. So you can see why we're continuing to see growth into Janesville. So Haven't done this in a while, but I want to turn the fire scanner back on, and then we can listen to the fire scanner and also try to look through Twitter to see if we can find any actual footage from the ground around the Dixie Fire. And let's listen to the Dixie Fire fire scanner. If it's creating too much static, then I can click it away. But so this video right here was actually taken by a member of the San Jose State Fire Weather Research Team. Half our team did fuel moisture calculations. I was on that part of the team that went up into the Santa Cruz Mountains to collect fuel moisture data. And then the other half of our team actually went up to the Dixie Fire with our radar truck and our LiDAR truck. And this was the time lapse that one of our team members, her name is Kira, that she took throughout, or while they were scanning that smoke plume. Basically what we're doing up there is trying to collect data on how the wildfire creates its own weather. And you can see earlier in the day it was relatively moderate. We weren't seeing that much smoke. And then the Dixie Fire, once those wind gusts picked up in the afternoon, you can see how it just pushed the fire over that ridgeline. And then we also started to see those spot fires moving into the Janesville area yesterday with some structures destroyed in that area. We haven't seen the actual number yet, but definitely saw some structures destroyed in the Janesville area, and then obviously that evacuation order was put in place. So right there, here's an IR map of where the fire impacted Janesville area last night, captured at 3 a.m. And I believe that's Highway 395 right there. So you can actually, we were watching this on the live camera last night. We had the live camera looking over the Janesville area. We could see people evacuating on Highway 395, and then we could see that fire coming down the ridgeline. So hopefully there's not too many structures in this area. It's kind of hard to tell just looking at the Google Earth imagery, but what we're hoping right now is that that hasn't started to flare back up. But just based on this map right here, seems like every time we look at it, we're seeing a larger area where those hotspots are covering. One thing I will say is it's at least good to see that this northern finger of the Dixie Fire here hasn't been moving closer to Susanville over the last couple of hours, which is actually surprising because we were just looking at an actual weather station in this area, and we do have some 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so coming from the southwest. So it's actually surprising we haven't seen even more activity up here. Part of the reason for that, I would bring it back to the fact that there's so much smoke over the Dixie Fire right now that it's actually keeping our temperatures lower and our relative humidity a little bit higher than was originally forecasted. So I do want to go back to the Caldor Fire area. We'll also turn on the Caldor Fire fire scanner because we haven't listened to that in a while. And we do want to make sure that we're updated with all the most recent information on the ground. So I do hear some people in the live chat talking about some moderators that I just want to take this moment to give a big thank you to my moderators. We have Lucy, Trish, I believe Robert Forrest jumps in every now and then, and you guys have been doing an amazing job at keeping our chat very informative and helpful throughout the course of all of these videos. And it really does help make these videos better, because a lot of times you guys are seeing what cameras are good, you guys are seeing the most recent information. It's almost like having 420 brains instead of just one, all working together to find the most important information, the best cams to look at, and valid questions to try to answer. So just a shout out to the mods and everybody watching for all the great... It's almost a community effort to make these kind of videos. It's not just me looking at maps and saying what I think. You guys do help as well. So check this Placer cam out at placervillewebcam.com. Let's check it out. placervillewebcam.com. Interested to see what this is. Trish suggested a great video yesterday. Wonder if this is the camera. So I wonder if Trish could comment, is that people evacuating right here, or is that just a busy day, and is this in fact the correct camera to be looking at? Is there any truth to the rumor that there's a fire in Wendell? Let's check that out. See if we can see a hotspot. Oops, spelled that wrong. Not seeing any hotspots there right now, but keep my eye on that. See if we can go back here. Oh, it looks like there's perhaps a smoke plume just to the left of this one. Try that one. And that one. Yeah, it looks like there is some smoke going on there. If we go back to this one, this is again the Caldor Fire. I see somebody commented, Ray May apparently had a comment. Last try, is there any truth to the rumor that there's a fire in Wendell? I really need to know. Yeah, that was the one that we were just trying to find. But it's hard to say. I believe that's Wendell up there. I'll just reload that just in case. So we're not picking up a hotspot yet, but again, with that being said, those hotspots are never perfect. One thing I will say though is that we looked at some of the weather observations in this area, and we had those strong southwesterly wind gusts at about 25 to 35 miles per hour, and we saw how far it was able to spot yesterday, about 5 miles for that spot fire yesterday, which is just a ridiculous spotting distance. So, I mean, I wouldn't completely rule it out, but we only have so much information to go off of on this map. We'll keep an eye out for if that heat signature pops up, but in the meantime, I would try to stay updated on all the local resources and any future evacuation warnings. I want to check out the Leak Springs camera again. What I'm hoping is that the fire activity's calmed down some, but given the fact that that red flag warning is going to be over us until about 11 p.m. and some of the strongest winds were forecasted to come in at about 5, I would imagine the Caldor Fire is still seeing a large amount of activity. So this is what the Caldor Fire looked like earlier today. You can see that spot fire that established right in there. And then you can just see how it immediately turns into an active blaze. And then you can actually see where those winds start to pick up. So where the winds aren't as strong as when the smoke plume was able to go really high up in the atmosphere. And then once those winds really pick up, that's where it flattens out some of the smoke plume. And you can see that the area of the fire that's burning the hottest seems to have shifted as well. Farther, that would be towards the east. Because when we're looking at the Caldor Fire map, the fire itself appears to be moving to the east. Every time we update this, it seems like we see more and more heat signatures on this eastern edge. And you can actually see it growing to the east on this map. I think this was the best animation for how the Caldor Fire has changed throughout the day today. Early in the day, once this video restarts, you'll be able to see it. We had southerly winds blowing the Caldor Fire smoke to the north and also pushing the fire to the north. And then those winds shift around right there, blowing from the east or from the west to the east, and then you can see how much growth we've had on the eastern and northeastern parts of the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. Key thing you notice though is how small the Caldor Fire looked early this morning, and then how much it has picked up over the last few hours, and especially on that eastern edge there. Seeing a lot of growth on that one. If we look up at the Dixie Fire, this one has actually had more moderated conditions throughout the day today, but over the last hour, it looks like that northwestern section where we have that L1 and L2 lightning fire starts, that appears to be flaring up, and then we're also seeing the Janesville area flare up as well. So, interested to go back to the Dixie Fire scanner to see if we can hear anything important coming out of that area. And then I also want to just scroll through Twitter for a second to see if we can find any footage of Janesville from the ground.
I think I can do some work and maybe start around at least the heel of this and work it back to the copy that break. Yeah, copy. We'll grade for those two days. And they're going to be on D-Fire 24. Contact with Ryan 2217. Copy. I'll have identifiers for you here in a minute. Thank you. Cody 31.
So this imagery was out of Janesville last night, where it spotted across Highway 395. One thing that we did find out on Twitter was that it seemed to have moved across Highway 395 again. So that's why we're currently trying to figure out what's going on in Janesville to see what kind of recent information we can find on that area. But again, this was last night. Yeah, that spot fire certainly came in strong last night as we had those wind gusts up to 35 to 40 miles per hour.
24, it's 1070. Yeah, copy. It's probably that spot there just south of that sunrise peak. That's the way they can move the second.
So it sounded like in that last fire scan report we could hear the word spot fire. Again, that's on the Dixie Fire. So sounds like some of those strong winds that we have coming in this afternoon up to 25, 35 miles per hour is creating some spots. And then right here, I just wanted to focus on that line right there. No fire in Westwood yet. Chester and West Shore still safe. So that does remind me of one of the key spots that we're looking at on the Dixie Fire. Just scrolling up here. So right now, my main concern on the Dixie Fire is this northern finger that is being blown by southwesterly winds closer to the area of Susanville, but it does still look like we have some distance there, which is good. But my top concern on the Dixie Fire right now is this spot fire just to the, or not south of Janesville. It actually, some of it is in the Janesville area. We've been trying to look at the live camera that looks over this area, but the smoke is so thick that we basically can't see anything. We'll keep going back to that camera to see if we could see it at any time later through the course of this live stream. But as of right now, it seems like every time we look at this map, there appears to be more hotspots popping up right here. So we are seeing more activity on that spot fire that's moved into Janesville than we were seeing this morning. We also looked at some of the actual weather stations in this area, and we were seeing some wind gusts up to 25 to 35 miles per hour. So whenever you have winds that strong, that's just going to guaranteed lead to more fire spread. Hopefully not any spot fires, but as we just heard in the fire scanner, it sounds like there are some spot fires happening on the Dixie Fire. And then as we are seeing in this tweet right here, he says, no fire in Westwood yet, Chester and West Shore still safe, although that was 8 hours ago. If we look at the hotspot right now, it does look like there's one heat signature over where some of those structures are north of Lake Almanor. Now, a couple things I will say about that. One, these heat signatures aren't always perfect, so I'm not by any means saying that the fire has moved into these structures right here. I do know that Cal Fire had a large amount of resources stationed in this area, but with that being said, that is one of my key concerns for the rest of today, because it's about 5 p.m. right now, and it's pretty soon that we're going to start to see that shift in the winds over the Dixie Fire. That's why I wanted to basically do such a long live stream today, because if I were to make a forecast, there was a certain point today where it wasn't going to be true any longer. If I was saying that we're mostly expecting fire growth to the northeast because of these strong southwesterly winds, these winds that you can see are at about 40 miles per hour, continuing to push that fire farther to the northeast. But over the next couple of hours, you can see once we click over to 8 p.m., you can see that wind shift happen. It shifts to a more northerly direction, and that's why my key area of concern later tonight is going to be in that area around Lake Almanor. But as of right now, going back to 5 p.m., you can see we still have those very strong 35 to 40 mile per hour winds blowing directly between Lake Almanor and Honey Lake, where we have those 3 hotspots that we're the most worried about. The northern one that could be moving closer to Susanville, that area of the Dixie Fire where we've seen a large amount of activity over the past few days, and that spot fire that has moved into the Janesville area. That's the top concern right now. I think the top concern as we get into tonight for the Dixie Fire is as we move forward to 8 p.m., you see that shift in the winds goes a lot more northerly. So what we're going to have to keep our eye on is this heat signature just north of Lake Almanor. It looks like it's already a lot closer than we'd like to see it, and that's before the wind shift even happens. So certainly going to have to follow that area closely over the next couple of hours. And then you also just notice how large that hotspot is on the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire. You can see that from the satellite imagery as well. Let's see if it's on natural color fire. Looking at the Dixie Fire, that northwestern section appears to be the part of the Dixie Fire that's burning the hottest right now, where we have the largest smoke plume coming off of it. And again, that majority of that is from the L1 and L2 lightning starts right there, but it does look like that's about to merge with the Dixie Fire at some point over the next couple of hours, if it hasn't already merged together. Seems like that's certainly where we're seeing the most activity on the Dixie Fire, although you do notice that northern strip, the one that's somewhat near Susanville, that one does seem to be picking up over the last hour or two, as well as that hotspot that has moved into the Janesville area. So going to have to keep a close eye on that one as well.
21, 10, 87, 977, and 975.
And right now I want to see if we can actually go back to that camera that was looking over Janesville. Last time we looked at it, there was still too much smoke to actually see anything, but I'm hoping that some of that smoke has cleared so we could actually get a visual over Janesville. believe it was the Shaffer Mountain camera that we were looking at. Where is that? There it is.
Fresh 91, 32 Charlie.
Valley Group, branch 25.
So a couple things I want to point out on this camera. One, you can see where it is pointing. If we go over here, I can turn on the hybrid so you can actually see what we're looking at. It is this camera right here that's pointing down directly over Janesville to the west of Honey Lake. We were looking at this camera last night and we could actually see some of the cars evacuating on Highway 395, and we could also actually see that fire coming over the ridgeline, something that Zeke Lunder posted in one of his tweets. It's this one. Not a lot of new intel, but an IR recon plane flew over the fire at 1 p.m. and captured this mapping of the fire south of Janesville. Yesterday when we were looking at that camera, we could actually see these flames coming down the ridgeline, and then we could also see the cars leaving on Highway 395. And the other thing we could see in that is the power was shut off at one point. I imagine they do that to limit any future fire spread. You don't want a bunch of active power lines. But as of right now, it still looks like there's just too much smoke. So the bad news about that is that means that it's unlikely that they're able to use any aircraft on that part of the fire right now, which is unfortunate because that is the part of the fire that we are the most concerned about. The area of that spot fire moving into the Janesville area. But we will have to keep our eye on it because as the winds pick up this afternoon, as you can see, picking up to around 40 miles per hour for the next hour or two, that could act to clear out some of that smoke, and then we will likely get a better visual on what's actually happening in that area right there. Now, we haven't looked at the Caldor Fire in a while, so that could be, I'm going to switch the fire scanner to Caldor Fire. And then I also want to look at all the recent videos coming out from the Caldor Fire because it actually looks like we're seeing more activity on the Caldor Fire than we are on any of the other fires. Although we do still have that very large smoke plume coming off of the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire and a large smoke plume coming off of the Monument Fire as well. Actually, one key thing that you notice on this map is that northerly wind shift that we've been forecasting for 2 days appears to have just moved in. You can see earlier in the day most of that smoke's just moving to the east, and right there, especially on these northwestern fires, you see the smoke starting to move to the south. So that is exactly what we've been talking about for about 2 days now, is that big wind shift that's going to happen. We'll see when we see that over the Dixie Fire. Right now it looks like we're still seeing those winds push to the east, but that makes sense because when we were forecasting this, it looked like the winds were going to shift for the Antelope Fire, River Complex, Monument Fire, and McFarland Fire before they shifted for the Dixie Fire. But we'll have to keep our eye on it because if those winds shift northerly over the Dixie Fire, that's going to change the areas that we're the most concerned about, because if the winds shift to more of a northerly direction, that would actually be good news for the Janesville area because where we have the largest amount of fire activity, you can see it's on the northern section of that spot fire. With northerly winds, it would take some of that fire and burn it back into itself. But the area that we don't want those northerly winds is north of Lake Almanor, where if those northerly winds come in, that's going to act to push that fire spot farther down to the south. So I want to actually see that wind shift so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Let's go back to about 11 a.m. You can see the predominant wind direction. Starting to see some northerly winds up here, but especially over the Dixie Fire, it's very southerly, southwesterly winds. We saw that on the Caldor Fire earlier. Most of our growth earlier in the day was to the north, as we had those southerly winds pushing it farther to the north. And then over the last couple of hours, and as we're seeing in the satellite imagery right now, that wind shift we've been talking about for 2 days appears to have officially moved in, where if we zoom in, especially to the northwestern fires, seeing mostly easterly winds earlier in the day, and then as we get to right now, you can see how those winds have shifted more to the north. And it does look like that has officially happened looking at the satellite imagery, not for the Dixie Fire or the Caldor Fires yet. Looks like that smoke is still going mostly to the northeast, so it's mostly still southwest winds. But right there for our northwest fires and Antelope Fire, smoke has shifted down to the south. So that reminds me of the other big concern that we have throughout Northern California right now. It's on the Monument Fire. Monument Fire, you can see right here. Most of the hotspots that we've had recently are on the southern edge of the Monument Fire. And if we look at the live hotspots, you can see where the fire is burning the hottest right now. And it looks like that wind shift has happened in the last 30 minutes to the last hour. So the danger there is now that hotspot that we see on the Monument Fire is going to try to continue to push farther down to the south. And that's where we have Hayfork. So I would imagine Hayfork already has some evacuation orders in place. Let's update this and try to see if we have some evacuation orders there. Hard to see on this map. But I would imagine they do. Again, when it comes to the evacuation orders, I put all of that, all the relevant links in the description below, but that's going to be a key area we watch over the next couple of hours, because as that wind shift comes in, it will act to try to push that hotspot farther down to the south. Now, we haven't talked about the Caldor Fire in a while, so I'm going to go back to the Caldor Fire fire scanner, and then I do want to check out some of the cameras in that area.
They need assistance. One is bedridden and one subject is in a wheelchair. It's going to be Joe and David Bibby that live at that residence.
So it sounds like they're doing some evacuations around the Caldor Fire area. That makes sense because there's a large amount of evacuation orders in place. And we are seeing a lot of activity on that fire right now. And we'll look at the Armstrong.
Real long final for show me. We'll be doubling it up. Hold those 6, stepping it off to the left of the existing line. We're deep through.
Touch inside, hold those 6, we'll launch message.
That's back there.
Yeah, we'll check out the Armstrong videos and then that leak. I think it's the leak camera as well. That's the one where we see the huge pyrocumulus cloud. So I'll just replay this again just in case you missed it. You can see how much fire activity we've seen on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. And we can't exactly see what direction is north or west or east, but you can imagine most of that fire activity that we're seeing on the Caldor Fire is to the east. Oh wow, so I don't know if you just saw that. I can't replay it just in case you missed it. But as I switched over to this map, you could see a couple of these boxes pop up on the southern edge of this fire that we hadn't seen before. So that's exactly what I was talking about, that we were concerned about, is now that we've seen the winds shift around for those northwestern fires, the ones that started from lightning on the 29th and the 30th. Earlier in the day, their smoke was traveling to the east, but you can see they turn around now that smoke is going down to the south as our winds have shifted around. You can see that wind shift. It's going to get even stronger as we get into 8 p.m. So the big concern there was that this southern edge was going to move farther down towards Hayfork, and I don't know if you saw it, but it looked like we had some updates on those heat signatures right there. More of them popping up on the southern edge. So we are definitely going to be watching that closely over the next couple of hours. But back to the Caldor Fire area, I want to keep an eye on that eastern section because it does look like it has a pretty rapid rate of spread. And we're also going to look at more of the imagery coming out of the Caldor Fire as well. So most of our growth over the last 2 to 3 hours for the Caldor Fire has been on that northeastern section. That's mostly because we have those westerly winds pushing in. You can really see that on the satellite imagery, what direction that Caldor Fire is moving. And it's just a huge smoke plume right there. You can see it almost looks like there's multiple pyrocumulus clouds all going on right there. So I want to go back to the live imagery from the Caldor Fire to see what that actually looks like on the ground. So what I was trying to say earlier is we can't really tell what's north or east in this imagery. Maybe you could if you could decode that XYZ coordinate down there, but we can tell just based on the way the smoke appears to be moving on this imagery. It's mostly going to the east and the northeast. So you imagine this camera is most likely pointed towards the north because we see that smoke mostly going towards the east right there. And if you look closely towards the end of this video, again, large smoke plume popping up earlier over here, but then you're going to see this big smoke plume pop up on the eastern edge of this video right here, right there where that fire activity and that pyrocumulus cloud really starts to pop up. So what I want to see, I think the Armstrong Lookout 2 camera is actually pointed farther towards the east, looks like it. So we'll be able to actually see that smoke plume that we saw developing over the last couple of hours.
Hey guys. 2992 into the working area. 5,500 copy, mass traffic, mass freeze.
And it should shift over once that smoke plume pops up. So we weren't able to see it that well. I want to change it to maybe 15 minutes or an hour. We'll do an hour first, then 15 minutes to see if we can see that smoke plume a little bit better. You just see what a large area is seeing all that fire activity. Very large stretch. So again, this is the Caldor Fire that we're looking at. You can see that large pyrocumulus cloud popping up right there. And it makes sense that we see such a large area where it almost looks like there's plumes popping up over here, in the middle, right here. Then that big one over on the eastern section right there. It almost matches up with what we were seeing on the satellite imagery, where there's just a very large wall where it almost looks like we are seeing multiple of those pyrocumulus clouds right there. But I do want to switch that to 15 minutes to see if we can get an even better view at that large smoke plume popping up. So it almost looks like that was a spot fire down there. I'll restart that. This is something that we have heard on the fire scanner over the last couple of hours, is that they are seeing some spot fires on the Caldor Fire, and they're also seeing a rapid rate of spread on the eastern section. You can see that big pyrocumulus cloud as of right there. So sorry I haven't been keeping up with the live chat. I just realized that the screen that I have the live chat open on was paused. So I'm going to try to catch up on some of the stuff that I missed. Somebody reminded me to take a drink. I will do that right now. I took somebody's advice from yesterday. Got a nice lemon water with honey as well. So a little bit better voice conditions than I've had in the past where I start to lose my voice. And I'll just continue reading the live chat. I'll keep the fire scanner on just in case we hear anything important coming out of the Caldor Fire area.
That's traffic for Central, you're 10-1.
So I do see somebody asked, where was it? They're asking, is the Caldor Fire going to keep going north? So this is one of the key things that we have been looking at. Looking at the satellite imagery, you could see for the Caldor Fire, the predominant direction that it was moving earlier today was to the north. You could see that that was the direction the smoke was moving. It was going mostly to the north, but the winds have shifted to a more moving towards the east, a little bit of a northeast in there as well, where you can see what direction that smoke is moving. We're listening to the fire scanner as well. This was probably 3 or 4 hours ago, but they were saying that the northern section was starting to see calmer behavior because we weren't having those directly southerly winds that we were seeing in the early morning hours that was leading to a large amount of growth to the north. But we are still seeing a large amount of growth to the east and the northeast. The fire scanner was saying that the eastern edge of the Caldor Fire was seeing rapid rate of spread so fast that they weren't able to get any hand crews directly on the line there. But the good news was we did hear on the fire scanner that they are able to use some aircraft. So that is some good news. We saw a number of planes, number of helicopters over the Caldor Fire, and we actually saw that over the Dixie Fire as well. Now, looking at the forecast for the Caldor Fire later today, you can see as of right now, mostly winds blowing from the west. If we want to see what those winds are going to be doing later today, I believe it was this Latin lawn. It wasn't. Maybe this one. Yeah, it is that one. So that's the Latin lawn directly over the Caldor Fire. And let's see how the winds are going to be shifting throughout the day today, because this will tell us what direction that fire is going to be moving. Again, mostly from the winds blowing from the southwest right now. That's why most of our fire activity has been on that northeastern section. A lot of those boxes right there are new, and we haven't seen very many, if any, new boxes popping up on this western edge there. So certainly seeing most of our growth to the northeastern section of the Caldor Fire right now. Going into 8 p.m., it looks like the wind direction staying the same, but it's actually calming down somewhat. So we'll most likely continue to see growth towards the northeastern section of the Caldor Fire, but maybe less activity than we're seeing throughout the day right now, or throughout the last few hours, where we've had those very extreme wind gusts up to 30-35 miles per hour coming in. And then as we get into tonight, we actually did see a shift in the wind direction as we get into 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Our winds shift more from the east towards the west, which would be a concern because that is where we have all those structures to the west of the fire. So we wouldn't want the Caldor Fire to start moving west. But the good news is that when those winds shift direction so that they'd be going towards the west, they calm down significantly. They're only about 10 to 15 mile per hour wind gusts. And then at that same time, our temperatures drop into the 60s and our relative humidity rises up to about 50%. So all three of those variables would be trending in the right direction as we get into the overnight hours for the Caldor Fire. Right now, though, certainly have some challenging conditions with those winds still at around 25 to 30 miles per hour. And we do have warm temperatures and low relative humidity as well. So I do predict we're going to continue to see the Caldor Fire moving farther towards the east especially, but then a little bit of northwest in there northeast in there as well. And thank you again, Lucy, for the super chat. Again, you of all people should not be sending me super chats. I should be the one sending you super chats, because you, White Dove, Trish, Robert Forrest do an amazing job at moderating and keeping the chat informative, helpful, and it does help me as well, because when people ask questions, for example, somebody just asked if the fire is going to be moving to the north, and it reminded me that we hadn't looked at the direction the Caldor Fire was moving in quite some time. So it keeps me on the right track, and it's a good way to look at the things that people are the most interested in. And then also, people usually suggest really good cams to look at as well. One cam over the Caldor Fire we'll take another look at again is that Armstrong 2 lookout, where you can see that large pyrocumulus coming off of the Caldor as of right now. So I see also a comment, I'm concerned that the wind gusts will shift the Mountain Ironside Fire to the town of Burnt Ranch by jumping the river and up hill growth. So we can take a look at Burnt Ranch, because that is one of the areas where I do have some concern right now, because on the Monument Fire on that western edge, you can see some of those hotspots were outside of the previous day's fire perimeter. Whenever you see those hotspots outside of the previous day's fire perimeter, that means there's still active growth on that area of the fire. And if we go over to the Monument Fire on this map, there's a large number of hotspots over in Northern California, so sometimes it's easier to find if you turn the fire perimeter on first and then go over to live hotspots. You can see we do have that heat signature up to the north of Burnt Ranch. If you want to see the cities around the Monument Fire, again, we have Burnt Ranch, Junction City, Weaverville, Hayfork. Out of those, we do have some concern still in the Junction City and Burnt Ranch areas, because we do still have those hotspots. And as I said, those northerly winds have picked up over the Monument Fire. We could actually see that wind shift on this map, where those winds start blowing down to the south. So we will have to keep an eye on that hotspot over the Burnt Ranch area to make sure that doesn't move down south. But I think my big concern is where we're seeing the most active fire behavior on the Monument Fire right now, which is on the southern side. And then as those northerly winds push in, it'll try to push that fire farther down into Hayfork. Make sure. So right there. So that's going to be a key area of the fire that we're watching as of right now. So I see somebody's trying to decipher what is happening to the wind. Basically, it's exactly what we've been talking about over the last couple of days. Earlier, when this low pressure system in this trough was moving into the Pacific Northwest, we had those very strong southwesterly winds throughout yesterday afternoon and throughout the early morning hours today. That's what caused that spot fire that worked its way into Janesville last night and is actually still in Janesville right now. That's, I would say, the top area that we're trying to follow throughout the course of this live stream. It was those southwesterly winds, you can see, coming around that trough right there that gusted up to 25. We even saw some reports of 35 miles per hour. It was able to take some burning embers from the major Dixie Fire blaze, spot them about 5 miles, and then that spot fire just took off into the area of Janesville, and we did have some structures destroyed in that area yesterday. Now, the next thing we were talking about, the big change in the fire weather forecast, was as that low continued to push in, you can see because of the counterclockwise circulation on the back end of it, which is this afternoon into tonight, that wind direction shifts directly from the north, and we are actually seeing that play out in real time. So earlier today, all of our smoke, you can see the smoke still going to the northeast over the Dixie Fire. That's the area that was going to see that wind shift last. But we can see we've already started to see that wind shift over the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, and the Antelope Fire. All of that smoke now going to the south, which means fire activity is mostly going to be to the south when it comes to those fires now, which is my main concern for the Monument Fire, because we do see a large amount of structures just to the south of where we have the most active hotspots. I actually want to look at those hotspots on the Monument Fire. Not sure what just happened right there. Will it do it again? Huh, that's weird. Try it one more time. Reload. Nope, doesn't look like it wants to show us that right now. Thank you very much, John, for the super chat. All your guys' support over the last few days has just been amazing. And also, amazing job to everyone who's been asking all the great questions and also suggesting all the great cameras to look at. But yeah, the wind shift this afternoon was certainly the big story, and it's interesting to see that we've actually seen it play out in real time. I'd also be curious to know if there's any cameras that show the fire activity from the Monument Fire or the McFarland Fire. Oh yeah, that is a good point. Isaac just said, usually when talking about wind, it is with reference to where it's coming from. So that is the weird thing about winds. If you say easterly, an easterly wind, that means it's blowing from the east. But I do know that there is some confusion in that. So when referencing winds, I usually try to say the wind blowing towards the west, because that is a little more straightforward. But you can see large amount of activity on the Caldor Fire right now. I want to, and certainly seeing that northwestern section of the Dixie Fire start to blow up as well. So let's turn the fire scanner back on, because I want to hear exactly what's going on the ground. Especially, we'll go Caldor Fire for maybe 10 minutes here, and then we're going to go up to the Dixie Fire for 10 minutes with the fire scanner on, just to see if we can pick up any useful information in that area. We'll also look at some of the cameras going on in those fires as well. So we will look at the Caldor Fire first. It says the large pyrocumulus coming off the Caldor Fire. One thing I noticed on this imagery right here, you can see some of the aircraft. If you look really closely, this is again the Caldor Fire. You see that huge pyrocumulus cloud popping up right there. And if you look very closely, you can actually see some of the aircraft that we have had on the Caldor Fire. We were looking at some of those planes and helicopters earlier in this video, and that is crucial. Wait a second. It almost looked, was that a person or like a falcon that pops into this camera view for a second there? Right on the eastern edge of the camera. Let's see if I can pause it. Huh. Yeah, it looks like that's almost like a falcon or something on that eastern section of the fire. But the big thing to notice is how large that pyrocumulus cloud is over the Caldor Fire, and the fact that you do see some aircraft on it, which is a good sign, because we were hearing on the fire scanner that the activity was so strong and there was such a rapid rate of spread that they weren't able to attack the Caldor Fire directly. And something I haven't said in a while that might be the most important thing to say is there are a large amount of evacuation orders for all the various fires going on in Northern California. Or, yeah, you'd probably call that Northern California, in the Sierra Nevada. But when it comes to River Complex, Monument Fire, McFarland Fire, Dixie Fire, Caldor Fire, large amount of evacuation orders in play. So, going to be very important to stay updated with all those local resources. I do put all those links in the description. And I see somebody asked a question in the live chat. How long are the northeast winds going? Won't it push a lot of fires southwest too, instead of just southeast? And then once those shift back to southeast, they will be even larger beasts. So yeah, the big story that we're talking about throughout this entire video is what's going on with the winds. Huh, that went down again. That's a shame, because that's one of the best resources to look at. Guess we'll have to close that out for right now. In the meantime, we can go to Goes West imagery and use this as our satellite imagery for the time being, and then we'll go back to that one when we need to. Let's put the loop on 48 so we can still see where those fires are at least, and then I'll try to bring that one up later. But that is the big story that we're talking about, is with those fires and that wind shift happening. You can see Dixie Fire is still blowing mostly to the northeast, but we're already seeing that wind shift on those northwestern lightning fires like the McFarland, Monument, River Complex. Those winds starting to move to the south now, and then pretty soon, not exactly sure exactly what time, but we will start to see the Dixie Fire smoke shift to the south as well. Expecting that wind shift to happen sometime between now and 8 o'clock, so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on it. But back to the fire scanner for the Caldor Fire, and then we're also going to look at some of the images coming out of the Caldor Fire as well.
Charlie 2 coming down to the south corner, holding 5,000.
So again, the big thing to notice there is that aircraft that's going, the possible Falcon on the eastern, or on the very eastern edge of that camera. Still not completely sure what that is, but I think the big thing is that they are actually able to use some aircraft on the Caldor Fire right now, which is actually huge, because, one second, just hiding. Yeah, there we go. Meant to do that a while ago. So back to the fire scanner here. And then we're going to look at some more images coming out of the Caldor Fire.
This veteran is going to have to be transported by paramedics. The lady in the wheelchair can barely even stand. Any other assistance that I can get over here to get these individuals to the community center? She is advising she can drive. I highly doubt that, though, based on her condition from what I see.
I can start medics for the bedridden subject. Not sure about the other.
Can't speak with this woman, and then we'll make a decision.
So it did sound like the fire scanner was talking about somebody needing medical assistance or evacuation, but this is something we haven't looked at yet that is pretty concerning. So this camera is looking, it looks like Heavenly Ski Area. You can see where that is on this map. It's this camera pointed towards South Lake Tahoe. One thing I noticed is just how much smoke is in this area, but it almost looked like when we click this video, it almost looks like there's some fire in this area as well, hoping that no spot fires have started here. I have a number of family members up in the Tahoe area, the air quality in Tahoe just looks terrible right now from the Caldor Fire. But keep your eye out for any possible fire starts. I don't know if I was seeing that correctly. But right there, that's, man, terrible air quality in Tahoe right now. But right there, it's hard to tell if that's fire starts or exactly what that is. Let's hope that's not any new spot fires. Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on that because it's kind of hard to see what's going on right there. Wonder what this camera looks like. Another shot from Tahoe. Most of this is the smoke from the Caldor Fire. You can see it coming in, very orange skies, very poor air quality. Oh, that's actually something we haven't looked at yet, is the air quality. Curious to see how bad it is right now. I imagine it's about as bad as we ever see air quality. Looking at the map of air quality, expecting, yeah, that's pretty much what we expected. You can see directly over the Monument Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Dixie Fire, and no big surprise there based on the live cameras we were just looking at. You have very unhealthy air over where we have those various wildfires going on. So I see somebody just checking to see if Janesville is okay. Going up to the Janesville area. That is, I would say, one of the key spots that we're concerned about right now. Last night we were looking at a camera that looked directly into the Janesville area, and we could actually see some of the flames coming down the ridgeline as that fire did work its way into Janesville. I do know some structures were destroyed in that area. We don't have the number yet, but we do know some structures were destroyed. And so far, it looks like this hotspot has been relatively constant over the last hour or two. I wish our satellite imagery was still working because that's the best way to see if a fire is flaring up. I wonder if so many people went to it that the website crashed. I've done that before when I've been live streaming. I showed a link and then crashed a website. But we do see a large hotspot over that Janesville area. I'd be interested to go back. I'll turn the fire scanner on for the Dixie Fire to see if we could hear anything coming out about Janesville. And then at the same time, we'll scroll through Twitter, see if we could find any important information coming out of the Janesville area. But again, very poor air quality, no big surprise there. Very unhealthy. And then, first we can check and see if that camera that we were looking at last night over Janesville is working yet. It was Shaffer, I believe. And I will take a drink. Thank you for the reminder.
Loveland Engine 416, Division Papa. Connect.
So it does look like some of that smoke is clearing out. So I'm interested to see if we can see any fire activity on this camera, because this is the one we were looking at yesterday. You can see this is the camera that looks directly at Janesville.
Papa, just looking for work progress in the Wilcox Valley area. Really no needs in this area unless the fire behavior really picks up. Winds is still low, fire behavior is still pretty low.
So I'm not sure where that last report was out of on the fire scanner, but you could hear what he was saying. He said that is the Dixie Fire area. We don't exactly know what unit was just talking, but he said that the fire behavior and the winds were still low. So wherever that report was from is some good news. But we are still seeing a large amount of smoke coming off of the Dixie Fire. So we do know that there are parts of the Dixie Fire that do have a large amount of activity. I wanted to pull this camera back up just to see if the Dyer Mountain area is seeing some activity. This is one of the cameras where we have seen some large flame heights in the past. Hard to tell. I don't think that's fire in there. Let's zoom in. It might be easier to see. Yeah, I don't think that's fire activity going on right there. We'll see as it rotates around. Oh yeah, so I do see that somebody mentioned Janesville again. One thing I will say, listening to the Cal Fire report this morning, they said that when that hotspot did come in, it did destroy some structures. They don't know exactly how many yet. They'll have to send out some damage assessment teams. But one thing that they did say was that they had been preparing for that for about 4 or 5 days. Again, we were talking about it for about 5 or 6 days as well. So pretty much everyone knew those southwest winds were coming in. Pretty much knew that there was the chance of getting a big spot fire up here. Didn't expect it to be as bad as it was yesterday, but the good news was Cal Fire was basically ready for it, or at least ready to respond, and they were actually able to redistribute a bunch of resources into the Janesville area last night. Said they had 5 strike teams move over into Janesville, and they were able to keep that spot fire from getting too out of hand. Now again, we did have some structures destroyed in that Janesville area, but it certainly could have been a lot worse. So, back to the fire scanner for the Dixie Fire, and then you do see how that smoke is clearing out. I'm going to be very interested to see if this shifts over, and if we're able to actually see any of that spot fire pick up in intensity over the next couple of hours, now that our visibility is a bit better over the Janesville area. So we'll just have to keep coming back to that one. I wonder if this one has improved at all too. Antelope Mountain, Susanville. I think we saw some fire activity going on this one earlier in the day. Right now, still just a large amount of smoke. I imagine they weren't able to use any aircraft on this part of the fire throughout the day today. Just based on how much smoke was in the area, but hopefully now that we're seeing some of that smoke clear out, hopefully that means they'll be able to actually use some aircraft before the sun drops in about an hour or two. And do want to make sure the fire scanner is still working here. Would you guys rather listen to the Caldor Fire scanner or the Dixie Fire scanner? Whoever says it first in the chat, we can go to that fire next to see exactly what's going on. Just in the meantime, we'll see if we can see any fire activity popping off from Dyer Mountain. So far, when we've been looking at this camera, seems like it's been minimal activity, but perhaps we just haven't been there for the right rotation on this yet. I'm going to be very interested to see once it scans over the Lake Almanor area. That is one of the spots I'm the most concerned about over the next 3 hours. So, Caldor Fire, let's check it out. But again, that part of the Dixie Fire is one of the key spots I'm concerned about over the next few hours because the winds are about to shift more northerly. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that area around Lake Almanor. But we'll go back to the Caldor Fire.
Any drifts at all? That's a good story.
and we'll see.
Sorry about that. Man, with the smoke and everything, that looked like it was going to work. Were you on my line? We were on it. Okay.
And this is one of the cameras from the Caldor Fire.
89, it's low at 9 o'clock. I'm just going to turn to a left turn here and show it to you. It's right down at the bottom, whole road 6. We're keying through. It's the farthest to the west. It's just, it looks like it's in the retard line, but it's actually just about through it. We'll put a half-wing span left or right.
Man, it is unbelievable to see how much activity we're seeing on the Caldor Fire today. Makes sense that those hotspots... Oh, interesting. So when we flash back to this map, it looked like there was more heat signature popping up in that spot fire going into Janesville. So that will be an area we have to continue to keep our eyes on. At some point, we'll go back to Twitter and the fire scanner to see if we can get any recent information there. But right now, we do want to just keep our eyes on the Caldor Fire. We're seeing a large amount of growth to the eastern edge of the Caldor Fire. Based on the satellite imagery, you can see most of that smoke is blowing towards the east, which shows why most of that new fire activity has been towards the east as well. I think when we first looked at this, actually one way to show its progression is to show what it looked like yesterday. It was about that small. That's where the hotspots were, and that's what the live hotspots look like right now. So it's almost doubled or tripled in size. So definitely going to have to keep our eye on the Caldor Fire throughout the next few hours because the winds are going to remain strong. And just looking at that imagery, we've that's actually a great question somebody just asked about what started the Caldor Fire. It looks like it's still under investigation, so don't know that answer yet, but hopefully we will know it soon.
You'll be forced back to Goo for a load return. Now it's starting down and around.
So one thing I noticed here is that spot fire that pops up right there, and then you can see it start to take off. And one thing I will say, whenever you see a smoke plume like this, one of the key things I always think about is if you think about how much rising air you're getting right there, something has to replace that air that's just been risen. So that's where you start getting some very rapid winds flowing into the fire from all kinds of direction. That's where you get some very gusty, erratic winds on the surface. And then that's also where some winds can pick up some of these burning embers and start little spot fires as well. So, 1 second here. Just going to... So I see somebody asked about a smoke column collapse, and this is actually a question I still have myself. I plan on asking my advisor at San Jose State exactly what that is, but I know basically what happens is where you get a large smoke column like this, and then for whatever reason, the smoke column collapses, and then you get gusty outflow winds along the surface. And I know that's especially dangerous for firefighters because it can lead to a rapid change in the direction that the fire is spreading, but I do need to ask my advisor exactly what that is, and when I do, I might even put a full video together on that, because that is a pretty interesting topic that would be interesting to know more about.
I have you hold the dip for one drop. Okay, hold the dip. Right, Yankee, you're outbound to the dip. Pick it up. Right, Yankee, I'm going to hold you at the dip. 7-3 uniform, hold the dip. I just got one tanker. I'm going to drop on this bottom, please. Turn from there, and I'll slide behind you and pick you up.
So it is good to see. It looks like that one camera is going straight over the northern areas of Westwood and Lake Almanor, and it doesn't look like we have a whole lot of fire activity there yet. So I would say that's some good news, because that is one of the key areas I'm concerned about. But we do still continue to see Caldor Fire moving farther and farther to the east. Seems like every time we update this map, we see more activity moving that fire to the east. I want to see if we can find any other cameras. That one right there.
Picture 5-4, over gear 3. Just use the right turn
So I want to see this tweet that people are referencing. I think it sounds like it was from CA Fire Scanner. That's actually a great place to get some new information anyway. Oh, what was that video? So this one is taking from 4:40 p.m. Nevada. This is all due to the Caldor Fire. Dangerous fire weather conditions remain in place through tonight. Yeah, I do want to see that column collapse tweet as well. I think it was the CA Fire Scanner. But crazy to see that we're getting that kind of smoke and orange sky in Nevada from the Caldor Fire that's southwest of Lake Tahoe. It looks like there's a large amount of ash falling in the air as well. And then John Hawkins says Caldor Fire will rival or exceed 1961 Harlow fire spread. Terribly dangerous fire both to firefighters and civilians. Glad to see many evacuating. And wow, that is a big update from the CA Fire Scanner. It says that Caldor Fire is now at 41,000 acres. So I think we have the old report for the Caldor Fire. This report was saying 6,500 acres. So that would just be a ridiculous rate of spread throughout the day-to-day if it's up to 41,000 acres as of right now. So that's a big thing to point out, is that large amount of evacuation orders in place because of Caldor Fire, Dixie Fire, Monument Fire, McFarland Fire I think has some new ones. Caldor Fire showing extreme fire behavior this afternoon. Right side of column is sheared off. What an image right there. See where that smoke inversion is, and then where it just blasts through that smoke inversion as well.
Yeah, about a 180 drop tank. I can run through there and show it to you. I can slow down. You can get behind me at the tag and extend off a parallel retardant line down at my 2 o'clock. Tag and extend, we just kept you here on the balance, and that's fine. Show it to you 5, or you're good to go? Where did you go? Come on down to, I'll make it 4,800. That's fine.
So So this is an interesting one to look at. The Dixie Fire is picking up along Highway 395 at Thunder Road, just north of Milford. Yeah, I see somebody in the live chat also mentioning how far that ash is going. I don't know if you were just watching on Twitter, but we saw ash falling as far as into Nevada from the Caldor Fire. And definitely seeing some extreme fire behavior in this video right here. Looks like it's about to jump. Does it say what highway? Yeah, along Highway 395, just north of Milford. That's what you call torching right there, where a tree just bursts into flames like that. And it makes sense why Cal Fire keeps talking about what extreme fire behavior this is. Not only on the Dixie Fire, but the Thank you very much, Trish, for the super chat. You're also doing a great job at putting in some great comments, suggestions. Let's see what you have to say. Contribution to the public service you are providing. I'd say you're providing a public service as well with your moderation and some of the great comments you've been posting. Now my question, what is a Haynes value? IMET's mentioned on update and said value of 5 today and 4 tomorrow is bad. Keep up the great work. So that is a great question. And to answer that question, I wish I had some of my lecture notes from the fire weather class that I just took at San Jose State, because one of the things we do in that class is we look at all the different fire weather indices. So by that I mean it's basically how, if you have temperature to tell you how hot it is, or winds to tell you how windy it's going to be, a fire weather indice basically combines all your fire weather variables to tell you how bad the fire is going to be. And there's a number of different ones. There's one that's called hot, dry, windy, which basically is how dry your air is multiplied by your wind values. Then there's some very complex ones like the National Fire Danger Rating, the NFDRS, National Fire Danger Rating System, I think it's called. That one is very complex, takes in everything from fuel moistures to drought conditions to wind speeds to dew points, all kinds of stuff. And the Haynes value, what separates that one from the other fire weather indices is it mostly focuses on how unstable the air is. And I believe the highest value you can have for a Haynes value is 6. And basically the more unstable the air is, the more likely it is that you're going to have those very large smoke columns. And then the more likely it's also going to be that you get some gusty erratic winds on the surface and just extreme fire behavior in general. And I actually did one project at San Jose State where I mapped out the Haynes value that was predicted over the course of a fire, and it actually matched up pretty perfectly, where when the Haynes value went up, you saw an increase in fire activity. Whether the Haynes value went down, you saw a decrease in fire activity. So it's almost kind of like Torcon for tornadoes. For Torcon, I believe they look at things like wind shear or moisture or CAPE, and it's almost kind of the California version for that for extreme weather, where we've taken all the various wildfire factors and then create a value that tells us how dangerous the conditions are going to be for that day. And one thing that my master's thesis is at San Jose State is actually using machine learning to take in all of those various wildfire factors and then predict whether you're going to have a small or a large fire. So that's one of the big things that I've been working on for the last 6 months to the last year, and the results over the last week or two have really started to come together. So I might have to do a video coming up showing what my master's thesis is, because so far it looks pretty promising on predicting whether it's going to be small or large fire based on all the different variables like temperature, winds, humidity, fuel moisture. And then the coolest thing you can do is once that model is made, then it ranks all the factors that are leading to that prediction of whether it's going to be a small or large fire. And I'll just give you guys a sneak peek at my master's thesis. Fuel moisture seems to be the biggest factor that plays into wildfire behavior, which makes a lot of sense looking at the season we've had so far. We have record dry fuels, and we're seeing some very extreme fire activity. Oh, so that's the tweet that originally brought us back to Twitter a while ago. So, oh, I see somebody just said north winds just kicked in. I'm curious. Oh, and then Kevin asked any way to post video on here. You can send a video to my Twitter, and then I can pull it up just from the page we're on right now. I believe on Twitter my handle is Holt Hanley WX. That's probably the best way to send me videos. And then I do want to see, somebody just said north winds just picked up, so I really want to see if by that you mean over the Dixie Fire. So based on this satellite imagery, let's see if this other satellite is still working or if this website did crash. Oh, it's back working again. Alright, that means we can close the other one, bring this one back over. So definitely seeing those north winds pick up over the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, and the Antelope Fire. That smoke is certainly going down to the south now, so that wind shift has kicked in there. Doesn't look like the wind shift has happened for the Dixie Fire just yet, but it's expected to happen in the next hour or two, so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on it as we move forward here. Now I also want to keep our eye out. I wonder if that's a fire world right there. Hard to say. Let's continue to look at this to see if that does pop up. I'm also going to turn on the fire scanner for the Caldor Fire, as we have seen a lot of activity there. And then actually one thing I do want to see is if there have been any updates yet on any of the various Facebook pages. That's usually the best place to get the most recent information. Let's update this. Usually they do them at about 7 p.m. Looks like we do have some new evacuation orders in place in the last 2 hours for the Dixie Fire. So be sure to stay updated with all of that information. I put all these links in the description. And could this impact air quality in the Santa Cruz Bay Area? I would say 100% it could and most likely will, because if we look at the animation, we know that those northerly winds are coming in this afternoon, and what that's going to do is just take all that smoke that's being produced by the McFarland, by the Monument Fire, and blow that smoke directly down into California. I wonder if we could see it on this imagery right here. So look out for the wind shift coming in, that smoke being pushed down south, and there's that smoke going down directly into the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Bay Area as well. So there's that big wind shift that comes in. It's actually a good way to watch that wind shift happen. So most likely going to be some very poor, unhealthy air quality for California tomorrow, but also some very poor, unhealthy air quality for Tahoe and even parts of Nevada as of right now. Big reason for that is the Caldor Fire, which has just been seeing a massive amount of activity over the last 6 to 8 hours. I believe it increased from about 6,000 acres today to about 40,000, and you can see how extreme the fire behavior has been on the Caldor Fire all day long today. Seeing some spot fires as well. Oh, and I see somebody asked what's the URL for this page. This is College of DuPage. This is, let's actually switch where we're looking because we want to be able to see the Caldor Fire. And you can see how it's picked up throughout the day today. Lots of activity over the last hour or two, certainly coming off of the Caldor Fire, but looks like the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire starting to pick up as well. Big thing we're going to have to keep an eye on is the Monument Fire. Looks like that wind shift has happened. Our winds have shifted more from the north down to the south, so that's going to start to impact areas like Hayfork. But again, this is College of DuPage. And then the other thing, you can go to Natural Color Fire, and key thing to look at here is what's been going on in the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. Lots of growth to the east and the northeast of that fire. It started out moving north in the day today, and then it has just taken off to the east over the last few hours. Very rapid rate of spread. There's a warning for Highway 395 from the A25 Hairlong Access Road intersection south to A26 Garner Road intersection. So we were actually just looking at imagery from Highway 395. There's that imagery right there. And it looks like somebody just tagged me in some videos, so I want to, let's see if we, oh wow, so Trisha sent this tweet. This is Dixie Fire spotting across Highway 395 again near Thunder Mountain Road. Yeah, what an image right there. So that's not exactly what we want to hear when it comes to the Janesville area. Again, I want to see what those hot spots look like right now. We haven't looked at that in a while. Hopefully they've been reduced, but given the conditions, yeah, it still looks like it's fairly active. And you notice more hotspots popping up on the eastern side of that spot fire right there, which makes sense because when we're looking at the satellite imagery, most of that smoke from the Dixie Fire blowing directly to the east. So makes sense that we're seeing more of that hotspot growth almost moving into the Honey Lake area. And the time lapse of the air quality, that is always a great one to look at. So I'll just show everyone where to find that. You go to National Weather Service. Wow, you can see that red flag warning covering all of Northern California there. That's why we're having such critical conditions right now. You click on Sacramento area. You might have missed what I did right there. Go in here, just click roughly over Sacramento. Shows where that red flag warning is, which is actually, I'm glad that we are doing this because you can see that with our red flag warning, it means there's easier fire starts and the potential for rapid rate of spread. And we have those gusts up to 35 miles per hour with minimum daytime humidity in the low teens to even single digits. But then what you do is go up to news headlines, experimental smoke forecast. And then I always like looking at the wide view of California. And then you just press play and you can see when that wind shift comes in this afternoon, that's going to take a lot of that smoke that's being produced by the Monument Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Dixie Fire, the various other fires going on in California, and it's going to push it right into the Bay Area. So looking out my window right now, I'd say air quality still looks pretty good, but we're most likely going to have that smoke moving in later this evening. And then we're going to definitely see some worse air quality tomorrow. And big reason for that is that wind shift that we've been talking about throughout this entire live stream, about the impact that's going to have on our fires, and then also the impact that has on our air quality as it pushes some of that smoke farther down into Northern California. So I'll try to catch up on the live chat. I haven't been too good at reading it over the last. Oh, people are mentioning look on Twitter.
That sounds good, fast. Dude, how's your side?
see if anything's come out about Janesville. So again, this video is taken by one of the fellow one of my fellow graduate students at San Jose State on the Fire Weather Research Laboratory team, and half our team went up to the Dixie Fire yesterday. I was on the fuel moisture team yesterday, and I'm glad I was because I was able to do that update and forecast last night. But you can see that the imagery that she got of this time lapse of that fire moving down, I believe this is into the Janesville area. Yeah, Janesville, California, near Honey Lake rest stop from about 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And you can see how much that fire activity picked up throughout yesterday evening, and unfortunately we have even stronger winds right now than we were seeing yesterday. So most likely as we get into 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. again tonight, we're going to see that fire activity pick up once again. Unbelievable video taken by my fellow Spartan Kira. You can see all that smoke that was over Janesville yesterday. I think this is one of the best ones to look at. Yesterday we were actually looking at a camera. You could see the flames coming down this ridge right here. You could see cars evacuating on Highway 395, and that shows the fire, or the spot fire, that made its way into Janesville yesterday. Jumped Highway 395 in this area, and then based on a lot of the imagery we've been seeing, it looks like it has been hopping Highway 395 again.
Hey, we still have quite a few gaps to fill, right? Yes, affirmative. And then are you getting release coming out for you? Affirm.
Okay, so glad I just saw this. Breaking PG&E to start cutting people's power in parts of 18 counties. And I actually am in the North Bay right now, so hopefully I'm not one of these counties. If the live stream ends all of a sudden, then you know that I was one of these counties, and I'll try my best to, if that happens, I'm pretty sure my phone would still work. So I'll try to just start doing updates on Twitter if that does happen, or I could see if I could do a hotspot on my phone. Hopefully I'm not one of those counties where the power is being shut off. Caldor Fire, not a whole lot to report lately off the scanner. They're continuing to put retardant in west of Grizzly Flats, as far north as Happy Valley. Spot fire well to the east of the main fire is becoming more active. Center of the pick. We were actually looking at this imagery earlier, and then I think I want to transition back up to the Dixie Fire as well. I want to see, so I believe this is the imagery that was just popping up in that photo right there. Then I do want to transition back to the Dixie Fire to see if there's any information coming out of Janesville, because we did see a tweet that it seemed like fire activity was picking up in the Janesville area.
Just as we come off this high tide, goes down into a little gully at my 1 o'clock. For 1-5. For you 1-5. Okay.
See, somebody just said charge up the phone. Good news is I've had the phone plugged in this whole time, and thank you very much, Paul, for the super chat. You guys have been very supportive today, and you've also been asking a bunch of great questions as well. So great job to everybody for your cooperation in making this video better.
Go ahead, Roger, man. Copy.
Oh, that's a very good point. So do the math, Holt. Triple from 6,500 to 41,000 is slightly more than triple. That is a great point there. When I got that triple value that I was saying earlier, that was when I think I saw that update before I even started this live stream, which was, I don't know how long I've been going, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, not totally sure. But at that point, the update was saying that it tripled throughout the day today, or throughout earlier today, but we've had a very large increase in the Caldor Fire. They were able to remap it this afternoon, And haven't updated this in a while. It went from 6,500 acres. Let's see if it updates on this page. Not updating on this page yet, but we did see the report on Twitter that the Caldor Fire was up to 41,000 acres. So, yeah, what's that, 7 times in one day? So definitely a large amount of activity. And then there's the reason I want to start listening to the Dixie Fire scanner as well. You can see that fire activity jumping Highway 395 and certainly picking back up in the Janesville area. So I'm gonna bring back up the Dixie Fire scanner. I want to see if we can let this play while I'm looking. Should be under Lassen. And I do also want to see if that wind shift has happened around the Dixie Fire yet. That's kind of the big thing we're going to have to look out for on the Dixie Fire. You can see massive pyrocumulus cloud coming off of the Caldor Fire. Seeing that looks like there's almost some of that wind shift starting to come into the Dixie Fire. You see some of that smoke starting to move south. The majority of it still moving to the east, but it looks like the winds might be starting to turn around over the Dixie Fire. So the key thing we're going to have to watch there is this area to the north of Lake Almanor, where it does look like, since the last time we looked at this, some of those hot spots have picked up right there. Because as those northerly winds start to pick up, that's going to be a big concern later, although I think still the top concern on the Dixie Fire is this hot spot in the Janesville area. And unfortunately, you can see where the structures are. I can flash them on and off. You can see where those structures are underneath that hot spot. That's, I'd say, the key concern for the Dixie Fire right now. That will most likely be the key concern later, so I'm interested to see if we can actually see some of that activity north of Lake Almanor. So we'll watch this camera for a second, see if we can see any of that flare-up happening, and we'll also listen to the fire scanner to see if they're reporting on any increase in activity as well. I'm going to refill my water real quick. I'll be right back. And actually, I do see somebody mention they heard a spotter pilot talking about the how large the Caldor Fire area was. So I do want to check out. I do want to check out the Caldor Fire area as well. Pull that up on the scanner.
Yeah, you probably could have done it, but I appreciate that. We'll come back and just double it up. You could maybe, you had 200 feet, which we probably could leave 200 feet, so just come back and double some of that up. Go to a lighter coverage level and start at the beginning. Got 4. I'm climbing up on the right crosswind. We'll go live. Just do your thing. Okay. Very nicely done. Good start. Good line. We'll just repeat. We're 5,000 on the downwind. Patch back there. Follow you around. All 3 copters, that split is low. Give me 1 more second. I'll get you right back in. Hold short, ridge dip. Take the one. Just right crosswind. I knew which one you meant. Time for planning, hold those 6. It'll be that same target as last time. I guess we did have just a little bit of left to right. We'll move it over half where we can. Yeah. Division Zulu, air attack right around. Okay, we've been working that southwest piece of your division right there, just by the break, right where it goes down to that drainage. I'm trying to look at the name of it on the map. I'm not seeing it. You know where I'm talking about? Creek drainage. Yep, that's the one. It's still backing down nicely. We're still supporting it with rotors. Hasn't crossed yet to the south, but yeah, I believe that's the one that has structures up on top on the other side, correct? Hey, firm, and I got some heavy equipment ringing those structures, even though a couple of Cal Fire dozers. I see all that going on. We'll keep it in check as long as we can. It's starting to get shadows on it now. But, yeah, I wouldn't bet on it holding in there. Hey, firm, we're also working on... Nice job, 1-5. Load and return, 4,500 right of course. See you in a bit. Wait. It's not going to happen. Let's just make sure you get to the right spot. And 8-9, this master, we got you on site. We're behind you. 14 minutes. That's on, please. Copy. 9, yeah, we're looking at it. I just don't know how we're mark it for you, and I can lead you through, or you can just come back around to it. Go, looks good. You'll return. Yep. What's going on? Hospital return.
Alrighty, I am back. Looks like somebody just said, check your Instagram. I just sent you some pictures. Possible fire on top of Heavenly. So it's very interesting you just said that, because that is one of the biggest questions that we've had throughout this entire live stream. We were looking, I forget exactly what cam it was. I think it was actually the Heavenly cam, and it looked like there was some fires starting on this Heavenly cam. So let's see if we can check it out again. Oh, it's looking like it's doing that crazy spinning thing. And also, thank you very much, Acrylic Goblin. Again, yeah, that's a pretty cool name. Brand X as well. Never had so many tabs open at once. Yeah, I actually had to buy a special fan for my computer because I was afraid that the computer itself was just going to completely die at one point, because I had so many different tabs open with all these different wildfire resources. But the key thing that we're looking at right here is somebody mentioned that it seems like there's some fire starting on top of Heavenly, and we actually saw that earlier, right about right there, but we weren't sure if that was fire starting or not. But one thing that Heavenly, Tahoe, if you want to see where this camera's pointing, it's directly towards South Lake Tahoe right there. But you can see lots of smoke. Very poor air quality. We also saw that tweet earlier coming out of Nevada where there was ash falling in Nevada. It showed that the photo was taken at 4 p.m., but it looked like it was maybe 12 p.m. at night. It was so dark. And yeah, I might have to check out that One Tab website. That could be a good one. My strategy I use right now is just having these wildfire folders where I can just open up those tabs, like for the Dixie Fire or other fires like that. But yeah, we'll have to keep coming back to that Heavenly camera right there, because it certainly looks like there is that one flash where it almost looks like a little spot fire started here. And you imagine in all this smoke that's coming over Tahoe from the Caldor Fire, there most likely are some burning embers in here. You can actually see some of the ash dropping on the camera. There were those flashes right there. So we'll have to keep our eye on that. But for right now, we do still have lots of other areas to focus on. Most importantly, right now is the Caldor area, or the Caldor Fire and the Dixie Fire. Those are going to be the top fires we're looking at over maybe the next couple of hours. Red flag warning officially ends at 11 p.m. tonight, so we might have to just keep looking until 11 p.m. tonight. Check out this one as well. We're seeing this spot fire right here seem to really be picking up over the last hour. So let's see what's going on there now. This is again the Caldor Fire. Yeah, right where it zooms over, you can see that large pyrocumulus cloud and then that spot fire as well. Very large pyrocumulus.
You familiar with the spot below Iron Mountain?
276 Lock Slavin Drive. Subjects may need assistance there.
More over there, but the only one I can see right now looks like it's in the almost dead center of Section 30.
Alvarez Carpenter, did you head to that location?
E10-9?
5276 Lock Lavin. And assist with an evac.
Yeah, so it sounds like on the fire scanner they're talking about some of the evacs in the Caldor Fire area. Also sounded like they were mentioning a spot fire. I wonder if that's the spot fire they're talking about, but overall you can just see how large of a pyrocumulus cloud that is coming off of the Caldor Fire right now. Lots of activity going on there. Curious to see if we can see that spot fire in the Dixie Fire area yet. The last time we checked this camera, it looked like some of the smoke was clearing as those stronger wind gusts came in during the afternoons. So I'm curious to see if we can actually see that fire activity in the Janesville area yet. If not, we can go back to Twitter, where we were seeing some videos on the ground coming out of Janesville where it does look like the fire activity is picking up in that area, where we certainly saw one video where it looked like it crossed Highway 395 once again. This is looking directly to the west of Honey Lake and the Janesville area. This is the camera we were watching yesterday, where you could actually see people evacuating. You could see the flames coming down the ridgeline, but all we're really seeing in this imagery is just a lot of smoke. Looks like there's some thicker smoke off in the distance there, but hard to really see what's going on yet, so we'll just have to keep looking at that camera in the future to see if we can see anything going on. And then also want to keep our eye on the Dyer Mountain camera, because as those winds shift, that's one of the key areas I'm concerned about, is if we'll start to see some fire activity pick up right there. As of right now, though, it looks like the Dyer Mountain camera is still pretty good. And then one other thing that we can look to see is if any more imagery is coming out from Janesville. So we looked at that video already. Looked at those. I imagine CA fire scanner is so that was that spot fire we were just looking at.
Charlie Fire type sir. Hey, go through Camino and just confirm if we're going to get relayed, because that's going to dictate if I want these maps to come back. I will. Stand by. Can you confirm if we did get a fill on the release for the lead plane?
I'll give you a vote in advice.
Bro, can you repeat?
Caldor Air I don't know. I'll get the information and advise.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
So this is one thing we hadn't seen before. Looks like there was a new mandatory evac order for the area west of 395 from Milford Grade south to County Road. So let's see if Milford Grade pops up on this map and see if it's near where those hotspots are. Doesn't look like that's in the area where we're... Nope, that is certainly not California. Let's go see if it works if we go California. Oh, it looks like... Is that Honey Lake right there? Yeah, that looks like Honey Lake. Okay. So now that we got our bearings, let's search that again. Milford Grade looks like it's right about there. Then if we zoom out, we can see where that hotspot is. Again, big concern there is as that wind shift happens that we've been talking about throughout the entire course of this live stream, winds are shifting more from a northerly direction. So that's good for the area of Janesville, because that would take some of this fire and push it back into itself. But it'd be bad news for areas like Milford Grade, and we have seen an increase in fire activity to the southern edge of the hotspot, where we weren't seeing these boxes earlier, and it does look like that's moving farther to the south. So that could be some concern for these structures down right here. Makes sense that there's now a mandatory evacuation order in that area. Now the other place that's a concern once that wind shift comes in is the structures around Lake Almanor. We're going to be taking a very close look to make sure that that doesn't flare up and start moving to the south once that wind shift happens. So it seems like we're starting to see more hotspots on the southern edge of our Dixie Fire, so I'm interested to see if the winds have started to push to the south yet. Looks like they maybe have started to push more south in the last 10 minutes. Certainly have already seen that change in wind direction on the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, and the River Complex. Dixie Fire was going to see that wind shift last Don't think we're seeing it in the California Fire at all, where you can see just a massive amount of smoke coming off of the California Fire into Tahoe. We're seeing that one tweet where, oh wow. So you see how it almost looks like it's rippling right here? The smoke plume? Right there. That's called gravity waves. And basically, it's if smoke goes over a mountain range, you can think when the smoke, usually it's air that this happens to as well. You often see it with clouds. When the clouds come down the mountain range, it almost acts like a cork with buoyancy, where it then ripples up and down like that. And you can see those gravity waves within that smoke plume. I don't know if I've ever seen gravity waves in a smoke plume before, but certainly looks like that's what's happening as that smoke moves into Nevada. Looks like we're also seeing it on the northwestern side of California as well. That smoke certainly feeling that northerly wind shift from the McFarland Fire, Monument Fire, and River Complex. And just zooming out here, just taking a wide view of all of our fires and California in general, you can see the challenging conditions that we're dealing with. The reason that we're doing such a long live stream today is because there is a lot to talk about, and unfortunately we are going to continue to have very critical fire weather conditions over the next couple of hours that are going to continue to lead to some rapid spread on the California Fire, the Dixie Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, and the Antelope Fire as well. So lots of things to follow. Does look like the Monument Fire is picking up. I want to make sure that those hotspots haven't worked their way all the way down into Hayfork yet, because that is one of my big concerns. Looks like we're seeing more activity on that southern side, but actually also seeing more activity on the southeastern side of the Monument Fire as well. So looking at what cities those are, we have Junction City right there, and then you have Hayfork down there. And with that wind shift, the winds are coming more from the northwest. So that's going to continue to flare up some of those hot spots that you see around Junction City and Hayfork. So that's going to be one of the main areas that we watch throughout this live stream to see what happens with those hot spots there. And then you could see very large amount of structures in Weaverville right here. So we certainly don't want those hot spots to find their way over to Weaverville as well. Good thing is I know there is a decent amount of resources on the Monument Fire. We have 911. Again, it'd be preferable to have more, but we do have a large amount of fires going on all over Northern California right now. So I imagine that they're working very hard to get some lines in, some structure protection around Junction City, Weaverville, and the Hayfork area, especially as those northerly winds pick up and try to push that fire farther down to the south and the southeast. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that, because that is something new from the last time we looked at this image. The hotspots on that eastern edge appear to be flaring up. So let's see if there's some easterly component in that smoke. Yeah, if you look at that one, that's kind of moving southeasterly. That's moving southeasterly as well. So makes sense why we're seeing that fire activity where we are on the Monument Fire. And then River Complex up here, we haven't really talked about that one at all throughout this video. Main reason for that is you can see there's much less structures in that area, but we do have a large pyrocumulus cloud coming off of that right now. And I don't know of anybody doing coverage on the Oregon fires. Again, I would love to. I've had people ask me to do more coverage on the Oregon fires, the Canadian fires, the Greece fires, the Italian fires, and I did cover the Bootleg fire earlier this season, but just looking at the satellite map, there's so much going on in California right now. Pretty much have our hands full trying to just follow everything that's going on all of these various fires. And it seems like in the last 30 minutes, things have really started to pick up. Especially on that northwestern section of the Dixie, and then on the McFarland and Monument fires as well. California has basically looked like that all day long, but starting to see the other fires flare up a lot more as well. And Trish, that is a great idea to do a recap by area and fire of the cities and towns that will be most impacted overnight. That is a great idea. Haven't really covered the McFarland too much, but while we're over there, you can see it. Do have a lot of activity there. You can see there are a large amount of structures around the McFarland fire as well. So that I do know there's some new evacuation orders in place for the McFarland fire, and we will try to keep our eye on that one throughout the course of this live stream. But I do like Trisha's comment there. Can you do a recap by area and fire of the cities and towns that will be most impacted overnight? I will do that. First, I'm going to try to take a good sip of water. Alrighty, so we'll start with the Dixie Fire here, and I'll just almost ignore the chat for the next maybe 5 minutes while we do this update on the key areas to look out for. We'll start with the Dixie Fire, and what I think is the top concern right now, it is this spot fire area. With that wind shift, we're actually going to start, hopefully, no, I shouldn't say hopefully because there's dangers in both directions. For the Janesville area, it would be good for that wind shift to come in from a more northerly direction to push that spot fire away from Janesville. And we should be seeing that wind shift in the next hour or two. It looked like we were already starting to see that wind shift on some parts of the Dixie Fire, but then that will create new concerns for areas like Milford Grade that we were looking at, where there is a new evacuation order in place in that area. So pretty much any cities around this spot fire right here are going to be a major concern from Janesville down to Milford Grade, as we still see some very gusty winds in that area, gusts up to 35, 40 miles per hour. So that, I think, is still a major concern. Haven't seen too much of a push on this northern finger today, which has been good news and has actually been really surprising as well, because we looked at a weather station on the ground up here, and we did have some wind gusts up to 35 miles per hour, but so far haven't seen too much activity there. But I will say that Susanville is definitely still one of my main concerns for the overnight hours tonight. And then once that wind shift happens, I've mentioned that a couple times now, so I'm just going to remind you what I'm talking about with that wind shift. So looking at much of Northern California at about 12 p.m., predominant wind direction, and especially over the Dixie Fire, it's still from the southwest. But then as we get into 5 p.m., it starts to turn more west, and then as we get into 8 p.m., it switches to a more northerly direction. So you can imagine that hotspot fire right on Honey Lake right here. A couple hours ago, mostly southwest winds continuing to push that fire farther to the northeast, and then as we get into 8 p.m., wind shift from a more northerly direction. That's why there's that concern in areas like Milford Grade. And then the other concern on the Dixie Fire, we'll go back to 2 p.m. Earlier in the day wasn't a big concern for areas around Lake Almanor. You can see all these structures right here, but over the next maybe hour or two, it looks like some parts of the Dixie Fire we're already seeing that shift. As we get into 8 p.m., you can see the wind shift from a more northerly direction, and there are still some gusts even as late as 8 p.m. up to 25 to 30 miles per hour. So that's where I think those structures around Lake Almanor are going to start to be more of a concern, as those wind gusts try to push that hotspot farther down to the south. So that's one of my main concerns tonight. We will have to see. It looks like those winds almost have a northwesterly component to them as well. So while Westwood looks like it's pretty far distance from those hot spots as of right now, about 3 miles, when you have those wind gusts up to 25-30 miles per hour, we've seen the impact spot fires can have. So I would say Westwood is in my list of concerns as well as we move forward, as well as some of these structures around where we're seeing that massive increase in pyrocumulus cloud on the Dixie Fire right now. So I'd say, just to sum that up, I'd say my number one concern are all of the various communities around the spot fire from Janesville down to Milford Grade. There's lots of activity going on right there. We've looked at some tweets where you could see the activity picking up over the last hour or two. And then my main concern as we move into the next few hours and once that wind shift happens is the areas around Lake Almanor and then also possibly Westwood as well if those winds really start to pick up from a northerly direction later tonight. And then when it comes to the Caldor Fire, I would honestly say any structures to the northeast are a major concern as of right now. And then we did look at the Caldor area. I believe we still have the lat lawn directly for that fire. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So as we get into tonight, it does look like there's going to be a wind shift later tonight to almost a more towards the west direction. Good news is that the winds don't look as strong tonight, just around maybe 10 to 15 miles per hour, and it's also going to be cooler with higher relative humidity, so I'm not expecting to see as extreme of behavior on the Caldor Fire as we're seeing right now. But given that the winds are shifting from the east to the west and still blowing at about 10 to 15 miles per hour, I would say that I do have some concern for the large amount of structures that are on the western edge of this fire. They've been spared for the most part throughout the day today because almost all of our growth on the Caldor Fire today has been to the northeast, and that's certainly still a concern. I'm interested to see what that, it looks like there's a community up towards the northeast of the Caldor Fire. Let's see, or Caldor, I don't know. Yeah, I was saying that wrong. That's what happens when you start streaming for 4 or 5 hours. But it looks like we have Bonetti, Voss, Pelican, Mice, Bryant's, El Dorado, any of those areas to the northeast of the Caldor Fire. That would certainly still be a concern, but then also those areas to the west as well as we get into tonight. Pretty much anything around this fire is going to be a concern throughout the next maybe few days, just based on how much activity we've had there. Then when it comes to the McFarland Fire, let's try to see where the most hotspots are right now. Looks like it's mostly on the western edge of the McFarland Fire right now, so going up there. Once again, you can still see that there's a red flag warning covering basically all of the fires that we have going on right now. And we have, yeah, pretty much any of these cities around the McFarland Fire, definitely seeing activity pick up there. We had that large pyrocumulus cloud that you could see coming off of the McFarland Fire, and we'll most likely see growth on the McFarland Fire to the south. But I'd say even more, I'm concerned about the areas around the Monument Fire, and especially Junction City. Weaverville still looks like you have some distance between you and those hotspots. About 5 miles at this point. I'd say with those northerly winds coming in, I'm more concerned about Hayfork right now. As every time it looks like we look at this map, seems like there's more hotspots popping up right there, and those winds are going to be from the north, still gusting at about 25 to 30 miles per hour as we get into tonight, especially up here in Northern California. So that's going to be a concern, but especially over the Dixie Fire where you can see the winds stay strong, or right, where are we? Right there. You can see the winds stay strong, especially over Lake Almanor area, even getting into tonight, directly from the north. So that's one of my big concerns as well. And I see somebody did mention Grizzly Flats. That was one area we did look at earlier in this video, but we haven't looked at it in a while. You can see where those structures are, And then if we zoom out, you can see where that fire perimeter is. So, yeah, certainly not what we'd want to see happening on the Caldor Fire right now. Interested to hear what the fire scanner chatter has to say about Caldor right now. It's been a while since we listened, so let's see if we could pick up any important information.
UTF.
I copy. I appreciate that.
I'll advise about the air attack as soon as we hear.
3, air attack, brief. Swan 509, here to ground. 4.
Air attack 503 will be the relief air attack. No ETA. I'll advise when we get an ETA.
Copy that.
So that's a interesting comment Becky just put in. I've hiked the backwoods near the Caldor Fire, was a camp host out there for 5 months. There is so much dry fuel there, lots of slash and dead trees from the bark beetle, impossible terrain as well. So lots of things to unpack right there. One of the first ones to look at is how critically dry those fuels are. We can go to 100-hour fuels. You can see that almost all of California has those critically dry fuels, especially when you compare it to the rest of the United States. You can see basically all of California in that very dry fuel category. Possibly the better way to see that is by looking at the current drought monitor, where 85% of California is now into that extreme drought category, and you can see that the area in that exceptional drought category continues to grow as well. If we need even further proof for how dry the fuels are in California, we can go to the San Jose State Fire Weather Research Laboratory, look at the fuel moisture data, which I helped collect the data for this. This is what I was doing yesterday. Actually went up into the mountains, you trim plants, and then test how much moisture and water is in them. And you can see that the values right... Oh, do we have the new data already in there? That'd be amazing if we already have that data from yesterday. So it's August 17th right now. Looks like we do have that new data that we just collected a couple days ago in this map, and you can see that the fuel moistures went down again. So to unpack this chart right here, this is basically showing how much moisture is in your plants. How dry are your plants? You can see that green line is the average values. The red line was the previous low record conditions, and that blue line is how dry the fuels are this season. You can see that we've been at record low fuel moistures since pretty much June, and in the last 15 days the fuel moisture has gone down again, and it looks like we're about 15% drier than the average and the previous record low. So very dry fuels throughout basically all of California right now. So yeah, I'm interested in that wind change as well. Let's actually take a look. Sometimes you can only get so far looking at the model and what the model was predicting earlier in the day. At some point, you just basically have to look at the weather stations themselves to see if that wind shift has been coming in. You notice, yeah, it looks like the wind shift is starting to turn around. You look at station up in Janesville, the winds are coming almost directly from the north right now. So if we look at the conditions in Janesville, looks like current temperature is about 76, relative humidity is still in the teens, and we have those winds gusting at about 16 miles per hour from the northwest. So looks like we're starting to see that wind shift in the Janesville area, and looks like it's still southwest down here, so you can see where that wind shift hasn't moved in yet. But then if we go to farther northern California, you can see that's where the winds are very northerly as of right now. Curious to see if there's a wind station around Lake Almanor. Want to see how strong the gusts are there. Did have some gusts up to 25 to 26 miles per hour. We're in the high 70s to low 80s throughout the day today. And because we're by a lake, relative humidity a little bit higher than in other places. That will be an area that we continue to look at, though. Yeah, it's super windy in Janesville. That's basically what we were just looking at. Looks like there are some strong wind gusts in there. And that's part of the reason we've seen so much fire activity on that spot fire, where almost every time we update this map, it seems like this spot fire just increases in size. Even just right there, that's larger than the last time we looked at it. And it seems like a lot of that growth has been on the southern edge of this spot fire. So it actually matches up with those weather stations we were just looking at, where the winds appear to have shifted to a more northerly direction in Janesville. So that's going to try to push that spot fire farther down to the south. Now I see somebody's mentioning Shingletown. Let's check it out. So it looks like that's still a fair ways away from the Dixie Fire. So that's pretty good news if you're concerned about Shingletown right now. We have seen some ridiculous spotting distances with the Dixie Fire this year, but I think the farthest spot fire I've seen was 5 miles. That one we had yesterday that went into Janesville. But that's about 20 miles, so you should still be good there, although that wind shift does look like it's happened, if you were wondering about that. Yeah, Caldor Fire looks like 50,000 acres based on the hotspot. One thing that we were seeing was on Twitter. Wow, it's right on the tweet I wanted to mention. The fire has been mapped now at 41,000 acres, and that was 3 hours ago. And we've seen how rapid the spread has been on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. So I would not be surprised if it's at 50,000 acres now, with most of that new growth being on the northeastern and eastern edge of the fire. Certainly concerned about all these structures right here as we continue to see those strong wind gusts coming in. I see somebody also saying check your messenger and the plane video. Best, not sure if you mean Instagram Messenger, but best way to always send me things is on Twitter. Not seeing any recent posts in here. We do have that photo from Trish of the Dixie Fire spotting across 395. Interested to see if CA Fire Scanner has any new info for us. Looks like there's some new evacuation orders for the Monument Fire. Oh, this is confirmation of exactly what we've been talking about. Oh, it sounds like you sent it to me on Facebook. So let's check it out. Messenger. I think I have to go to my Facebook page. Let's see if we have some videos here. Oh wow, lots of notifications. Haven't checked this in a while. And not seeing anything right now. Yeah, Facebook is rather difficult to use. That's why I usually prefer Twitter for all these types of videos. But right there, that is a very key tweet to read. So I am actually just going to read it. Per the Trinity County Sheriff's Office and Trinity County Office of Emergency Services, following areas in the Hayfork are now under an evacuation order: Sunshine Meadows, Harrison Road, and Farmer Ranch Road. So that's exactly what we've been talking about throughout the course of this video. Remember, at the very beginning of the video, I said that was one of the key spots that I was concerned about throughout the rest of today. And it was that southern edge of the Monument Fire, because we were forecasting that wind shift coming in, wind shifting from a northerly direction, and we were saying how that was going to push the fire farther down to the south, and you can see that's exactly what's been happening, and it sounds like we do have some new evacuation orders in the Hayfork area. And we haven't listened to the fire scanner in a while, so it would be good turn that back on and see if there's any important information coming out. I'm most interested right now. I want to see if there's any information coming out from the Janesville area or that spot fire area at around Honey Lake, because it does look like that's starting to move farther to the south. Oops. So we're gonna have to definitely keep an eye on that. Oh, it looks like, the Dixie Fire scanner appears to be out right now. So we'll go back to the Caldor instead.
Right, which I'm glad you told me, and then I picked you back up, so it was fine.
Yeah, looks like it laid in there nicely. Thanks.
All right, sir, have a good one. Appreciate it.
See you in the morning.
3509 on tactics. 39.
Ranch 20.
I'm not sure if I missed you. I never saw you. We're at the field site now out in Caldor. Are you in the area?
You pass me. If you turn into Blue Mountain, you'll run into the structure group. Soup. He's in a 4600 battalion ride, and he's got a plan for you.
So I see somebody just asked about Hairlong, California. Probably not pronouncing that right, but looks like you still have a bit of distance between where those hotspots are right now. Looks about 14 miles, so that's quite a bit of distance right there. I'd say bigger concern would be these two areas right here. We searched up what one of those was earlier. I think it was called Milford. Right there, and we have seen that wind shift in Janesville. We were looking at the weather station in Janesville. It's now showing winds blowing from the north, so it appears that that wind shift has happened. And you can actually see how that's affecting these hotspots, seeing more hotspot activity on the southern edge of that fire. So
509, go for Charlie 3 on the rotor, Victor.
Get up on rotor, and we're going to try to, we'd like to transition over to Jenkinson. We're going to head out west, head north up closer to Highway 50 and cut in. Want to make sure we're not in your way.
Right. I'm on the north or west corner. You're clear as Jenkinson Lake. Hold towards that.
You see that running?
We the little smoky pop right there. I got that.
I'll let you be yours. Go heading down there at about 3,800 feet. We'll do it on the right turn. I'll come out and grab you. Come on down to 48.
I'd say as of right now, it looks like Carson City's looking pretty good, but we did see how much smoke was working into the Tahoe area. So, I mean, that would be a ridiculous distance for a spot fire to happen, but we certainly saw a large smoke plume going all the way up into that area. So, really only takes one burning ember to start a spot fire, so we'll continue to look for any hot spots there, but it doesn't look like any popped up yet.
03's transition is now the Caldor air attack. All tankers at McClellan that aren't wheels up hold on the ground due to smoke.
So it sounds...
All tankers out of McClellan that are not wheels up hold at McClellan due to smoke.
Affirmative.
Get some outside this area that's eating through the first retardant line. Pretty good bulge of white smoke. I'll pop smoke at the start.
operations, Caldor attack on command.
No drift in here. It looks like a little right to left, but there's really not. It'll just be a half extent outside the fire damage if it pulls and picks out the farthest. You're on the brief when able. Three, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. I was drinking my nice lemon and honey water and went down the wrong pipe. So I'm just gonna need a need a second here. 1 sec.
Yeah, group 9 subs, yeah. 914 is released back to McClellan, empty 1910.
Caldor air attack at 1857.
Excellent, good work. Caldor 5, just continue at 2,500 on left turn. I'll run back down the line, see what else we need. Sorry, Roger. 1,500 is usually on the way out, 8-9.
Charlie 3 air attack, I got 8-9 since I'll go to Camino. What's heavy?
Geez, come on to the work area at 5,500 with mass 5.
500 coming in 2992, man.
92 seconds.
Where's the aircraft release?
Go for Camino.
Tanker 89 is released, empty back to Grass Valley ET at 1950.
Air attack at 1858.
The 8-9's drop. Hey, fellas. We're going to go ahead and tag and extend off that whole road 6 down there to about 3,800 feet. 170 on the heading. And you can start a right turn anytime. I'll slide it behind you and pick you up on the downwind. I'd keep this left turn and catch you on the downwind. That works better. Say again? Can I keep this left turn and keep you inside our catch?
Alrighty, let's see if I can speak again. Oh man, pretty funny. Yeah, got to drink slowly.
And we're not over any waterway, so that'll be fine. Thank you.
So I do see somebody asked about Susanville. So the last time we looked at Susanville, I'd say it looked like we were still good up there. The main concern for the Dixie Fire right now, I would say, is definitely that hot spot right there, where we've seen a large amount of movement to the south. And man, still choking. Gonna take a maybe 2 to 3 minute break.
That'll be it for tonight. Okay, copy that.
2 miles on my outside. There's no factor to me. You're going to continue north.
Yep, we're going to make a right turn here if that's okay.
Yeah, affirm, as long as you got eyes on me. This is my pocket.
Yep, we're going to head a little bit more north and we'll hang west into Jenkinson.
Try to stay at 3,500 or below if you can.
The hills we're at 4,000 and we're kind of right below them. We see where you're dropping. We're no factor.
I'm comfortable.
We'll have recharge on both sides of this. I'll pop smoke at the start. Okay?
3 and 9 Romeo Hotel, up the hell there. Romeo Hotel, have a good night. That's your work. That was it, huh? 3 uniform, Charlie 3 Victor.
Go ahead. 7-3 uniform.
Much longer for you.
I think we can pretty much run it till Pumpkin.
Copy, this is last man stand.
All right.
Therefore, you want more resources, or are you good? Release back to McClellan, empty. ETA of 1915.
Clear air attack, please repeat identifier. I copy the rest. Clear air attack, Camino.
Caldor Fire attack, go ahead.
Please repeat the identifier. I copy the rest of the release information.
F5 to McClellan.
Alrighty, and I am back. Hopefully I actually last this time and my voice is able to hold up for a second. Just looking at the hotspots though, what I was saying is that the key area of concern is that area south. Yeah, still choking, not a bong rip. Actually, honey water, quite the opposite, but yeah, so key concern right there. Moving on from the brief choking attack, I imagine part of the reason for that is the smoke has been bad in the Santa Cruz Mountains recently. You've probably been able to hear it in my voice throughout this video. Definitely been getting some impact from that smoke. But just getting back to the Dixie Fire, I'd say my key concerns for the Dixie Fire right now are these areas south of that hotspot right there. We actually just saw an update right there. You can see that hotspot activity was increasing. And we haven't looked at the natural color fire in a while. So I want to see if that hotspot actually looks like it's been picking up in activity. Northwestern section of the Dixie Fire definitely picking up, and it looks like that spot fire around Janesville is as well. But then you also see Caldor Fire there just taking off towards the northeast. You can see how much it's grown just in the last few hours. And I see a few people concerned about Placerville. Let's check it out. Zooming out. So it looks like that's still a fair bit of ways away from the Caldor Fire, and most of the activity on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today has been to the northeast, and it looks like for the next hour or two at least, our predominant wind directions will continue to be from the west. So most likely going to continue to see that growth for the Caldor Fire to the northeast, which is, if you had to pick one area for the Caldor Fire to be growing, you would certainly pick for it to be growing away from where you do see thousands of structures right there. But that is why the Caldor Fire is such a big priority right now, and why we also have to stay updated with the fire scanner as well.
If you want to keep them spooled in hot fuel. Negative. Copy.
Good start, a good line, Mass. 2.
And I see somebody asked about the Monument Fire. This is one of our other big concerns going on right now. We had we had that northerly wind switch, which is now pushing the fire farther to the south, and we do have some new evacuation orders in place in the Hayfork area. And can I measure how far the Janesville fire is to Milford? So I believe we looked up Milford earlier. And one thing I will say is these hotspots aren't always perfect. So sometimes you can take those with a grain of salt. But we have seen that wind shift happen in Janesville. And we have seen more of those hotspots popping up on the southern edge of that spot fire. And as of right now, looks like it's about 3 miles away. But because of that wind shift, we'll most likely continue to see that hotspot move farther to the south. And that actually reminds me, we haven't looked at that camera that looks at Janesville in quite a while. I'm curious to see if we can see any flames on that yet. I'll try to pull that up.
Rick, I'm probably going to lose you. I'll end up on top of the smoke. I'll just turn back out to the west a ways at 5. Got you back there. I'm out at your 11, moving to your 10, going away from you northbound right up the fire's edge.
Yeah, so it looks like that camera that looks at Janesville area is still mostly just seeing some smoke there. I wonder if there's any camera that points towards that Milford area. And not too much. Haven't looked at this one. Nah, not too much showing up right there. What I am interested in seeing is if any of the Facebook pages have had any updates over the last hour or two. Usually they do them at about 7 p.m. So very interested to see if we have any updates yet, because that's going to be a great place to get some very current information. Doesn't look like there. Lassen Modoc unit. So it looks like there are some new evacuation orders for the Dixie Fire. Not seeing any update this evening though.
Gas force Mike, injured 52.
Curious to see if Caldor Fire has a Facebook page yet. So this is a good trick that you can always use. Go to InstaWeb, go to the fire you're interested in. Again, that says 6,500 acres, but seems like it's more like 50,000 acres at this point. And not seeing any update link. Maybe check Twitter. Or let's see if they have a Facebook page yet. Wow, that's quite a video of the Caldor Fire right there. You can see them driving. Smoke on all sides of the road right there. So I see somebody said Caldor Fire did have a presentation. I'd be curious to know where they posted that presentation. Again, that's part of the reason I do these videos, is sometimes it's very difficult to find out just where to exactly to find current and relevant information. And I do want to know the updates on the Caldor Fire, because it certainly seems like there's been a lot of activity throughout the day today. Wow, that's an amazing shot. So that's a good comment somebody just posted from CA Fire Scanner. We could actually pull up the tweet itself if we want. And it was something that we overheard on the Fire Scanner as well. Starting to place a hold on all the tankers that are not already wheels up due to decreasing visibility. Far eastern side of the fire is approximately 4 miles from US 50. Silver Fork Road mentioned as place. They could try to hold it. So we'll turn the fire scanner back on for the Caldor Fire, and then
Working at same level, should be no factor south of fire. I'll make contact. One tanker and one lead. They'll be outbound to McCall and Sim.
Seacoast 20, copy. We'll do it for tankers.
And what's your identifier again?
CP helicopter 20620. Up to the existing retard. Nice work. See you back there. Gauge point will remain north of the 50.
I'm on Blue Mountain now. Your location?
I'm making my way back to you now. I'm at the end of Blue Mountain. I just stay at that intersection.
so it sounds like we've heard reports that they're grounding a lot of the aircraft on the Caldor Fire. Looks like there's still some helicopters on the Dixie Fire, and especially that northwestern section. If we go down to the Caldor Fire area, looks like there might still be some in the area, but I think they said they were grounding these relatively soon due to the decreased visibility.
Working the north incident currently in that Jenkins Lake Flight Reservoir area, 4,500.
Copy. We've been talking to them, and we're going to head south over towards 7-2 uniform, then we'll be heading in.
Copy that.
Door air attack with aircraft information.
Other air attack,
Charlie 3 and Tanker 1-5. Tanker 1-5's empty. Both ETA back to McClellan of 1925.
air attack.
Caldor air attack rotor.
So one thing I noticed, it does look like almost every time we update this page, looks like that hotspot that was moving into Janesville yesterday continues to grow down to the south right there. Again, the main reason for that is that wind reversal that we've been talking about throughout the entire course of this live stream, where those winds were shifting around, and we're actually seeing that play out in real time with that hotspot right by Honey Lake, where you can see that now the winds are coming from a northerly direction. And we actually saw this when we looked at the weather stations in that area directly. The winds had shifted to a more northerly direction, and they are gusting at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So that's what's taking that hotspot on the western edge of Honey Lake and starting to push it farther down to the south. So those areas right there, including Milford, definitely one of my top concerns moving forward. But then also with that northerly wind shift, that starts to create more of a concern for the Lake Almanor area, the structures directly to the north of there. Again, we see some of those hot spots north of Lake Almanor, so again, we're going to have to continue to follow those spots very closely. And then that northerly wind shift is also going to affect the Monument Fire. We have some new evacuation orders in place over Hayfork as that southerly area of the Monument Fire is being pushed down farther south because of those strong northerly winds starting to push in. So just taking the wide view of all of our fires, you can see where those hot spots are. It looks like the hottest burning parts, Caldor Fire, certainly the hottest fire going on right now. I believe that one went from about 6,000 acres today, possibly up to 50,000 acres today. We've had a lot of this activity on the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire all day long, where that L1 and L2 lightning fire started. And then we're also starting to see that hot spot around Janesville pick up and move south over the last hour or two. Then over here, you can also see the Monument Fire starting to pick up over the last hour. It looked calmer earlier in the day, and then over the last hour, certainly starting to see things pick up, both on the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, and the river complex up there as well. So just taking the wide view of California, it's pretty insane to look at all the different large wildfires that are going on. That's why we're covering the Caldor Fire, the Dixie Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the river complex, the Antelope Fire, and it almost looked like there was a new one up here in very far northern California popping up right there. I'm not even sure what that fire is right there. So, yeah, big concerns right now are the Hayfork area, these structures around the McFarland Fire as well, where we have some evacuation orders in place, and then what the areas that are going to be affected by that hotspot near Honey Lake, as those more northerly winds start to push that hotspot farther to the south right there. There are some new evacuation orders over the Milford area, so that's going to be a key spot to evacuate, and then that's the key spot we're going to look at for the Lake Almanor area moving forward, as it does look like that's starting to make a southerly push. So I wish the Dixie Fire fire scanner was working, but the last I checked it wasn't, but that would be a crucial one to try to listen to right now. Oh, it looks like it's back on. Alright. So we're going to try to listen to that, because I have a feeling there's going to be some important information coming out of that Lake Almanor area, but even more importantly, that hotspot area around Janesville. Now, one thing I will say is, last time we looked at this map, all of those boxes were red. Looks like they've transitioned to orange now, which pretty sure would be good news, but we are still seeing it move farther to the south. So lots of concerns around the Dixie Fire right now, but once again, the fire that's burning the hottest is that Caldor Fire. Most of that growth, you can actually see it on this imagery, has been to the northeast throughout the day today. Is the wind direction taking the Caldor Fire towards Amador Valley. So let's check out Amador Valley. Predominant wind direction on the Caldor Fire is from the west. Actually, let's look at exactly where the smoke is blowing. That's the best way to get an idea, because sometimes the models can be wrong. Best way to look at which direction a fire is moving is to look at the smoke. Looks like it's moving to the east and the northeast, almost starting to shift a little bit more northeast right now. That's obviously an area that's not seeing that switch to the northerly wind event. So back to that area, looking at Amador Valley, backing up. No, I think that's as long as we're looking at the right spot right there, I think that's very far away from the Caldor Fire. Caldor Fire way up here, moving towards the northeast, where we do see some structures up there, so I imagine there are some new evacuation orders in place. And then later tonight, we are supposed to see some wind shift where some more easterly winds come in. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these communities to the west of the Caldor Fire. But the good news is when that wind shift comes in, it's also going to be much cooler, and we're also going to have much more moisture in the air. So certainly won't see as of extreme activity as we've seen throughout the day today on that northeastern section. And let's actually look at another video of that Caldor fire, just to, if anybody's new to the live stream, to really illustrate how extreme the Caldor fire has been throughout the day today. Honestly, seeing some fire activity like we have not seen before. This is a cam we haven't looked at yet, so I'm interested to see this one. Whoa, a couple of vultures on the camera. That's kind of cool. And then this is looking at the Caldor fire. You're going to be able to see that smoke plume really start popping up in the last 30 minutes to the last hour. It seems like the activity on the Caldor fire seems to continue to pick up, which is hard to believe because even as early as 11 this morning, we had some very active behavior. I believe it was Leak Springs is the camera that's been the most insane for the Caldor fire throughout the entire day today. That was what it looked like earlier today. Large amount of smoke being produced. That was one thing we did here on the fire scanners. There's so much smoke on the Caldor fire right now, as I believe they're starting to ground their aircraft, which unfortunately isn't good news. And then you can see how large that smoke plume is right there. Going to have to try to shift that camera farther to the north, or farther up into the atmosphere, as that smoke plume is so high right now. And the so I'll check out Sutter Creek. I would say Sutter Creek, if it is down there, that's looking, if we had to look at the growth for the Caldor fire over the day today, it is, most of the growth for the Caldor fire has been moving away from the Sutter Creek area. So that'd be good news if you're concerned about that spot. Most of that growth on the Caldor fire, you can see, has been to the northeast throughout the day today. And just going back, I wanted to show this camera as well. This shows one, if you look closely, you'll see a spot fire pop up in this video on the very lower parts of the screen. There it is, right there. That's that spot fire I was mentioning. I'll go back just in case you missed it. Alright, so now, yeah, you can see that massive pyrocumulus cloud that's being produced off the Caldor fire as of right now. Next thing I think I want to do is maybe look through Twitter again, because it looks like we have had an increase in activity on the Caldor fire, and certainly an increase in activity on that hotspot south of Janesville as well. So I want to see if there have been some important updates there. First, let's take a look at this area. Again, you can see where that's pointing. This is around the Lake Almanor area. It also looks at the Dyer Mountain area. This is going to be one of the concerns getting into this evening, as that wind shift is going to... Yeah, you can see almost every time we click away from this map and then click back again, seems like we're adding another box to that northeastern section. So Caldor fire is still definitely growing rapidly towards the northeast, going up to the Dixie Fire. You can see this hotspot appears to continue to grow as well, especially down to the south. We've seen that northerly wind push start to come in, moving that hotspot to the south. And then this right here, we haven't seen that move much over the last couple of hours, but I would be interested to know if the northerly winds are actually leading to that southern push right there, and if this is just an error in the satellite imagery, or if that hotspot is in fact over some of those structures. Good place to find out that kind of information is CA Fire Scanner. Let's check it out. And then we can also check out some of the other resources as well. Oh wow, this video might be. Thank you very much for the super chat. I've managed to take a couple little breaks throughout this video. I had a bad sip of water at one point that went down the wrong pipe and forced me to take about a 5-minute break because I couldn't stop coughing. But probably some impact from all the smoke that's been in the Santa Cruz Mountains this last week. Wish that video would load, because I imagine that's quite a sight right there. But Caldor Fire, Grizzly Flats, starting to place a hold on all the tankers that are not already on wheels. We read that earlier. That's basically talking about the fact that they were grounding the resources because there was so much smoke in the area. Oh, great recommendation, Deborah. Let's check out Brett Forrest. And I've always kind of wondered if it's technically not allowed for me to show videos, but I figure... Oh wow, great recommendation from Deborah. But I figure it's kind of a mutual thing. If he's a reporter, it certainly hopefully helps his page to have people get access to his page. So you can see that imagery. That was from about 20 hours ago, and it's funny because I think we actually looked at this video. It was almost that firewall right there as it jumped across Highway 395. Let's make sure I follow him. Yeah, that'll be a good resource moving forward. So it looks like they're taking out media from around 395. And he's saying, furthest evac I've seen for the media shows how fast these flames are moving south. Last I saw, they were 4.5 miles north of Milford. So that also confirms a lot of what we've been saying on the Dixie Fire here. The fact that that wind shift did happen, and now the fire is moving south. And if we look at exactly where Milford is, I think it brought us back over. Milford, California. His report was he said about 5 miles away. If we look at right there, that one shows maybe 3.5, but again, those hotspots can be up for debate. Certainly seeing those hotspots move farther down to the southeast as those northerly winds start to push in. If we want to see those northerly winds again, you can imagine that hotspot is right about there. And then those northerly winds come in and they just push that hotspot farther and farther down to the south. What would be interesting to see is if these winds are going to be dying down. So by about 11 p.m., we're still seeing those northerly winds, and they're still gusting at about 25 miles per hour. So that, I would say, is not what we want to see. We'd like to see those winds just die down to maybe 5 miles per hour or switch direction. If the ideal direction would be if they were directly from the west, because they would just blow it into Honey Lake. But looks like we're going to have strong northerly winds over that hotspot all the way into 11 p.m. tonight. So we're going to have to continue to keep refreshing this page right here, because we're most likely going to see those hotspots continue to move farther south. And then the other spot that we're worried about moving farther south is this hotspot area right there. if we look at the winds over that northern area of Lake Almanor where we have those structures, again, if you missed the structures on this map, it's those orange dots right there. I'll click them off and on so you can see what I'm talking about. Those hotspots right there are certainly a concern because with that wind shift, the more northerly direction, that would take those hotspots moving farther down. But the good news is I know CAL FIRE has been positioning a large amount of resources around that Lake Almanor area and around the Janesville area as well. So hopefully all ends up well there. Now the other place where those northerly winds are coming in, you can see where Weaverville is. So the Monument Fire is right about here. Those northerly winds coming in at about maybe 25 to 30 miles per hour. And if we look at that on this map, you can see why that's a concern. We have some new evacuation orders in place over the Hayfork area, and you can see the update since the last time we looked at the Monument Fire. So this is a situation that is developing in real time. That's why I'm trying to do such a long live stream throughout the day today, because I knew once that wind shift came in, there was going to be some new dangers that we didn't have in the past. So I wanted to be able to cover it in real time, just in case there's maybe one person in, let's go over here just so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. You can see Hayfork right there, and with those northerly winds now pushing in, it's taking some of that activity we have on the southern edge of the Monument Fire, pushing it farther down into the Hayfork area. I know that is an area where we have some mandatory evacuation orders in place, and unfortunately those strong northerly winds will be continuing over at least the next hour or two. So we'll have to continue to watch this area, and hopefully they've been positioning a large amount of resources in here, getting some dozer lines in, some containment lines, and hopefully working on structure protection as well. Because, I mean, I'd imagine if we saw this northerly wind event coming, and the fact that we had most of our activity on the southern edge of the Monument Fire and Hayfork's right to the south of that, if we saw it coming, then guaranteed CAL FIRE saw it coming as well. So I'd imagine they've stationed a large amount of resources there. But sometimes what happens is when you issue an evacuation order, sometimes the top priority just becomes getting people out and to safety and less in structure protection. That was something that we did see in the Greenville area on the Dixie Fire, where they were so focused on getting people out of the Dixie Fire area that we had a large number of structures end up getting destroyed. So do want to see if this has been updated, if we have any evacuation orders in Susanville yet. So it looks like that's relatively the same. Where it does look like we have some new evacuation orders are down to the south of where that hotspot was. And that makes sense because we were just showing that northerly wind push and the fact that on the Dixie Fire, that hotspot seems to continue to move farther to the south. But just taking another wide view of all of our various fires going on in Northern California, you can see a few things on this map here. One, how many different fires are going on. We have the Caldor, we have the Dixie Fire, we have the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, the Antelope Fire. The other thing you notice is how much smoke is blowing into the Tahoe area and the Nevada area. We were looking at a number of cameras that showed large amount of ash in those areas. And then the other thing, one of the first things I noticed is that northerly wind shift. The wind shift we've been talking about for the last 2 days. You can see how now those smoke plumes, especially on the northwestern parts of California, are blowing almost directly to the south and the southeast. Whereas in the past, they were blowing up to the north and northeast. That's definitely going to have some impacts on air quality throughout much of California throughout the day tomorrow. And it looks like Nevada is going to have some very poor air quality as well. So we can actually check out the air quality. It's been a while since we looked at that map, and I think that paints the picture of exactly what I was just trying to say. Looking right here, We see where that smoke was earlier in the day, and then as that wind shift comes in, it just acts to push that smoke down into the Bay Area. Looking out my window, yeah, starting to look like there's a bit more haze in the sky than compared with just an hour or two ago. So definitely starting to see some of that smoke move into the North Bay. Looks like by Wednesday morning, it'll be working into the Santa Cruz Mountains as well. And then we've certainly seen it into the Tahoe area as well. That was some of the craziest footage on the Alert Wildfire camera, were some of those shots coming out of Heavenly. And this is the camera for Tahoe, so quite a distance away from the Caldor Fire. Almost looked like there was two fires that popped up right there. We were wondering about that earlier in this live stream. But then how much smoke is over Tahoe right now? I actually have a number of family members up in the Tahoe area right now, so I'll have to have them send me some photos and videos of what it actually looks like from the ground there. But it certainly looks like the air quality up there is just absolutely terrible right now. And then we also saw that cam earlier of some of that ash falling in all the way into Nevada as well. So curious to see if Jonathan Cox has posted the incident update for the Dixie Fire or the Caldor Fire yet. Doesn't look like it. So I want to take another look at Leak Springs. Hopefully it's calmed down somewhat, but the last time we looked at this, it actually just looked like it was picking up. And actually, let's look at the full 6 hours, because what it looked like earlier today was absolutely insane. And then it looks like that smoke plume has just continued to increase in activity throughout the day. The first update we looked at for the Caldor Fire was 6,000 acres. The last update we looked at said it was 41,000 acres, and that was 3 hours ago. So I imagine the next update that comes out will say that the Caldor Fire is up to maybe 50 or 60,000 acres. Pretty soon they'll show that huge pyrocumulus cloud right there coming off of the Caldor Fire. Oh, interesting. So CHP on Facebook says, get out of South Lake Tahoe. So that is very interesting information, because there's one point here. So this is a camera basically looking at South Lake Tahoe. Oh, interesting. Somebody finally answered the question of what that fire was in the very northwest corner. I was wondering what that one was. But CHP on Facebook says, get out of South Lake Tahoe. That's very interesting. Makes sense based on all that smoke right there. But then at one point in this video, it almost looks like two little spot fires pop up on this video. Not exactly sure. Not seeing any smoke coming off. So I don't think those were spot fires we were looking at. But I can imagine they're saying not to come to Tahoe, because I mean, if you just look at that air quality over it right now, I don't think you'd want to go to Tahoe, no matter what. But to see where that smoke is coming from, again, that's mostly coming from the Caldor Fire. I want to take another look. We'll take an hour look at that pyrocumulus cloud popping up on the Caldor Fire. So Greg saying it jumped Highway 50. That's something that we were thinking about an hour or two ago, and it sounds like it did just jump. Wow, large pyrocumulus coming off the Caldor Fire right now. And again, when it comes to the Caldor Fire, most of that growth has been on the northeastern section, continuing to see those southwesterly and westerly winds blow in there. So any of these areas right here, major concern. And then later tonight, it looks like the winds are going to be shifting actually from the east. It's going to be much weaker winds tonight, so we're not going to see as of extreme growth as we've seen throughout the day today. That's about as, just looking at the old fire perimeter, you can see how, like, what the size was on the Caldor Fire earlier this morning, and now how large that is. So you can see where most of that growth has been to the northeast. But then again, as those winds shift from the east overnight, we'll start to think about the fire moving towards the west here, which would obviously be a concern because it's near those large mountain structures. But the winds are going to be much calmer than what's pushing that fire to the northeast right now. It's also going to be much lower temperatures and an increase in humidity. So although the winds are shifting to push the fire that way tonight, it looks like all our various fire weather variables are trending in a much better direction tonight. So we'll see less extreme conditions in about 5 hours. It'll definitely start to calm down. So interesting. Somebody said South Lake Tahoe area is not currently under any evacuation order. Road closures on US 50 may be implemented for through traffic in the next hour. So that's a good clarification right there. It's now 7:45, so I'm surprised there haven't been any updates yet, because we do want to find out what's going on the Dixie Fire, and I'm hoping for an update tonight because it looks like that hotspot is moving farther south. Now, the most recent one there was 10 hours ago. Yeah, not seeing too much recent information going on right there. So when all else fails, you go back to Twitter, and luckily my Twitter feed is only wildfire information. So that's the view of the Caldor Fire from Placerville. I know a number of people in the live chat earlier were asking about Placerville. Looked like it was still a distance away from the Caldor Fire, but what a view. As you can see, that massive pyrocumulus cloud coming off of the Caldor Fire. And somebody said, has Caldor Fire made it to Sly Park? So let's check that out. Hopefully it pops up here. Okay, so looks like that's Sly Park. Based on this, it looks like those hotspots are still to the east of Sly Park when it comes to the Caldor Fire. One thing I will say is you have to take these hotspots sometimes with a grain of salt because they're not always perfect. But I will say that we've been following the Caldor Fire for, I don't know, maybe 5 hours now. And it seems like every time we update this map, the growth is continually to that northeastern direction. So that would be good news for Sly Park. That fire seems to have been moving away from you throughout the day today. And that makes sense if you look at the way the smoke is blowing. It's blowing directly to the east and the northeast. So it makes sense that that's the direction the fire's been moving. Now, I also want to see if that wind shift has happened on the Dixie Fire yet. Looks like still, yeah, looks like that wind shift is finally starting to come in. So you can see how it's mostly northeast and easterly throughout much of the day, and then at the very end of this loop, you start to see some of that smoke push down to the south right there. And you can see that wind shift certainly already happened on the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, and the River Complex. That smoke is clearly blowing down to the south right now, and fire activity looks like it's picking up as well. A good way to actually see fire activity is to look at this map right here. Caldor Fire has been the most fire activity throughout the day today, and you can actually see what I was saying about how it starts here, and you can just see it move to the northeast over the last 2 to 3 hours over and over again, just in the same direction that wind is being pushed. And then earlier in the day, areas like the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, and the River Complex were relatively calm, but then in the last hour or two, you can see those really picking up. And now that we're transitioning into the almost the more nighttime type hours when it starts getting darker, you can see the clear picture of where those hot spots are. So I actually want to try to, let's pause it, go to right there, because that's going to give us a really good idea of what's going on. So there's the Caldor Fire. You can see that appears to be the brightest one in the state. I believe that one's gone from about 6,000 acres to about 50,000 acres throughout the day today. One crazy thing I noticed is how large the Dixie Fire now is. You can see that's the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire. If we think about that, that's where that L1 and L2 are. Those lightning fires that started up on the, turn the red flag warning off, up on the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire there. It looks like that's officially going to merge with the Dixie Fire. So that you could now call part of the Dixie Fire. I wonder if not, I'd be surprised if they turn this into a complex. Because we did, I believe we saw the Dixie Fire merge with the Fly Fire, and they didn't turn it into a complex yet. But looks like lots of activity up there. And then on the very northeastern section of the Dixie Fire, again, I think this technically has a different name. I think they're calling this the Farm Fire. But it was created from a spot fire from the Dixie Fire. So I would include it as part of the Dixie Fire. You can see that spread right there, and you can see how large that spread is right there. And if you think about that, that distance right there almost looks like it's about, I don't know, maybe a fourth of the distance across the state is just one fire right there. And thank you very much for the super chat. That actually just reminded me, I've barely been looking at the live chat at all over the last 5 to 10 minutes. So my apologies if anybody has asked any questions. I'll try to look back in a second. But first I want to finish this thought. The other thing you notice is also just how much fire activity is going on in Northern California. Caldor Fire, Dixie Fire, McFarland Fire, Monument Fire, River Complex, Antelope Fire, and then that new one up in the northwest that I forget the name of. But starting to remind me of 365 days ago. So August 17th, this is, you could say, the anniversary of when those fires, the lightning fires, really started to pick up last year, when we had the LNU complex in the North Bay, we had the SCU complex around Santa Clara, and the CZU complex in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and then eventually the August complex as well, which grew to be over 1 million acres and the largest wildfire in California history. That all got kicked off on August 17th last year. It was when Tropical Storm Fausto funneled a bunch of moisture into California, created at over 500 lightning fires across the state, basically overwhelmed our resources, and then that was what led to that crazy 2020 wildfire season that we had last year. And that lightning storm and all those lightning fires really started to pick up on August 17th last year. So pretty crazy to see that August 17th this year starting to look very similar to what it looked like last year, with a large amount of smoke and many different fires all burning throughout California. One thing I will say there is I don't think we're at that 2020 level just yet. It certainly looks like we're getting close based on the extreme activity we've had on the Caldor Fire and the really all the different fires going on. But if you remember, there was some points last year in that 2020 season where the entire state of California was just blanketed in that smoke. Remember, it almost looked apocalyptic last year in San Francisco, as those completely orange skies at about 10 a.m. in the morning. It looked like it was about 9 p.m. at night, so wouldn't say we're at 2020 levels yet. But again, large amount of fire activity going on right now, and we're really just getting into the hottest, driest part of the fire season, so we do still have a ways to go. Now, I'm going to turn on the fire scanner again just to see if we can get any information out about the Caldor Fire. Or actually, let's listen to the Dixie Fire, because it did look like that spot fire was starting to find its way farther south and starting to affect some of those areas right there, and then also seeing that right there. So I want to see if they mention if they're redistributing any resources. And then I'll also take a look at the live chat, see what I missed. Haven't looked at it in about 10 or 15 minutes. Oh man, forecast shows a stronger low moving in this weekend. Certainly hope that's not the case. So that's the low right now. That's crazy. That's creating all this crazy fire behavior that we've had over the last 2 days. As that low came in, first it brought those southwesterly winds that led to that spot fire that moved into Janesville last night and led to some of the structures that were destroyed in that area. Now, because that low has continued to move out, you can see that those winds have shifted down to a more northerly direction because it's counterclockwise circulation around this low. So on the left side,
Wildcat Group, 9440 Charlie, your attack.
just gonna turn that off for a second while I complete this thought. You can see that on the left side, that's transitioned to more northerly winds, and that's what's really changing our wind direction on all these fires. Earlier in the day, all our smoke was blowing to the east, and then especially with the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, and the River Complex, you can see that that smoke is now moving down to the south as that wind shift has come in. So that was a good point there. Oh, and then said there's another low coming in this weekend. So that one moves out. We transition briefly back on Thursday and Friday to just a more typical pattern for California, ridge over us. That means we're most likely just going to have some warm, dry conditions, classic summer conditions, but most likely weaker winds. Big reason I say that is if you look at those lines of constant pressure isobars when they're that far apart, that means there's weaker winds, which will be good for fires, even though a ridge like that should mean that we're getting hotter and drier. And then, oh man, it does look like there's another low coming in this weekend. So thank you for pointing that out. We hadn't even talked about that yet. So as that comes in, it looks like a pretty similar setup to the one that is coming through right now. Maybe not as strong. So I would predict some weaker winds than we're getting with that system going through right now. But it looks like the overall wind change and direction would be the exact same. First getting those southwesterly winds on the Dixie Fire, and then shifting to a northerly wind event. So very good recommendation of what to look at on the weather maps right there. Hadn't noticed there was another one coming through. Oh man, so I do see that one comment from somebody that said that the Monument Fire is already burning Junction City. And I had a feeling that that was the case in my update and forecast last night, because we saw those hotspots last night going into Junction City. But I didn't want to say it without confirming it yet, but it does sound like there were some reports coming out there. And then Frank also commented, Monument Fire is just one mountain away from burning Weaverville, and it's very windy right now. Same with Hayfork. It's almost to Hayfork Valley. So that's top thing that we've been talking about in this video, and you can see there's been another update on this map since we last looked at it. So, big thing we've been talking about really for the last, I don't know if it's been maybe 5 or 6 hours, is that when those northerly winds came in, we were predicting that the southern edge of this fire was going to make a run towards Hayfork, and it looks like that's exactly what has happened. Since the last time we updated this map, you can see we had that box, but now we also have those two. So it certainly seems like as those northerly winds come in, it is making a southerly push down into Hayfork. And I do know that there were some new evacuation orders in place right there, so we're going to have to continue to watch that area to see if that continues to make a southerly push. Certainly hoping that it just stops in its tracks, but given the strong winds that we have right now, actually, we can see what those winds are right now. Because I am curious, and I do also want to provide evidence and proof for that wind shift. You can't just go off the models. You actually have to validate it with... So let's check out Weaverville. That'll bring us right to the Monument Fire area. Sometimes this search bar doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working, so we'll have to try to search for it ourselves. There's Weaverville right there. And let's see if any of these stations around here. So if that's Weaverville, that's Hayfork right there. Take a look at the station just north of Hayfork, because that's what would be blowing that fire down into Hayfork. So let's see what the conditions are like in that area right now. And similarly, what the conditions were like earlier today, because that'll give us an idea of how the conditions have changed. So one thing I noticed, not all that warm today, just around maybe 74 degrees was our high temperature for today. Relative humidity stayed relatively high in the 30s and 40s. But we did have some strong wind gusts coming in around 19 miles per hour. And you do notice more and more of that north showing up in those wind values right there. As that wind shift did happen, let's see exactly what's going on in Hayfork, because that's going to tell us how much fire activity we end up seeing there. It looks like warmer conditions in Hayfork. We're in the low to mid 80s. Relative humidity, surprisingly high. I would have thought it'd be much lower, but then you do see those strong wind gusts. So I think it was Frank who was saying that it is windy. Interesting to see we're seeing some southwest in those wind gusts, but the overall wind direction throughout that area seems to be from a more northerly and northwesterly direction. Unfortunately, it looks like if we look at that station to the west of Weaverville, so you can imagine that's Weaverville right there. Those are those active hotspots right now. So we don't want to be seeing westerly winds right there, but it does look like, if you look at that arrow, it looks like we have some westerly winds right there. So, like Frank was saying, that is going to be a concern over the next couple of hours, and you can see fairly windy conditions, some of those gusts getting up to 21 miles per hour, and just overall gusty all day today, above 15 miles per hour. Temperature right now, 72 degrees, and again, higher relative humidity than you'd normally guess, but just looking at that map, this is going to be an area we continue to have to follow, because that southern area has certainly flared up over the last hour or two, and it looks like it's starting to make that southerly push down into Hayfork. So if you are still in Hayfork, I do remember seeing that there's a large number of new evacuation orders, so make sure to stay updated with the local resources when it comes to that kind of information. And then it looks like we're also seeing that same kind of southerly push on this hotspot from the Dixie Fire as well. Yeah, so Frank had another good comment. Yeah, he said, at least it's nice and cool out, not hot at all. That's definitely what we're seeing in those weather stations. Looks like it's surprisingly cool and moist out, which should diminish some of that fire activity. But when it comes to how fast fires move, wind is always the most important thing, and we do have those strong wind speeds, so we are going to certainly have to keep an eye on that area over the next couple of hours. Yeah, so let's go back to the Caldor Fire. I want to see what those cameras look like in the last hour or two, and I also want to see if the fire scanner is saying any new information about that one. So you can see that large pyrocumulus popping up right there. Certainly a lot of activity on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. Most of that growth, again, has been to the northeast, as you can see right there. If we look at the previous fire perimeter, is down here. If we look at the current hotspots, most of that growth to the northeast throughout the day today, which tells you that the winds have been mostly from the southwest. So that's why we're having such poor air quality in the Tahoe area. We're looking at some of those live cams from South Lake Tahoe, and it looked like just completely orange skies. Couldn't really see anything on the camera. And it's because all that smoke from the Caldor Fire, you could actually see it right here, going directly into Tahoe right there. See if that wind shift is continued over the Dixie Fire. Looks like some of that smoke starting to find its way south. So going to be important to keep our eye on that. Oh, interesting. So somebody just said all aircraft pulled off Caldor Fire and the fire has exponential growth to the northeast. I'd say definitely have confirmed that. We remember hearing on the fire scanner that they're pulling the aircraft due to reduced visibility, and then also just how much growth we've been seeing to the northeast. One thing I also just noticed on this, mentioned this earlier, but you notice the ripples in the smoke, both from the Caldor Fire and the Dixie Fire. You see those ripples right there? That is something I've never seen in smoke before, but you often see with clouds. Those are actually called gravity waves, where it's when smoke goes over a mountain, it almost comes down the mountain and then goes back up and almost bobs like a cork. And that's why you get that wavy pattern right there. Something I hadn't seen in smoke before, but certainly interesting to see. Almost looks like it's going all the way along that Nevada-California border, from the smoke going from the Dixie Fire down to the Caldor Fire, where you do see those rippling gravity waves working their way into that smoke, which doesn't really affect anything. It's not going to be any big news, but just kind of an interesting observation. Yeah, so in Reno, today was the worst smoke day of the season. We were looking at one video coming out of Reno earlier. It looked like there was even some ash falling as well, and certainly looked very smoky. The video itself was from about 4 p.m. and it looked like it was about 10 p.m. because it was so dark. Yeah, big thing you notice here is how much smoke is being produced in Northern California, and because of that wind shift to a more northerly direction, that's going to be pushing a lot of that smoke down into California. Looking out my window right now, certainly seeing some of that smoke work into the North Bay, although not as much as we're likely going to be waking up to tomorrow morning. And another big shout out to all my moderators, Lucy Hanson, White Dove, I believe we have Trish as well now, and Robert Forrest. You guys have been doing a fantastic job keeping this live chat very informational and helpful, because often I'm not the best at looking at the live chat, so it helps when people are able to answer other people's questions, which is much easier to do when the live chat's not filled with trolls. And then also, it helps make these videos better because you guys suggest different towns or cameras to look at, and it is a lot better to have 500 brains working to make this video than just one. So big shout out to the moderators and everybody who's been suggesting questions, comments, cameras, all kind of working together as a community to make this video as informative as possible. So let's see what's going on that leak spring camera. Seemed like that was the top one we were looking at throughout the day today. Looks like sun finally starting to set. So let's see. Hopefully that means that we're going to start to see some diminished fire activity once the sun sets. That means the temperatures are going to go down. That means the wind speeds will likely go down as well. So that improvement in conditions, I would say, can't come soon enough because all of our fires are burning rapidly right now. Caldor Fire, Monument Fire, which is starting to threaten the Hayfork area. The spot fire on the Dixie Fire, that's starting to move into what I believe was Milford.
Well, that's Sierra Springs, 2008.
Let's check how many firefighters are on the Caldor now. Looks like they haven't updated the acres there. Last time we went on Twitter, it sounded like Caldor was up to 40,000 acres, and that was about 3 hours ago. So I would imagine it's up to maybe 50 or 60,000 acres. Just tells you how much that has grown throughout the day today. Honestly, I don't know if I can remember seeing a fire burn as fast as the Caldor Fire has today. That has been updated. So earlier today, I believe the last time we looked at this, it was showing 242 personnel on the Caldor Fire. And, oh wait. So I want to make sure we are on the Caldor Fire here. Clicking in there. Personnel, so that still shows 242, but I think they just haven't updated that page yet. We're going to have to see if that number changes once they update the acreage burned and the total personnel as well. I did see another comment in here I wanted to... Oh, that is a good point. Somebody said, I thought gravity waves were caused by black holes. I asked a similar question in my meteorology class. I'm like, aren't gravity waves a space thing? But whoever named it just, I guess, wasn't all that original. They reused the word gravity waves. It's also a space thing, but you can also use that term in meteorology. As we're seeing with that smoke plume there, those ripples right there are what you call gravity waves. Normally see that in clouds, but this is the first time I've seen that in smoke behavior, which is pretty interesting to see there. Then I also see somebody commented on how many structures are to the northwest and the west of the Caldor Fire. That is going to be a big concern over the next couple of days, as you can see how many structures are there. Looks like there already are a large number of structures that are underneath the Caldor Fire. I believe that's Grizzly Flats down there. Now, if you had to have some good news, it looks like there's thousands of structures to the east of the Caldor Fire. And the good news is the fact that it has been moving mostly to the east and the northeast throughout the day today. But obviously that isn't good news for all of these structures, where you can see there's still a large amount of structures here. I'd be curious to know if anybody knows what town that is, because it looks like they are just about to get affected by the Caldor Fire. Caldor projected to continue moving to the northeast, at least over the next hour or two. And then tonight, the winds do shift to a more easterly direction, but the winds are going to be much, which you'd think that would add a westerly push to this fire, but they're going to be much calmer winds. We're also going to have temperatures in the 60s, relative humidity increasing throughout the night, so certainly not going to see as extreme fire behavior once those winds do shift around. But if you live in any of these communities right here, I would certainly, if you haven't evacuated already, I'm not sure if, I'd imagine there's evacuation orders in place there, but I would definitely be packed up and ready to go throughout both the night tonight and over the next few days, as we've seen how much this fire has grown just in the last 24 hours. And somebody's suggesting look back at the Leak Springs camera. We actually already loaded that one up. I forgot to play it though. So you can see that massive amount of activity we had on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. Little spot fire starting down there. And then towards the end of this, you'll just see a massive pyrocumulus cloud. Like I said, this fire has gone from about 6,000 acres to what appears to be about 50,000 acres over the course of one day. And thank you, Colby, for answering that question. Looks like that community is Kybers. Probably not pronouncing that right. But amazing to see how much activity we're still seeing on the Leak Springs camera. If we go to about let's look at the last 15 minutes. You can see almost how that wildfire pulses like that. And then one thing you think about is with all that rising air, something has to take the place of that rising air. So that's where you get some gusty erratic winds on the surface. And then that's what's able to fuel the fire and then lead to more fire growth, more plume development. So it almost turns into a positive feedback loop. And he did say it's Kybers. So I'm going to try to see if we can actually confirm that. Yeah, so that right there looks like that northeastern section of Caldor Fire is starting to move into the Kybers area. Still not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, it sounds, you are correct. Not sure if that was an answer to me or an earlier question. But that's going to continue to be a concern as Caldor Fire just continues to burn rapidly up towards the northeast there. Interested to see when that wind shift is supposed to happen. So I believe it was that long.
Radio is 10-1 confirmed. DA-55, your traffic?
Alright, I want to make sure I have the right lat long for the Caldor Fire so we can make sure we're looking at the right place. Whoops. Come here. This is a little trick that I use. You get the lat long from the InSwed website. You put it into windy. Have to delete the word latitude first though. And then I want to see if that wind shift is happening because unfortunately all of our growth on the Caldor Fire today has been to the northeast, and you do see that that appears to have started to move into the area of Kybers. So what we're hoping is that the winds either die down or shift direction to keep that fire from moving any farther towards the northeast. So looking at the wind gusts right now, yeah, still very strong winds right now, blowing from the southwest to the northeast. So we are likely to continue to see that active growth on the Caldor Fire over at least the next hour. And then it looks like by the time we get to 11 p.m., we get that wind shift that we're looking for. So it shifts back away from Kybers, which would then push the fire back into itself. But then we have to start thinking about that western edge of the fire. Again, at that point, you can see the winds are much calmer than they have been throughout the day today. So, well, it's a concern on the western edge there later tonight once those winds shift around. We're certainly not going to see that extreme fire activity that we've seen to the northeast over the last 5 or 6 hours. And then it's also going to be a question of so right now, we're still seeing those strong southwesterly winds pushing the Caldor Fire closer into Khyber's. And then at 11 p.m., it looks like those winds have shifted around to push the fire back into itself and protect Khyber's. So the question is, between 8 and 11, when does that shift happen? Because if it happens closer to 11, that fire is going to continue to be able to move farther to the northeast. But maybe if it happens in the next 30 minutes, it immediately starts to push the fire back into itself. So certainly hoping for that. Now, the couple other places we have to keep checking routinely because of the updates. Yeah, so that's not what we wanted to see. Looks like we've continued to see more growth on the southern edge of that hotspot that is south of Janesville. Again, the big change in wind direction has been, I would say, good news for Janesville, because it's now, let's make sure we're looking at the right place. So there's Honey Lake right there. So you can see the predominant wind direction as of right now. Very strong winds over the Dixie Fire and that spot fire right now, gusting at about 30 to 35 miles per hour through Janesville. But you notice where that hotspot is, it's down south of Janesville, so these northerly winds are actually pushing that hotspot away from Janesville, which is, I would say, some great news for the Janesville area. But where that's bad news is for these communities south of that hotspot. I know we do have some new evacuation orders in this area, and we have continued to see that over the last 3 to 4 hours. Every time we look at this, it seems like it continues to move farther down to the south. So that's one of the big concerns as of right now. If you live in this area and you haven't evacuated yet, I certainly would evacuate as of right now. The other area where we're concerned about is with that shift in winds. Actually, let's see if those winds calm down. Looks like they're still 25 miles per hour at 11 p.m. So we're going to continue to see that hotspot move farther south. What I also want to see is what's going on in the northern shore of Lake Almanor. Looks like we have those northerly winds, or northwesterly, coming in at about 30 miles per hour right now. By 11 p.m., they're still 27. So my main concern as we push into the later hours tonight are these structures along Lake Almanor, to see if that hotspot moves any farther south. It looks like it's already moving south compared to what it looked like earlier today, but we certainly don't want to see it moving any farther south. And then our other main concern, I've probably said main concern like 6 times now, but it's just because there's so many different concerns going on. There's numerous structures all around the McFarland fire. We are seeing a lot of activity on that one right now. Looking at the smoke plume coming off of that one, you'll see it pick up in the last hour or two. Pyrocumulus coming off right there. And then even larger coming off of the Monument Fire. And you notice what direction that smoke is going? It's directly to the south. So that's why we're so concerned about the southern edge of the Monument Fire, because you can see the large amount of structures in the Hayfork area. And this is another area that we've seen updates every time we look at this map. It seems like those hotspots get more and more established on the southern edge as it moves farther down south. I do know there's some new evacuation orders in the Hayfork area. And then we've also seen some of those hotspots move into Junction City as well. And looks like there's one mountain between those hotspots and Weaverville. So predominant wind direction right now is from the north, so it'll act to push this fire more down to the south. So I think Hayfork's a bigger concern right now than Weaverville is. But that will be an area we have to watch over the next couple of days and into this weekend, as it does look, drink every time Holt says main concern. The other one is hotspot. I think you guys were playing that drinking game the other night, and I'd imagine that's probably a dangerous game to play, because I do say hotspot and main concern quite a bit. But what I was saying right here is later into this weekend, somebody pointed this out in the live chat. is it looks like up here getting into Friday night into Saturday morning, there's another low coming through. So that would bring some westerly winds with it, and then another northerly wind event. So that's where Weaverville would be a concern maybe Friday into Saturday as that westerly wind event comes in. But as of right now, the winds are primarily from the north. So that's why Hayfork is top area of concern for the Monument Fire. And then going to take a sip of water. Interested to see if there's been any updates on Twitter. I'm glad I came up to the North Bay to do this video because I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I think my Wi-Fi has been much better up here than where I usually do it in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Wow. So this is a time lapse of the Caldor Fire. And while we're watching this, we can turn on the Caldor Fire scanner to see if we get any recent information about what's going on. Hopefully they mention what's going on in Kybers, because it does look like the Caldor Fire is starting to move into that community. Got a lot of activity happening on the Caldor Fire throughout the day today. Oh, this is the map we've been checking throughout this entire live stream. I'm going to mute the fire scanner because this is something very important that we've been trying to see throughout the entire course of this live stream. So that is the Shaffer Mountain cam. And every time that we've looked at it in the past, we couldn't see anything just because there was so much smoke in the area. So I do want to go back into that because that's the cam that we were watching last night as that hotspot was moving. Oh wow, first let's look at this one. Antelope Mountain, Susanville. Let's go last hour. And then while we're looking at this, I'll describe the other cam. We were looking at it last night. It looks directly over Janesville, and we were seeing people evacuating. We saw the power get cut to the town, and then we were also seeing the fire come down the ridgeline. And it looks like now that the cameras are switching to that nighttime vision, we're able to actually start to see that fire activity once again. So I think we'll be able to actually see something on this map once it turns to the night vision. Looks like it might happen any second here. Yeah, we'll have to come back to that map. Looks like there's, just based on that photo though, it looks like there's a lot of activity going on right there. And then the one that we wanted to see the update, the one we've been checking all day, and in the past it's just looked like smoke and haze, is the Shaffer Mountain camera, because it looks like that fire is starting to come back down the ridge. So to put this into perspective, we can go to Zeke Lunder's Twitter, because he posted a photo of what this actually looks like right there. So this is, you can see that is the lake right there, Honey Lake, and then there's that fire coming down the ridgeline. And then you can imagine if we look at the vision that that camera has, we'll go over here to hybrid. You can see the camera itself is up here on what appears to be a mountain right there. It's looking at the western edge of Honey Lake, directly over Janesville. So going to be very interesting to see what this map looks like right there. We'll look at 15 minutes first to make sure it's in that night vision. Oh wow, that looks like even more fire activity than we were seeing last night. Do see some cars here. It looks like, I'm surprised there's anybody still in this area, because the entire town of Janesville had that evacuation order last night. Let's actually switch to the hour, because it looked like we could actually see those flames coming through at one point. And again, this is looking directly over Janesville and Honey Lake area. So it's surprising to see we're still seeing so much activity in the same area, because we were thinking those northerly winds would actually be pushing this hotspot away from Janesville, but it looks like it is starting to move back into this area in the last 30 minutes. It looks like it flares up right there. You can think of this as an hour-long video, and it started at about 66%, maybe in the last 20 minutes, and it has just completely flared back up. Wow. So I want to see if we can listen to the Dixie Fire channel to see what's going on there. Because it certainly looks... Yeah, it's interesting what Travis just said. Seems like there's a breaking point as far as resources versus fires. That's definitely something we saw in 2020, actually 365 days ago to the date, on August 17th. It was when we had those hundreds of lightning fires all through California, when Tropical Storm Fausto funneled in that lightning event and basically overwhelmed our resources. And that was big reason why the August complex was able to grow to over 1 million acres, and other fires like the LNU, SCU, and CZU were able to grow as large as they did. I believe 2 of those are in the top 5 largest California wildfires. And just looking at the satellite imagery, you can see how much wildfire activity is going on throughout California. So certainly seems like we're getting to that breaking point where we start running out of resources, as Travis was just saying. But the good news is, on the Dixie Fire, we do still have 6,000 personnel. So I do know, even though this camera right here does not look good, we do still have a large amount of resources, and I know they actually had fairly successful operations in Janesville last night. It might not sound like that, because we did hear reports of structures being destroyed in the Janesville area, but CAL FIRE had seen this event coming from maybe 5 or 6 days away, so they had a great plan in place for being able to redistribute resources there on a moment's notice. And when that spot fire did happen, they were able to take 5 strike teams, bringing them into Janesville, and really saved what could have been a very bad situation. So a lot of great work done by CAL FIRE in Janesville last night. I imagine they have a large amount of resources in Janesville right now, trying to protect from that fire, what appears to be coming down the ridgeline, like we were seeing last night at about the same time. So we're going to have to keep coming back to this one to see if it continues working down this ridgeline. But again, that's about right there. You can see where Honey Lake is, and that fire moving down that ridgeline right there. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. He was saying this was posted at 2:43 p.m. Said not a lot of growth in the past 10 hours, but looks like that growth is starting to pick back up again. So I noticed somebody said, frustrating trying to find updated evacuation information. The El Dorado County Sheriff's map shows Whitehall and Kybers only have an evacuation warning. Oh, that is very surprising. Because if we look at this map for the Caldor Fire, you can see that update again as the hotspot continued to move farther south here. We'll get back to that in a second, but I do want to reference what we're talking about right there on the northeastern side of the Caldor Fire. It's been moving to the northeast all day today. For proof of that, we can look at where the previous fire perimeter was. It was down here. And then throughout the day today, and even just in the course of this live stream, you can see how much it has moved up to the northeast. And when that wind shift was, we are going to see the wind shift on the Caldor Fire. It's been the southwesterly winds that have continued to push that to the northeast throughout the entire day today. And at some point between now and 11 p.m., those winds will calm down and actually start to move from the east to the west. But we don't know exactly when that wind shift is going to happen. So last we checked, we still had those southwesterly winds. And I would be amazed if they don't have a mandatory evacuation order in Kybers right now, because you can see, actually, one thing I will say is these hotspot maps aren't always 100% accurate, so I can't get too carried away here because we don't know if that's exactly what it looks like. We have seen cases in the past where hotspots showed up somewhere where it wasn't actually the case. You have to take it a little bit with a grain of salt and remember that it is a satellite picking up this hotspot from space through a thick layer of smoke. So you can imagine how difficult that is to know exactly where that hotspot is. But you can see that our growth throughout the last 5 hours has been to the northeast. And it looks like some of that activity is starting to move closer to the Kybers area. So I would definitely try to stay updated on all the recent evacuation orders. But you can also do what I do. I live in a very high fire danger area as well. I've been evacuated a number of times. And I've also self-evacuated a number of times because I always believe that you shouldn't wait until an evacuation warning or order comes in. If one does come in, guaranteed, leave immediately. Pack up your stuff and be ready to go. Or ideally pack up before you get the warning or order. But I also believe that you also shouldn't wait until that order is put in place. Sometimes power can go out. Sometimes we've seen this. I believe it happened on the campfire where the emergency notification system didn't go out to everybody. So after I watched that documentary on the campfire where that happened, I changed my philosophy to, if I feel it in my gut that the situation is not looking good, then I just pack up my stuff and leave. I've done that a number of times in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and that's advice I would have to anybody living around wildfires in California. Don't always wait for that evacuation warning or order to come in. If you start to feel like you should leave, then that's the time to leave. So, good thing to remember in that Kybers area. Oh, that is a good point that Brooke said in the chat. They're probably throttling evacuations to prioritize those closest to the danger, avoiding traffic jams and all. So if it's near you, it might be more near others, and they don't want everyone trying to leave at once. That is actually a very good point, and is something to keep in mind, is that they do have systems in place for evacuation, and they structure those systems on efficiency and priority. So that is a good point to make there as well. Do want to go we'll do a quick overview of our fires to talk about the key areas we're concerned about. One, I would say Kybers, as we've seen a large amount of growth on the Caldor Fire to the northeast over the last couple of hours and throughout the day today. Number 2 is up here on this spot fire. You can see some of it looks to be pushing farther into Janesville. We are actually seeing that on the Shaffer Mountain camera. It looks like, well, we couldn't see any fire activity throughout the day today because the smoke was so thick. In the last, what appears to be the last 30 minutes, enough of that smoke has cleared out for us to be able to see in here. And it looks like there's a large amount of activity once again pushing down that ridge line down towards the Janesville area. So that's a big concern right there. Another concern is the areas south of that hotspot. The predominant wind direction is still from the north, and it should remain from the north at about 25 miles per hour until about 11 p.m. We're still seeing those strong winds. So that's going to be a concern for these areas down there. I know that there were some new evacuation orders put in place down in that area. And then we're also going to keep our eye on this spot. We haven't seen any updates to these hotspot boxes over the last couple of hours, but we know what direction the winds are blowing from. They're from the north, so that would act to take this hotspot and push it farther south. So we're going to continue to watch that area around Lake Almanor. And then also when it comes to McFarland Fire, there's just a large number of structures all around that fire. But then the other big concern is on the Monument Fire. Most of the activity on the Monument Fire is on that southeastern edge right there. And that wind shift came in strong. We have those strong northerly winds coming in right now, which means it's blowing to the south. So that's taking that fire activity that's right here, pushing it closer to the area of Hayfork. I believe we have a number of new evacuation orders in place in that area. So that is another key concern throughout the next couple of hours, as over and over again we've seen it move farther down to the south since we started this live stream, and we've also seen it move farther into what I believe is Junction City right there. We're also seeing hotspots in Junction City last night, so that's obviously another concern there as well. Very interesting to see this camera though. This is the camera we've been watching all day long to see if we could see that hotspot moving into Janesville. And it looks like that fire activity has picked up again. And we'll check out the Antelope mountain cam next. That's a good recommendation, Edward. So there's the activity picking up around, looking directly to the west of Honey Lake and Janesville area. Now we also want to see Antelope Mountain. I believe that's the one we want right there. Oh, you could see where that fire activity was at the very beginning of the video, and then they shifted away from it. So that's looking down over Susanville right there. So that would be this finger up here. I imagine the camera is probably right about there, looking down that way at that hotspot. So let's actually, right there, at the very beginning of the video, I'll pause it. Looks like there's that large amount of activity going on right there. I wish they would scroll back to that spot, because they scroll over here and then we'd lose view of what was happening on where it looked like there was more activity. So interesting from Frank again. He said, close friend of mine owns a couple of those structures south of Junction City. It's all gone now. So again, thoughts and prayers go out to everybody being affected by these wildfires. You can see it is a large number of people being affected right now. We have the Caldor Fire continuing to make its push to the northeast. We have that hotspot around Janesville and also areas to the southeast of that hotspot. I believe it was called Milford, was one of those spots where we have the new evacuation orders. And then we have McFarland Fire threatening a number of structures around that area. And then the Monument Fire, you can see how the smoke is pushing to the south, so continuing to see that fire activity pushing to the south as well, threatening the area around Hayfork. So let's check out, see we got a new comment in here. Let's check out Wilson Lake. See, zooming out. Not sure this went to the right spot. Doesn't seem like that's California. Let's see. Interesting. So searching again. Not exactly sure. Is that maybe Wilson Lake right there? It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe it's, yeah, that it looks like that was what was centered. And zooming out, it looks like that is the northwestern section of the Dixie Fire. You can see where those where there are some structures in that area. We have those orange dots up here, orange dots up here, and where that heat signature is right now. Just given where that heat signature is and the fact that we do mostly have those northerly winds right now, I would say that definitely is a concern. But I will also always preface that those heat signatures aren't perfect. So hopefully that satellite imagery is incorrect and it's not actually seeing that much activity there. But that could be a concern over the next couple of hours. We'll have to try to keep our eye on that one as well. You can see a lot of activity. Actually, looking at the direction of the smoke, looks like a lot of that smoke on the Dixie Fire is still moving towards, some of it is moving down to the south now with that wind shift. But it looks like the area of the Dixie Fire where, I haven't looked at this in a while, this is the best way to see where the hot spots are. That northwestern section of the Dixie Fire is seeing a lot of activity. Not as much as the Caldor Fire though, where it has just been taking off all day long. And then you also see that hot spot pop up right there. And then also the McFarland and Monument Fires picking up in activity as well. I want to see if any other cameras around the Dixie Fire show some activity. Looks like Dire Mountain is finally starting to show some activity. Oops. It's actually a better way to look at any activity that might be on Dire Mountain would be this camera right here. Overall, I haven't seen too much activity around this area based on this imagery throughout the day today. Looks like it's finally starting to pick up. Hard to tell if those are hotspots or structures right there. That looks like fire activity. So it looks like things might be starting to pick up in Dyer Mountain. It's the interesting thing about these fires, and especially the Dixie Fire, is we almost have more activity at 9 and 10 p.m. than we do at 4 p.m., which is very weird because usually 4 p.m. is the key wildfire time, because that's usually the hottest, driest part of the day. But it seems like it's almost like the smoke has been calming these fires down throughout the daytime hours, and then we break through that in inversion, and then we see fire activity pick up around 8 or 9 p.m., which has been a weird feature of these fires for the last week or two. Again, this is the imagery of that hotspot finding its way back down that ridgeline into Janesville. One good news I will say is that fire activity burns much faster uphill, and it looks like it's down here that we have our structures. So topography wise, this is actually good because it is much slower for a fire to burn downhill than it is uphill. And it also looks like our winds are blowing that direction as well. So even though it seems like there is a large amount of activity on that ridgeline again around Janesville, it does look like topography and winds are working in our favor when it comes to that one. But we're going to have to keep our eye on that because it does look like it's coming all the way down to the bottom right there, as we saw last night when it jumped Highway 395, as you could see in this photo here, where the fire came down that ridgeline, jumped Highway 395, almost got all the way up to the Honey Lake area. So I'm curious to see if there's been any new updates recently. We haven't checked Twitter in a while. So it looks like there's some new evacuation orders for the Caldor Fire. So hopefully if you live in that area, you just had time to read that. That one was an hour ago. I believe we already looked at that. Be curious to see if the Dixie Fire scanner is saying anything about that hotspot going down into what appears to be Janesville right now. Sorry about that. It seems like that Dixie Fire scanner is not working too well right now, but you can see that increase in activity we've had on that hotspot from the Dixie Fire. That's Janesville down there. You can see people, looks like they're evacuating right now. Surprising that anybody's actually still in that area because we had the evacuation orders last night. But does look like we couldn't see that hotspot all day today, and it does look like we're finally able to see it, and it looks like that activity is picking up over the last hour or two. Now, one thing that we haven't been able to successfully find yet is any new update. Oh, this is finally the message that we were looking for about maybe 2 hours ago. A video is sent in, and I'm interested to see what this video looks like. I forgot my messenger is messed up for some reason. Oh, that's a bummer. I can't see the message. Facebook. Let's go back over here. I want to see if there's an update by Cal Fire on either, usually it's the Lassen Modoc unit that does those videos, or the Plumas County. Looks like no video today, but which honestly isn't a huge surprise, as they probably have every resource available actually fighting the fire. And this one looks like it came in about an hour ago. So I think I actually am going to play this right now, and I'll try to answer any questions you all have in the live chat. But it will be helpful to play this because it'll give me a chance to possibly eat some dinner. And then I'll try to come back and we'll update on all those cameras and the fire activity that we're seeing to get another final update on what structures and communities seem to be at risk when it comes to all the various fires going on, including the Dixie Fire, the Caldor Fire, the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, Antelope Fire. So I do want to watch that video to hear about what updates they have to say. Especially interested to hear about that hotspot that looks like it's dropping down into Janesville again. And then also looks like it's starting to move south and threaten some of these communities down on the southern edge of Honey Lake. So very interested to watch this video and hear what they have to say. And then I'll try to answer any questions you guys have in the live chat, and then once this update is over, I'll also come back on and we'll take another look at all the cameras going on, all the weather maps, all the updated numbers as well. Just getting to the start of the video.
With closing comments from Jerry McGowan, and then we will take questions in the chat. So please feel free to put your questions in the Facebook Live chat. We will address some of them this evening, and the rest of them we will address throughout the evening. We will also have special subject matter experts with Air Resources Advisor and meteorologists to take specific questions in the chat as well. So first up, we'll have Operations Section Chief Mario Gomez for operational update.
Good evening. My name is Mario Gomez. I'm one of the ops chiefs on California Team 1. I'll give you your evening update on the Dixie Fires for the East Zone. So for the Dixie Fire, we've adjusted our East and West zone delineation. As you can see here on the map, it's this gray with a yellow dotted line that runs across the top part of the Dixie Fire. So starting over here in Division November, also known as the Dyer Group, resources continue to secure and mop up our perimeter line in Division November. Today we had no issues. They got about 50 to 100 foot depth in most areas, and they're feeling like a couple days in this area and it will be looking really good. And then we can start shifting resources around to some higher priority areas. Coming back around over onto the top of the Dixie Fire in the East Zone. The fire held on Fruit Growers Boulevard. We haven't had any slops or spots across Fruit Growers Boulevard. So folks continue to work along there, secure and mop up, and there's a couple pieces of open line that's hung up in some old existing dozer lines, and resources are going to continue to scout to figure out how they can connect the dots, with our dozer line that we put, or the team that was here before us, Team 4, put in, and tying it into this area coming across the top of the fire. Moving over into the Wildcat area, resources continue to secure and mop up around Antelope Lake, and coming back down around into Division Quebec. The resources, were in here today, working on containing the southern spread of the fire. And we did have a spot fire across the road around drop point 290, and resources are currently engaged actively suppressing that spot fire with crews, equipment, and aircraft as long as they can fly with visibility. Continuing on down around into Indian Valley, resources, mopped up, secured, dealt with any reported smokes that were called in from the public. We maintained a pretty active patrol today also on Highway 89 out to Almanor Lake. So resources were in there addressing any smokes that were around residents and that were visible, to folks. Coming back down around into what we have established as Branch 30, we have Division Romeo, Whiskey, and X-Ray. Resources continue to patrol and mop up and secure the fire perimeter in Branch 30. Also, we had resources up here assisting in the spot fire that we had up in the west zone in the vicinity of Janesville, and resources were actively engaged in suppressing that spot fire today with direct and indirect line construction and also point protection around the structures. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you so much, Mario. That was a great briefing. Next up, we will have from the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Todd Johns.
Good evening. As you know, I'm Sheriff Todd Johns, Plumas County Sheriff. I'd like to start with a quick message from Sheriff Dean Groudon, who's unable to attend this meeting tonight. He contacted me and requested that I relay to the folks of Susanville, specifically Janesville area, that the fire is moving along and above 395 south of Janesville and towards Milford. People sheltering in place should leave the area immediately. And he's advising that they're doing a secondary sweep of that area now to make sure people know the danger that is heading towards them. So again, if you live in the area of 395 Janesville or the Milford area, you need to evacuate. So that's from Sheriff Dean Groudon. On the Plumas side of things, I want to start with the fact that we still have one person who is unaccounted for. We've received some excellent leads on this person that we're following up on. However, I want to mention again that as of this time, we're still looking for Ronald Avila from Greenville. We do believe that Ronald may have left the area over 4 years ago. And if you know him or know the whereabouts of him, if you could please call the Sheriff's Office at 530-283-6300, and it's 530-283-6300. And then I want to reiterate that we do believe we have some pretty solid leads on him, but until we close those out, I would still ask for the public's assistance. Currently, I have evacuees from Chester and Greenville and Canyon Dam that are in place in the evacuation shelter in Susanville. I just want to mention that we are working closely with the incident command team to get you back to your residence as quickly as possible. We're optimistic that if things go well, that could happen in the next couple of days. I also want to remind folks that if you know that you have lost residents within the county, that we will be having what we call a LAC, which is a local assistance shelter in Quincy, and that will start this Thursday through Saturday from 11 to 6. The address of that is right next to the Sheriff's Office in the old probation building. The exact address is 1446 East Main Street. So again, that's 1446 East Main Street. Additionally, if you're unable to make it to that meeting, once we get folks back from the shelter in Susanville, and we've had folks that have left actually the county and the surrounding counties. We will be having additional assistance centers that will open either in Quincy, potentially in Greenville, in Chester, to try to accommodate everybody and get them the information that they need to get for the next steps on taking care of their structures. So again, we're doing everything in our power to ensure our residents' safety and well-being amidst this dynamic fire activity. And I want to continue to thank the citizens of Plumas County and Lassen County for their continued support. For those of you that haven't realized it yet, PG&E has also indicated that it may still shut off power if parts of the power safety power shut off in a number of counties, including ours tonight. That may or may not have already happened in some areas, but the affected areas within Plumas County include Diamond Mountain Road, North Arm Road, Tobin, Story, Bucks Lake, and the Lakes Basin area above Gold Lake. In conjunction with that, PG&E will be operating a community resource center with restrooms, Wi-Fi, and charging stations at the Elks Lodge in Quincy, 2004 East Main Street. It will begin operating that tonight from 5 to 10, and Wednesday from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. This information has been updated to our website and Facebook page. And additionally, around 5:30 today, Plumas Sierra Rural Electric Co-op, or otherwise known as PSREC, experienced a system-wide outage due to the loss of their backup feed from Nevada Energy. So crews will have to patrol the line before it can be re-energized. There is currently no estimate time of restoration. So members from Janesville to Milford should be prepared for continued outages due to the Dixie Fire. And incident commanders are requesting lines be de-energized for firefighter safety. They're going to restore power as quickly as possible and as soon as it's safe to do so. PSREC's infrastructure has been damaged. Crews are standing by to repair it as soon as it is safe. So residents should keep an eye on their website at psrec.coop or their Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you for all that information, Sheriff. Before we begin our next speaker, I do want to remind people that we are streaming this live to both the Plumas National Forest and the Lassen National Forest Facebook page. We will also be recording this one, and we will also put it up on InciWeb. Our next speaker will be Chris Carlton, Plumas National Forest Forest Supervisor.
Thank you, and good evening. We're going to try this again. There we go. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Just a couple of quick updates, but before I do that, want to just mention the latest acreage on this fire is 627,000 acres, which is just huge. I think we all recognize that, but it takes a minute to kind of sink in when you look at this map. You know, a few people have mentioned the map's the same in every fire, right? The Walker footprint, which is right there, is less than a tenth the size of this. So just, it's really hard to describe the magnitude of the impacts we're seeing. And I want to acknowledge that, especially as we continue to see impacts to our communities and in Lassen County right now, Janesville, and it sounds like we've got some additional concerns in Milford. So, you know, this really is not just one team fighting one fire, but it's one fire impacting many communities. And so really recognize that this is a very difficult situation, and it can start to feel a little bit relentless and unending. But I also want to acknowledge that we are making progress. You know, and as much as every impact that we see is tragic, there are also a lot of victories out there, and there are communities and areas. You know, we don't always recognize the successes that are in there, and so you know, there's no way to diminish the tragedies. This really is hard, but it's also got some amazing work by our firefighters and our first responders to do everything they can to protect and public health and safety and preserve these communities. So a couple of quick updates here. We had some comments the other day. We talked a little bit about making sure we're getting good, positive, accurate communication out to people, and that we're going to continue these meetings every other night. We asked for suggestions. One of the suggestions we got was to try to do everything by send out text message notifications. That's not something we did look at that. That's not something we're able to do. However, we did expand our phone hours from 7 to 10, and that's that 818-403-3654 number. So that's a number you can call for information. We put a storybook up on Facebook, kind of talking a little about the overall story of the fire, hopefully get some good information to people out there. And wanted to address, just again, we do have some campgrounds that remain open from the forest here on the Plumas, and I understand there's some on the Lassen as well. So if you are evacuated and need a place to stay, they don't have a lot of services, but it is an option out there. And those are Meadow Camp, Deans Valley, Rock Creek, and Red Bridge. So the last part, just recognize, we have 6,000 firefighters on this incident. We have over 500 engines, 200 dozers, 20 helicopters, and 84 crews. And that is an incredible amount of resources, and that's not counting the law enforcement first responders who are out there assisting as well. So, I don't know about you, but that gives me a lot of hope that we have a lot of folks out there giving their all to help keep our communities safe. So thanks, and have a good evening.
Thank you for that. So this portion, we're going to go to some of our online questions, and we're going to bring some people up to answer them. So this is your time to add those questions into the chat. I do want to remind everybody that we will be answering these questions through the evening. So if we don't get to your questions during this live presentation, we will still work to answer those in the chat messaging. Also, there has been a lot of questions in there about the Janesville area and some of the structures lost in there. We don't have a lot of information on that. I do want to remind people that the other zone of the fire will be having a community meeting tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and we'll make sure to post that in there. So we do have some other questions, so we're going to go ahead and get started. The first one is on the details of the spot fire at Kessler Peak. Operations, Mario?
Yes, so I'll give you some more information. I just got an update from our branch director that's out there. So the fire jumped or crossed the road here on Beardsley Grade, approximately in this location, and it is burning up towards Kessler Peak. And the last reported size from air attack was approximately 50 acres. And we've got hotshot crews out there. We've got dozers, and we've got all of our resources focusing in on trying to pick up that slop over, as that we're calling it, across Beardsley Grade. So folks are going to continue to staff that throughout the night. Our night shift, just went out there, and that's going to be their priority to try to get that thing secure and deal with it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mario. Our next question will be, why are there two zones? Our incident commander, Jerry McGowan.
Good evening. My name is Jerry McGowan. I'm the incident commander of California Team 1, but more importantly, the one that's down here in Quincy. There's also Team 3, a CAL FIRE team that's up here at Susanville. And the reason why there's two zones and why there's a demarcation line, if you will, is because what we're trying to do is that, as we were talking, it's 626,000 acres. That's big for one team. So we're splitting up duties. We're working as one, really, as we're working on this, and we've got an east and west east and west branch, if you will, when we're doing this. And we do this even when we have a smaller fire. We break stuff up into manageable levels, and that's why we are breaking this up into zones. As it was stated earlier, we have 6,000 firefighters on the line right now, and all of them are diligently working all the way around this thing. You know, we're talking about the spot here at Bearsville. There's areas that we're working all the way around this incident, diligently trying to keep this thing as small as possible, and protect homes and residents, and trying to get people back in. So that takes a coordinated effort between the two teams that we're talking constantly. I've talked to the incident commander on the camp there at Susanville. I talked to him about probably 10 times today, just talking about things, how well we're doing and all that kind of stuff. We're also sharing resources. If there's a need down in this area, we get them down there to work, to go start doing the work that we're doing and prioritizing. Likewise, if there's aircraft, we share the aircraft. We do everything we can to try to make this thing as a one. And that's our biggest effort between the two teams, and we're working diligently on that. Today is our first day. We transitioned with a California Team 4 and had a good handoff. And right now my team is totally engaged and working with the Cal Fire Team 3 up there to ensure that we're trying to keep this thing and not losing any operational tempo.
Thank you for that, Jerry. One of our next questions is what do we have in store with the wind shifts? I'm going to have Bladen, one of our incident meteorologists, come up and talk about the weather and its impact towards Janesville.
Good evening. So we started communicating this wind shift actually about 48 hours ago, and we have done 2 briefings a day to the crews to keep them informed as to what to expect tonight. We have let them know that we are expecting the winds to begin shifting as early as about an hour ago, continuing to shift to the north as we see that cold front move through the area, and then we're expecting it to turn to the northeast as we get a little bit closer to midnight. So as far as its impact to Janesville, I cannot really talk about that. That would be better directed to the fire behavior analyst, but I can say that we have done as much as we can as far as messaging goes to try to get that out to the crews and to all the operational personnel as best that we can.
Thank you so much for that. One of our next questions is, what do we have for resources to defend Genesee with the wind shift? Operations, Mario?
Yes, great question. So starting tomorrow, we are going to stand up what we call a structure group. And so a structure group is comprised of a division group supervisor and some equipment and some crews to go out and to defend or prep and defend structures. So starting tomorrow, we're going to have a Genesee group that's going to be working in branch 25. And we've had resources out there in Genesee the last 2 days working on prepping that road and doing structure prep. So tomorrow you'll see an influx of more resources and more overhead getting in place and prepping, getting ready to defend Genesee Valley.
Thank you for that, Mario. So that's going to conclude our live presentation of questions and answers. Please remember, you can still continue to put those questions in there. We will get to those as we have time tonight. We will respond to those. We will also post this video on InciWeb so that if you are not on Facebook, you'll have a link for that so that you can watch it later on. So this will conclude our virtual community meeting. We're going to have closing comments by our Incident Commander, Jerry McGowan.
In closing, I would just like to say that there's a lot of people involved, not just the teams and all that. There's a lot of local folks that are helping us. There's cooperators. Everybody's trying to get put back the infrastructure, trying to get people back into their homes, trying to protect your homes. and trying to get things back to some similarity of what it was, where we're at. So I hope that everybody understands that many people are working on this, more than the 6,000 firefighters that are counted here, and it's a lot of your community as well as people that are not in this community working hard to get things back. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. In closing, we will have another community meeting on Thursday night at 7:30. Thank you so much.
All right, so that was very useful to listen to that information straight from CAL FIRE. Now, the next thing we're going to do is just close out the Facebook tab. We're not going to watch that video again. Next thing we're going to do is, that video is about 30 minutes. Perfect time for me to get some time to eat some dinner. And now what we're going to do is look at all the recent updates on the various key areas that we're looking at throughout the course of this entire live stream. That hotspot in the Dixie Fire, the possibility of that hotspot moving south into the Lake Almanor area, some of the conditions on the McFarland Fire, the Monument Fire as that hotspot looks to be going south into the Hayfork area, and then we're also going to look down at the Caldor Fire again, as it does look like it continues to move farther towards the northeast. So I think the place to start will be that spot fire in the Dixie Fire area, because that looks to be the one where we've had the most activity over the last hour or two. Or I shouldn't say the most activity, because we've certainly seen places that are burning hotter and more extreme, but that does appear to be the place that has been changing the fastest. You can see that we've had those big wind shift come in, so the winds were more from the north blowing down to the south, and that's been pushing that hotspot into areas like, I believe that's Milford down there. And then we were hoping that because that was a northerly wind, it would be pushing the fire away from Janesville. But the last time we looked at the Shaffer Mountain camera, which it's going to be interesting to see how this has changed in the last 30 minutes. Last time we looked at it, the fire activity was picking up on that ridgeline right there, but you can see that it's moving against the topography and against the wind. So basically, fires like to move uphill and with the wind. Where we have a lot of those structures in Janesville is down the topography and against the wind. So what I'm hoping is that is able to moderate some of the fire activity that we're seeing right there on the Shaffer Mountain camera, but overall, I'd say it looks more active than when we were looking at it last night. And when we think about what happened last night on that spot fire, we can go back to Zeke Lunder, who actually posted a photo of what that spot fire that went into Janesville ended up looking like last night. Oh, didn't click on him for some reason. There we go. I think the computer's going a bit slow. It's probably having some trouble after, 7.5 hours of live streaming, something ridiculous like that. There's the photo he posted that I was trying to show. There's that fire coming down the ridgeline. There's Highway 395 right there, and you can see yesterday it was able to jump Highway 395. And what I'm saying right now is it's looking slightly more active than it was at this time yesterday. So even though the winds seem to be working in our favor, we're going to have to keep an eye on that, because it looks like that fire activity has been picking up, and we have been seeing an increase in that spot fire. Just right there, you could see, I think one more of those boxes just popped up on the southern edge. So that remains one of the key concerns right now, as we are expecting to continue to see those northerly winds pushing the spot fire farther to the south. All the way until about 11 p.m., we still had 25 mile per hour wind gusts pushing this fire down to the south. So I think that continues to be the number one concern on possibly all of our fires right now. One other concern, haven't heard any updates or seen any updates on Twitter or from CAL FIRE about this, but just given where that hotspot is and what direction we know the wind is coming from. I do know that is one of my concerns as well. Those structures around Lake Almanor, we have that hotspot right there, and we have seen that the winds shifted direction. They're now coming from the north, which would act to push that hotspot farther south. But what I am saying is that CAL FIRE has stationed a lot of resources in this area, and I know says turning off chat. No, I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat much, but I don't want the chat to be turned off, because it is always helpful, even if it is getting a little crazy right now. It is always helpful to be able to look over, because sometimes people recommend what cameras to look at, sometimes they recommend what cities to look at. But basically what I'm saying right there is that while I haven't seen any updates that that's a concern, I would say that is, as we're going to continue to see those northerly winds throughout the night tonight. Then if we go over to the Monument Fire, that's another one of my big concerns right now. A lot of activity on the southeastern edge of the Monument Fire. You can see where the fire perimeter overall is. You can see where all of those current live hotspots are, mostly on that southeastern edge. And the main reason for that is that wind shift really started to pick up the activity here. And in the last hour or two, those 3 heat signature boxes have popped up. So it does look like everything that we were talking about throughout the very beginning of this forecast is starting to, I don't want to say come true, because we don't actually have confirmation that these hotspots have moved into Hayfork yet, and this heat signature map is sometimes a little dicey, but it does look like those northerly winds are starting to push the Monument Fire farther into Hayfork, which is exactly what we did not want to happen, and we were worried was going to happen, and as of right now, it looks like it's starting to happen. So if you do live in the Hayfork area, I'm pretty sure there are some new evacuation orders in place. So you're most likely going to want to stay updated with all those local resources, because that looks like it could be a developing situation there. Unfortunately, we also have those hotspots going into Junction City. I believe Frank said earlier in this chat that a large number of structures have been destroyed in Junction City already. And then he also pointed out there's just one mountain between where the Monument Fire is now and Weaverville. So, well, I don't expect it to jump that mountain tonight, because the winds are mostly blowing from the north, not from the west. That is going to be an area that we watch over the next couple days, and especially getting into Friday and Saturday, when it looks like we might have another westerly wind event coming in. But also, with that being said, never take my word for it when I say an area is looking safe. Always stay updated with the local resources. Now, the fire that I think we've followed more than any other fire throughout the day today, and it's just been because of the... I usually don't like to use words like crazy or extreme, but the Caldor Fire today has been crazy and extreme. If you look at the previous fire perimeter, it was down here, and then throughout the day today, it just took off to the northeast. We've had a large amount of growth in that direction, mostly fueled by those southwesterly winds throughout the entire day today. Some of the footage coming out from the Caldor Fire was... I'll actually try to pull it up. We'll have to go way back in time to be able to see it, but we've been looking at the cameras coming out of the Caldor Fire all day today, and there have just been some massive pyrocumulus clouds. This is the camera where we've seen the most activity. We'll just look at all day. We'll go to 12 hours right now and get the whole rundown on what has happened on the Caldor Fire. So you can see early in the morning we did have some smoke. It was produced... That was one thing about this fire, is it picked up early in the day. Dixie Fire was relatively sleepy into the early afternoon hours. Caldor was just taking off all day long. You can see that large pyrocumulus. It was creating so much smoke at one point that they had to ground their aircraft. Led to a number of spot fires as well. You'll be able to see one pop up at some point right down here. I remember seeing a spot fire pop up right there. Just massive smoke plume coming off of that one. You could see We were also looking at some of the air quality in areas like Tahoe or Reno and other parts of Nevada, and there's so much smoke coming off of the Caldor Fire that it was dropping ash in places like Reno. Tahoe camera looked completely orange, and it's because of all of that activity that we were seeing. I believe the first update we saw on the Caldor Fire, we were saying it was 6,500 acres, and then the last update we were able to find said that it was up to 40,000 acres, and that was about 4 hours ago, and we've seen more growth since then. So it seems like the Caldor Fire has gone from 6,000 acres to about 50,000 throughout the course of one day, which is just unheard of. I would like to go back and see if some of those fires that started last year on this exact same date, August 17th, those lightning fires like the LNU, SCU, and CZU, I would love to see how much those were increasing per day, because it seems like the Caldor Fire has been giving those fires a run for their money for just sheer fire spread and extreme fire behavior in one day. The big concern was this area right there. I forget exactly what the name of that is. It's something with a K and a Z in it. I'm gonna have to go back through the live chat again. When you live stream for about 6 hours, you start to slow down a little bit, but that was one of the main concerns about an hour ago, as we are continuing to see rapid growth to the northeast. Does look like the fire has hopefully slowed down a little bit on that northeastern edge as the winds are starting to calm down. Can you check the Hayfork Divide camera? It's showing some activity for the Monument Fire. That is actually a great idea, because we haven't looked at we haven't actually looked at the Monument Fire all day long. So let's see if it's in the North Coast section. Looks like the only H1 is Hawkeye. So we'll try this. Shasta and Modoc region. Might be on the left. Kybers. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you very much, Frank. Camera, let's see. Hayfork Divide. Interesting. So let's zoom out. I want to get my bearings on where we're looking here. Let's turn on hybrid. It's always easier to see that way. Oh, wow. So thank you very much for posting this camera in here, because I've been looking for a camera to look at the Monument Fire. I wish I'd seen this earlier, because I would have been showing this all day long. This is going to be the perfect angle, because what we've been talking about all day long for the Monument Fire is how it's moving. Wow, thank you very much, Jimmy. That is a very generous super chat. You said, again, thank you very much for all your hard work and dedication. This man basically saved my family and my life. Stay blessed. Let there be light. I am very glad to hear that these videos were able to be informative in some way, and that the information was useful and possibly even life-saving. I usually don't go as far to say that these videos are life-saving, but if that is in fact true, then that is certainly, I would say, humbling to say the least. So thank you very much, Jimmy. And it's exactly comments like that that motivate me to keep making these videos, because that's exactly what I'm trying to do, is collect as much information as I can. I know I've been a California resident my entire life, and I know when these wildfires happen, sometimes how stressful it can be and how difficult it can be to find relevant information. So what I've tried to do over the last 2 years is basically figure out where all the most important information is, and then just basically be a medium for that and communicate as best I can to explain the situation that's going on. But back on to what we were talking about, the Monument Fire. Key thing we've been talking about all day is the fact that it's moving south into the Hayfork area. So this camera looks like it's going to be looking directly at that southeastern edge of the Monument Fire, which is exactly the edge that we've been the most concerned about It'll also be interesting to see if it survives throughout the entire course of the monument fire, because that looks like it's getting dangerously close to where those hotspots are. I imagine the camera is right about there. So without further ado, let's go maybe an hour and see what's been happening. Oh wow, yeah, so I mentioned that the camera looks like it's close to the fire, and based on this imagery, it looks like that is exactly true. Looks like it's almost like this fire has to come up this ridgeline and it'll be right on the camera. So this is definitely going to be, and I zoom in on the left side of the Caldor Fire. So definitely going to have to continue to watch this one throughout. We may not have too many opportunities to continue to watch this tonight, but that's definitely going to be one of the cameras I put in our pocket for a key one to watch as the monument fire continues to develop. And then somebody asked me to zoom in on the left side of the Caldor Fire. So I believe, nice little voice crack right there, that's what happens when you talk for 7 hours straight. So I believe you're talking about this map right here, where you can see a very large amount of structures on that west side of the Caldor Fire. Most of the growth for the Caldor Fire today was to the northeast and the east, so it was actually moving away from those structures, which was some good news, because you can see the thousands of structures that are there. It's all those orange dots that you see. But we are going to be seeing somewhat of a wind shift tonight, where throughout much of today we had those strong southwesterly winds pushing this fire to the northeast. This is again the Caldor Fire that we're talking about right now. And overnight it looked like the winds were shifting back from the east to the west. So we will have to keep an eye on if the fire starts to move to the west here. But the winds coming in were looking a lot weaker. The temperature was a lot lower. The relative humidity was a lot higher. So we're certainly not going to see that same kind of extreme fire behavior on this western edge that we were seeing on this northeastern edge. But we will have to keep an eye on it, because that wind shift is set to come in. And where do you find these live cameras? You can find them at Alert Wildfire, I believe it's .org. And they have all kinds of cameras all over the state. Yeah, Hayfork under evacuation warnings too, some parts under order. I would say that definitely makes sense, as we've been following that southern edge of the monument fire, moving farther south pretty much for about 6 hours now. It seems like it kept moving farther south. The other part of the fire moving south that we kept keeping an eye on was this area here. Looks like that is continuing to move down there. And I want to take a look at that. Let's actually peek through here. It looks like Dyer Mountain is seeing more activity right now. So that's unfortunate, because throughout much of the day, every time we looked at Dyer Mountain, it actually appeared that there was surprisingly a weak amount of fire activity going on, and it looks like Dyer Mountain has started to flare back up. So that is not what we wanted to see there, and good way to be able to actually see that, we can check out this map. Occasionally this will point around, it usually rotates around this area, so we might be able to see where that fire is flaring up. And then we can also try to listen to the Dixie Fire scanner to see if they're talking about that spot fire that appears to be moving back into Janesville, and then is also moving south as well. So not seeing any fire activity yet. Maybe some smoke coming up here. Kind of hard to see though. Oh wow, so seeing Jimmy's comment come in. I live in Janesville, but thanks to this man I got my family and friends out of there. We're somewhere by Fort Bragg on the coast now. Forced vacation, LOL. Stay safe, friends. So, very happy to see that you were able to get out of Janesville, Jimmy, you and your family and friends. That is, again, one of the areas that we were talking about we've probably been talking about that Janesville area for maybe 7 days now. And it's just very disappointing to see what has transpired over the last 48 hours, especially in that area. Again, really nobody's to blame. The weather conditions and the fuel conditions are just so critical right now. They had a large amount of containment lines around this northern edge here. I believe they even had some contingency lines as well. For a number of days it was holding, and then those southwesterly winds came in at about 35 to 40 miles per hour yesterday afternoon, and you can see the spotting distance right here. It was about 5 miles, which is just unheard of for a spotting distance. So there's no way you can just keep doing containment lines forever, trying to plan for every single spot fire that might happen. So we saw that spot fire pop up yesterday and then rapidly start to spread into the Janesville area. Unfortunately, it does look like there were some structures destroyed, so I certainly hope that your area is completely fine, Jimmy, and for all your family and friends as well too. I'll keep a very close eye on that structure map for the Dixie Fire, and I'll be sure to show that in future videos once some of that information starts to come back. You can also find that in the link of the description for this video as well. But going back to the Janesville area, I want to see, so clearly Dyer Mountain starting to flare up as of right now. So that's something new that we weren't seeing earlier today. But then the other area that was starting to flare up was, we'll go to 1 hour, is that area along that ridge line where it was dropping down into Janesville. You can see where that camera is pointed at about the western edge of Honey Lake and over the Janesville area as well. Looks like that fire activity has picked up once again. But the good news is Cal Fire last night redistributed 5 strike teams into the Janesville area, and they're actually, well, we did have some structures destroyed. It could have been a lot worse. They did have some good progress containing that blaze yesterday. And just looking at the way the smoke is moving, it looks like the wind would be acting to push this fire away. So it's at least good to see that the wind isn't directly pushing that fire into Janesville. But on the flip side of that, that's also bad news for the areas south of that hotspot. Like I believe that's called Milford down there. And I see a comment just came in. Hey, Holt, are you going to be appearing on the news again? Yes, I am the fill-in meteorologist at KSBW right now, while I'm finishing up my master's in meteorology at San Jose State with my focus in wildfire. And basically, anytime a shift opens up at the station, I drop in there. I usually end up working about 3 to 4 days a week at that station. So it's been great getting a bunch of reps there, and it's actually been interesting because the videos that I'm doing here, I'd say, prepare me very well for that live TV experience, because one of the big things that they always have me talk about on the news is the wildfires going on. So it's always these videos might help me as much as they help all of you, because it allows me to practice my ability to communicate wildfire information, which is basically the key skill I want to develop for the rest of my life, communicating wildfire information. And so thank you to everybody who's been supporting me and all the great comments that you guys have, that they do make these videos better, and they do help to make me better at communicating this information as well. Now, one thing I just noticed here, it looks like those 2 hotspot areas that we were worried about earlier around those structures around Lake Almanor appear to be disappearing, which is some great news there. But again, can always take those heat signatures with a grain of salt, but that at least is better than if we'd seen those hotspots continue to go down over Lake Almanor. That is some encouraging things to see right there. It was also kind of encouraging to see this last image of Shaffer Mountain. It actually looks like it's starting to calm down. And that would start to make sense as our temperatures get cooler, our relative humidity goes up, and our winds die down a little bit. You'd expect the fire behavior to calm down as well. And it looks like it is starting to calm down. Just throughout the course of that video, like I said, if a fire is moving downhill and against the wind, it's much harder for that fire to continue to spread. So it almost looks like it burned off a lot of its energy and a lot of the fuel on that ridgeline, so hopefully it doesn't jump Highway 395 again like it did last night. Then I do want to go back over to the Monument Fire, take another look at Hayfork. So it looks like those hot spots are still there, so that's going to continue to be a main concern throughout basically the entire overnight hours tonight, because I believe those northerly winds are going to continue to push down and try to push that fire farther to the south. We saw from one of the cameras in that area where we were still seeing some fire activity in that area, and then the Caldor Fire has just been the big story all day long. Going down here, did what appears that it grew from about 6,000 acres to about 50,000 acres today. So it's going to be very interesting to see all of the updated numbers tomorrow, because we saw a large amount of activity today. And again, that red flag warning, we haven't looked at it in quite some time, but the red flag warning is officially, I'll turn it back on so we could see it. That was the big story throughout the day today, as we had those very strong wind gusts coming in at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. That's what flared up all of our fires here and has continued to create some of the dangerous situations that we're seeing right now, whether it's that hot spot around the Janesville area working down into, I believe it's called Milford, where it's the Caldor area creating all kinds of new evacuation orders, or the Monument Fire moving down into Hayfork. Red flag warning, certainly saw the effects of it today. I'd say that definitely wasn't an overblown red flag. And it looks like they extended the red flag. So it was supposed to expire at 11 p.m. tonight, but now it looks like that red flag is going to last until 8 p.m. tomorrow. So I hate to say it, but if they extended the red flag, that means we're going to have another very challenging day tomorrow. So I will be back to cover all of these exact same fires tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. But in order for that to happen, I have to have some voice left, and I also have to get some sleep as well. So before I wrap up, I will just say the final areas where I think will continue to be the concern overnight. I believe that's called Kybers right there. I always forget that one. But we have seen more growth on the northeastern section of the Caldor Fire right there, so would be concerned there. I'd definitely stay updated with local evacuation warnings and orders, as well as those areas on the western side of the Caldor Fire, because we are going to be seeing some wind shift tonight, where it becomes a more easterly wind, which would try to push the fire more to the west. But like I said, winds are going to be much calmer overnight. Temperatures are going down, relative humidity is going up, so all of our fires should be calming down somewhat overnight. But I think the number one concern right now is still the Janesville area, and then especially those areas south of the hotspot, because we are still seeing those northerly winds push in and continue to move that hotspot down there. It looks like we're in a better situation on the northern shore of Lake Almanor than it looked like we were about an hour ago. Looks like those hotspots are slowly disappearing, but we do still have some northerly winds, so it'll be important if you happen. I'd imagine everybody's evacuated out of this area already, but that could be another area to watch out for, as well as the southern areas around this northwestern section. I haven't talked about this very much in this video, just because there aren't as many structures down here, but those northerly winds, we did see that area of the fire start to make a southern push over the last hour or two. I believe that box right there is actually brand new since we last looked at it. McFarland Fire has a large number of structures all around it. The Monument Fire, key concern there is Hayfork again as those northerly winds continue to push it down. So those are the key areas to watch throughout the overnight hours. I will be back tomorrow, as it looks like, unfortunately, that red flag warning will be staying in place. So hate to say it, but we're most likely going to have another day of critical fire weather conditions and some extreme fire behavior. So I'll hopefully be here every step of the way and following these fires with you. Another huge thank you to all of our firefighters out there who they might have one of the hardest jobs in the world. Some of them will work 24 hours a day, just around the clock, doing some very difficult work. If you've ever dug a line with some of those firefighting tools like McLeod's or Pulaski's, it is some very difficult work, and they do it almost around the clock for a number of months at a time. So huge thank you to all the firefighters out there. Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody who's been affected by these wildfires. The thing I always say is we were able to get through 2020. This is basically the 1-year anniversary of when all those lightning fires took off in 2020, where we had the LNU, the SCU, and the CZU lightning complex wildfires. And we were able to get through 2020, so we will be able to get through 2021 as well. It's just a matter of taking it day by day, and I will be back here tomorrow to cover how that red flag warning impacts all of those wildfires that we were talking about today, including the Caldor, the Dixie, the McFarland, the Monument, River Complex, and the Antelope. So thank you to everyone who's had all the great support throughout this whole live chat, all the great comments, all the very generous super chats, all the great cam recommendations as well. I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and stay safe and stay updated with all those evacuation warnings. Thanks for watching.